spinning around the Earth at like million miles an hour, and the galaxies going around, you know, the center of the Milky Way at like billions of miles an hour. He's like, that's ridiculous. It's much more centralized. It's much more local. It's much more smaller. And I didn't get into him with like, you know, does the sun set like 3 miles away? But I did get into him with like, well, how much smaller, right? And so like I pop up Google Earth and I start, you know, all right, so here we are. And I start, you know, just doing the scroll wheel and zooming away. And I'm like, dude, tell me when the lie starts. So we get about, I don't know, I can't remember exactly, but we got to the point where you could start to see like the curve of the Earth. We're probably, I don't know, on Google Earth, maybe, I don't know, 120 to 140 kilometers up. And he's like, right there, that's too far. And I'm like, okay.
Okay,
And,
well, it's no secret that Google Earth uses flat map data.
well, I'm just talking about like him personally. I don't mean, you know, I don't assume that, you know, his beliefs reflect all flat earthers out there. But I mean, dude's an interesting guy. He also believes in aliens. So I was like, dude, if you think everything's so localized, like what's the deal with aliens? You know?
Where does he
He's
say
like,
they come from?
right. I never even thought to ask. Because if everything is so close, like, are they really aliens? And the next time I talk to him, I'm going to ask him this question.
There's speculation that there could be outer regions, right, further beyond that we're allowed to explore or travel, right? I don't personally.
Allowed to.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, we're absolutely restricted from
Like past the ice walls of Antarctica, for example.
Well, yeah, beyond this the 60th parallel, south parallel, yeah. Independent exploration is very restricted.
Well,
it's really more like you're not allowed to go to the ice shelf to begin with, for the most part, because to even get there, you have to jump through so many hoops, and it's just on a predetermined pathway.
Maybe they're
and
aliens.
If you deviate from the pathway that they set for you, then they will go out and grab you, you know, and just pull you back.
But then that raises the question: what are they trying to hide from us? Why are we not allowed?
Got to protect the ice. Got to protect the ice and the penguins, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I used to believe, like many years ago, that they were hiding like alien artifacts or something, or pyramids or some weird stuff that they found like in Antarctica. And now I realize that's all just a bunch of silly stuff. That's just a psyop, I think. So, yeah, I don't know what's out there or how far away the container walls are, what kind of container we're living in. But, you know, I'm not going to make any claims.
It's flat. You know, it's flat, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't believe it that it's, you know, that nonsense anymore.
But you still believe that it's flat, right?
Well, I know that it's flat.
Okay.
There's a difference. Because that's empirical. There's nothing empirical about UFOs. They're unidentified flying objects. So there's nothing empirical about it. Because even if you catch it on camera, that, you know, well, I mean that part is, I guess, but it's like you don't know what it is. And, you know, it's like
about my brother-in-law's anecdotes about seeing aliens, and he not seeing aliens, but seeing, you know, basically UFOs. I had this discussion
even
like,
I saw a UFO on camera,
and I was like, okay,
even I have caught.
So what?
I caught a UFO on camera,
right?
But you know, getting a few pixels of a blue light, and then later on, a few seconds later, catching an airplane in the sky, you can see the hazard lights on the airplane blinking to see the difference. Sure. You know, like it still doesn't tell me what the hell the blue light was. Is the problem?
Right. And
it could literally be anything.
And what Preston's my brother-in-law. What Preston would say was, well, you know, that's a UFO, ergo alien. And I would say, no, UFO means unidentified flying object, not ergo alien. Just because you can't identify a flying object, it does not logically follow that it is an alien. And he didn't get that part at all. Totally lost on him.
Yeah, I've actually seen two. The first one I didn't catch on camera, but it basically disappeared in front of me. It was just like a black circle in the sky, on a sunny day. But again,
Right.
I don't know what that was either. It's
But
just
but
something
but you're not
strange that you
talking about
see in the sky.
aliens. You're just talking about UFOs.
Yeah. Just unidentified flying object.
Whereas Preston sees that and he sees aliens.
Yeah, and he thinks in his mind, oh, something that came from the vacuum of space. But that's just it. The vacuum of space can't exist.
And he thinks the Earth is flat.
There's a disconnect there.
Dude,
Well,
people are
maybe
different,
he
man.
believes that they're from somewhere else, or whatever. Like, technically speaking, like if that conspiracy theory, that speculation, someone else was just talking about a second ago, is true, of there being just much further lands out there. If there were other people or other beings on those further out lands, they would technically fall into the category of extraterrestrials because they're on extra territory.
Right.
Because extraterrestrial or extra territory, it's kind of synonymous.
And it's also possible that they have a little pond over there and somebody's stopping them from going over their ice wall too, right?
That would actually be kind of funny.
Yeah, there's actually a story it was a series of like articles in the New York magazine or something from the late 1800s, I think it was, called The Iron Republic, and it was actually claimed by the author to be a true story of his voyage beyond Antarctica. Found a passage through the ice and found another body of water and sailed it for a while before finding another area of land where there was civilization more advanced than what he was accustomed to.
Wow.
Why don't you guys both join the Discord together? Bring them in.
Do what?
That'll be fun. Get your brother-in-law here.
Oh, I can't right now. I don't even know if he's on Discord.
Well, no, not now, but someday.
I'll hit him up. I don't know if he'll go for it, but I'll definitely hit him up. If you guys start trying to convince him that God exists, I'm not quite sure if he's gonna go for it though. He's kind of like one of those. What the fuck do you call that? He's spiritual, but not like in a religious way. He's like you fucking call that shit like a
New Age. New Ager.
Is pantheist the right word? Like where you think the universe is God, like everything in the universe is like God. I don't know the right word for it, but that's kind of how he is.
A hippie?
Pantheist, is that right?
Is it that?
I don't know. It sounds like something weird and complicated that he'd have to say himself if it would ever make sense.
He told me. I just forgot the name of it. I think it's pantheist. Let me see.
But keep in mind, we wouldn't be trying to make him, or we wouldn't be trying to convince him to believe in God. It's more like convincing him to think for himself and just simply acknowledge that you can't have gas pressure or a vacuum, either one, without a container. And so the fact that we have gas pressure here, consistent gas pressure, 14.7 psi at sea level,
yeah,
that's evidence of a container.
It's definitely pantheism. He's a pantheist.
And it's not even just that, but even beyond gas pressure requiring a container, the claim that there'd be such a powerful vacuum of space.
Are you still in the second law of thermodynamics?
Yeah, I was just going to elaborate on it to help you understand a little bit better. Well, think about it, because I'm sure you've seen one of these stupid ass Neil deGrasse Tyson documentaries that I watched a few years back, and Think about what they're talking about. They're talking about
Don't be so sure.
a space. They're talking about a bunch. Think about this. They say the Earth is a ball and this spinning in the vacuum of space and has a radius of 3,959 miles. Okay, it's big
Back
ball,
to that
great.
radius thing again.
But think about it. But put this into perspective. How many miles is the universe across, and how many miles is the galaxy across, and the solar system across? They say there's all this space between it. There's trillions and trillions of miles. They say it's trillions and trillions of miles. This vacuum of space. They talk about this vacuum of space, and they say it's trillions of miles across.
They say trillions of light years. It's like more.
Oh yeah.
Of miles.
Well, yeah, or like something like that.
Way bigger than trillions of miles.
The point is, it's enormous. All right, and they say it's huge. 10. You want to know how powerful the vacuum is, though? The vacuum itself. You want to know how powerful it is? They say it's 10 to the negative 17 torr. That's what they say it is. 10 to the negative 17 torr. Now, you want to put a guess out there?
Powerful at all.
Well, it is very powerful. I'll give you an example. You want to know the
negative isn't powerful at all.
Well,
10 to the positive
the most powerful vacuum we've created. The most powerful vacuum we've ever created is 10 to the negative 6 torr.
Okay.
And the thing is,
vacuum.
Negative pressure, man.
Powerful vacuum. I like that phrase.
Well, it's actually not negative pressure though. I actually made that mistake myself. That's the way you describe it, but it's not. There's technically nothing as far as actual definitions go. There's no such thing as negative pressure. It's just low pressure and high pressure.
Right, but it's talking about the lack of pressure. Right. So.
Yes. The less pressure you have, the more powerful it is.
Well, the point is that if that was true.
So to complete this thought, they've got trillions of miles above your head, just trillions of miles of space, and it's got this vacuum that is. Now, keep in mind, when the people that made this 10 to the negative 6 torr vacuum here on the surface of Earth, when they built this, the contraption was collapsing in on itself. And we're talking about about 10 feet of concrete. Right. Yeah. But it's less powerful. It's much less powerful than what they say the vacuum of space is of our head. See what I'm saying? Right. And they say it's so big. So what I'm trying to say is, since it's so big and it's so powerful that we can't even replicate it here on the surface of Earth, and it's trillions of miles across, why wouldn't you think that the air pressure down here, the gas pressure, wouldn't find its equilibrium up there with very little air up there and very little air down here, and everyone's suffocating? Why is that not happening?
I don't know. I'm not a physicist.
Well, if the second law of thermodynamics is true, and so is the globe story you believe in, you shouldn't be breathing right now.
I mean, I'm not an engineer either, but fucking Discord works.
Hey, Discord works. It's got to be a globe, guaranteed.
Well, get a physicist to show you high pressure not going to low pressure in a vacuum. Get them to show you a gas ball inside of a vacuum with no physical barrier separating the two. They'll just wave their hands and tell you they can't show you that, and that it only works on these scales that they can't demonstrate.
All you have to do to witness pressure is boil some fucking water, and you could just see it going up.
Yeah, but there's
I don't have to be a fucking physicist to observe that.
Yeah, but that also that obeys the second law of thermodynamics too. That's high pressure going to low. You just leave it. It's going to the pressure is just going to disperse, right?
Right. As the water boils,
if it's 9 feet above the pot, it's not the same temperature that it is inside the pot, right?
Right. And then when it goes up into the atmosphere high enough, then it begins to congeal, and that's what creates like rain and stuff. This is like pretty common knowledge. What are we talking about here?
Well, we're just saying that you can't have high pressure not going to low pressure. You can't have, for example, the pressure of a propane tank without the solid barrier of the tank itself, or a bike tire without the tire, right? Where would you get that pressure differential without the solid barrier to separate it? Right?
But in an open system, you can. That's what's called wind.
Yeah, but it blows around and it goes everywhere, and it doesn't. It's not contained, right?
Right. Maybe it is contained, by some type of container.
And it's still obeying the second law of thermodynamics. Everything is still equalizing, right?
I don't know. Or maybe it's
yeah,
not
yeah,
the
yeah.
container.
Wait. I got to quickly point out something. I got to quickly say. So I was just talking about entropy. I got to point out wind, at least to the best of my knowledge, I think, I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm correct about this. Wind is entropy. So wind is simply just an example of the second part of the second law of thermodynamics. High pressure moving to low pressure. Yeah. Huh. So just the same way that you experience the wind blowing.
I had no idea that entropy was a part of the second law of thermodynamics at all.
Well, the second law of thermodynamics is 3 different types of entropy. So I'll just tell all of them to you. So the first part is hot moves to cold. The second part is high pressure moves to low pressure. Okay. And the third part is high charge moves to low charge in reference to electricity. And so it's just different types of entropy. And so what I'm trying to say to you is that if such a thing existed, the way that they describe it, 10 to the negative 17 torr, trillions of miles across, if it existed above your head, you wouldn't be breathing for much longer. Like, there'd be almost no air down here and almost no air up there. A whole bunch of space with very little air and very little. There'd be no life because bacteria would die. I'm pretty sure nothing would survive that.
So the second law of thermodynamics is wrong?
No. What I'm saying is it's right. What I'm saying is they just lied to you about what's above your head.
Oh.
Basically, we're just telling you if this air pressure that you're breathing in right now exists, then there must be a container for it to be there. There can't just be an open system with a vacuum above it. Otherwise, it would have just dispersed into the vacuum to fill that available volume, or the atmosphere never would have formed in the first instance.
So I'm in a closed container.
Well, that's the default position unless somebody can demonstrate air pressure existing without containment, which we've been asking people to do, and no one has. So,
okay. I'm not going to argue that. I'm just curious what you guys think.
Well, if there's just an insanely powerful vacuum above our heads, why is the air pressure here not just equalizing it?
Okay, so we live in a closed container. Got it. Whatever that means.
It has to be a closed system, or else the air pressure would just fuck off into the adjacent vacuum.
Whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, sure.
Welcome to 24/7 Fire Discord University.
Thanks.
But we're not physicists or scientists or engineers. No, wait a minute. Yeah, we are.
I'm not.
Oh, we got a few of them around here. Yeah, I heard you earlier, 42 ounces, man. What's your favorite 42 ouncer, man? Talk to me.
I don't have a favorite 42 ouncer.
You just like all 42 ounces?
I'm not quite sure what you mean.
Well, I don't know. What's the 42 OZ for then, man?
Oh, you mean my nick? It's I created the nickname. I was a big fan of the band Sublime. That first record, 42 ounces or 40 ounces of freedom.
Oh,
and I'd also read The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. You know, the life. What's the answer to everything? 42. So I combined that record name with 42. So I came with 42 ounces.
Got it. 40 ounces to freedom.
Meaning of life, universe, and everything. 42 ounces.
There's a 42. Yeah, it's a big number, man. Big number.
It was a long time ago. I was in my early 20s.
That's cool. It's all good, man. Sublime, yeah, cool band, man. We just had the 30th anniversary of the riots, man. Last in April 29th.
Oh yeah, there was a riot in the streets. Tell me, where were you? You were at home watching your TV while I was participating in some anarchy.
It's some anarchy. Yeah, isn't it? It's a great fucking line. It's one of the greatest lines of all time, man. Because it was true. I like the truth. It comes in different forms, I guess. So have you enjoyed your day here, man? I mean, you think you'll come back and hang out with us? Or?
Yeah, man. Great.
Cool, man. Well, welcome. I'm the late night comedian.
There were a couple of times where, folks were just like,
yeah. It's called dogpiling, man. I hate it when that happens. We were getting better at not doing that, but.
And I'd try to answer them. They'd be like, no, you're not letting me speak. And I was like, but I'm trying to. Oh, you're not letting me speak. I was like, okay, my bad. Sorry.
It's like,
but overall, very cool. Very cool.
Yeah, it's a fun place, man. Did Matthew come in here this evening? Help you out at all?
If he did, he did not refer to himself as Matthew.
Matthew sat this one out.
No, Matthew. Matthew was MIA.
Apparently, Matthew is a character that I need to find out about.
He's just a professor friend of ours.
Is he a flatter or is he a globey?
He's a glober, but
we think he's secretly a flatter.
He's secretly a flat earther. It's been my theory that he's here to help us refine our, whatever arguments or whatever you want to call them.
So you think he's like he's an in the closet flatty?
Well, he's out of the closet, but he's said in here many times, I'm just here to give you the globe answers. Come on. This is what they would say. This is what they would say. This is what they tell us in the school books. This is what they tell us in science class. Like, whatever,
But he can't prove any of it. And he'll admit it.
He'll admit that it's usually calculations or, mathematics. That's about it. Yeah. He likes to point to the sky a lot. Say, hey, man, look up there. It checks out. You know what? They tell us this in the school books, and I look up, and it's true, like a eclipse or whatever. That's what happens. Why it's happening, and how can you put it through the scientific? It's going to be difficult to manipulate the sun or the moon, or your independent variables are really hard to come by when you're dealing with shit up in the sky, man. Really hard.
Cheers, flat earth dude. What's happening?
Just welcome 42 ounces.
Yeah, we've been having a good day.
Yeah, I was listening most of the afternoon. I was working, but it was good. I think I jumped on for a second, but that was about it. Anyway.
Any word on the meetup?
Well, it's going good. It's on the 18th, so we got a few weeks to figure it all out, put it all together. But I don't know. There's no way to tell who's going to show up. We're not like, I didn't put it on Facebook or anything. I just made a YouTube video. That was about it. I think Ryan is.
You made a YouTube video about a meetup?
Yeah, well, we're having a Flat Earth meetup here in Southern California on the 18th at the beach, man.
Okay.
And it's one of our Flat Earth friends' place. It's really nice. Right on the water, man. Sand.
Matthew will be there.
Matthew's going to come. I'm coming. I know,
I'll be there.
A few other people that are coming. Rook might be coming.
So the 18th of June?
I told Sonny, man, I got all his expenses covered.
Oh, yeah. Tracy might get him.
And then
That'd be dope.
That'd be dope. Yeah. So yeah, I think it'll be a good turnout. So we'll see.
Close knit group of friends.
Yeah,
I've never even met a flat earther in real life, at least.
Oh shit, man!
First time. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
So is it like a meetup for people on the server, or
no, just flat earthers in general?
Is there like an admission fee that we need to pay to enter?
Bring some food and drink, man. You'll be good. No admission.
Bring some earth curvature if you can.
Parking's free. Earth curvature is welcome. That would be cool. Anyway, yeah, it should be fun.
Wait, is this like at the Black Swan site?
No, it's much further south, man. It's 100 miles south of that.
Okay.
About 100. Yeah, we're gonna do the Black Swan one, I think, later in the summer, probably.
What's the Black Swan?
I have no idea.
The Black Swan was an observation that was taken near Santa Barbara, California.
Dude,
You've already seen it, 40? It's the oil rigs you've been looking at.
It's the oil rigs.
Yeah. I've been like to Santa Barbara.
Right.
Yeah, Santa Barbara's a really cool town, man. Awesome. Santa Barbara,
it's a ritzy place.
Dude, it's super ritzy, but what's really cool about the place is there's no fucking billboards anywhere in the fucking city. It's not allowed. I'm like,
that's what ritzy places do.
That's cool.
Why is it every
ritzy
town like
places
that?
Don't do billboards.
I fucking hate billboards. I just fucking hate them. Ugh.
I like once you go past Santa Barbara and you're on like the 101, there's that little tunnel underneath the mountain.
Yeah.
So cool. It's so cool.
Yeah, it is cool.
It's a little short compared to others.
Yeah, it's very short. Oh yeah, it's super short.
It's super short. But it's cool. And then once you get past through the tunnel, though, it opens up to like wine country. You're like, how did we just go?
Flowers and shit. Yeah.
Like, fucking cool, man. This is great. Wow.
Oh, Sailor. Who's Sailor?
Sailor.
California's cool.
It is, man. A lot of people like, oh, you're just a bunch of libtard flat earthers.
Well, that's just the politics. But
the government sucks.
The country itself, the actual land is very
the land, man. Yeah, the land is cool. Yeah. And most of the people are cool. And there's some dicks out here for sure, but
oh yeah, sure.
We
that's
just
the
try
same wherever you go.
We try to ignore them. It's like, oh, fucking move along. Next.
True.
Sailor? What happened to Sailor, man? They're gone?
I don't know.
Not a name I recognized. Trying to meet sailors.
Yeah, sailing's fun, man. It's such a great experience. To let the wind power your mobility. It's kind of fun.
I've never actually done it.
Oh wow, you got to do it, man. It's like surfing on a you're just like riding the wind instead of the wave.
Potentially, you could surf your house.
Dude, I tried to surf a couple of times. I fell off the board. I sucked at it.
It's hard.
It is, man. You gotta
paddling's hard. The actual part of the
dude, I could paddle fine. I could get out there, but like when it came to like catching the wave,
yeah, but if the water's rough,
totally sucked.
Yeah, that's it, man. You just, the right board and the right wave, maybe like having a blast.
But I did kill it with boogie boards, man.
Yeah,
I could
nothing wrong with that, man.
Plus, you can ride too big of waves that you shouldn't be riding on one of those.
That's true. You slam your stomach into your board. It hurts.
Yeah. Get some fins.
You can take some damage on a boogie board.
Oh yeah. But that's the bendy water I'm looking for, man.
I actually tried to stand up on a boogie board once. Fail.
You can put your knees up on it. Standing up, yeah, I don't think that's going to work out too well.
Yep, didn't work. I was just a kid. I was fucking.
You guys ever watch like big wave rider documentaries?
Yep.
Nope.
No?
Just the endless summer. That's about all I watched.
Man, there's so many good ones out there about big wave riders. And it's a select crew, man. There's not a lot of them. For a good reason.
That's got to be one of the smallest clubs out there, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty small, man. It's probably about 40 of them, you know. That's about it.
I wonder if they have meetups too.
If they make what?
I wonder if they have meetups too.
Oh yeah. When the waves are pumping, they all meet up.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, what's that famous guy that was on the Joe Rogan podcast? Hamilton, something Hamilton.
Laird Hamilton?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he still alive?
Oh, hell yeah. And still riding waves, man.
Hell yeah.
Big ones, too. He's in his late 50s. He's still riding big waves. So.
Nice.
Yeah. He's the definition of a Chad. I just Googled him.
He's the definition of a Chad.
Okay.
What's his name? Laird with the L?
Laird, yeah.
Laird Hamilton. When someone says Chad, I'll picture this.
Yeah, basically.
He's tall too, 1.89 meters. That's like 6'4".
Yeah, he's pretty big. He's in good shape. And
this guy's 58. Holy shit.
Yeah, he's still rocking it, dude. So surfing's good for you, man. Get out there and paddle, man. Go. Anyway, the ocean's awesome, man. Getting in the ocean, feeling all that energy. Those waves, they just keep coming.
Beaches are fun.
And if the water temperature's nice, man, it's really enjoyable. If it's cold, man, no fun. I don't like that. But Hawaii's awesome. I don't know if any of you guys have been to Hawaii, man, but that place
Yep, been there.
Place is the shit.
There are hot chicks out there?
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
Dude,
There's beautiful women everywhere.
Exactly. I'd move to Hawaii in a minute. People would be like, "You get island sick." I'm like, no, I wouldn't. No. We got water. Let's go. I'm a fish. Go.
I like Waimea Bay.
Oh, that's my favorite, dude. I was there a couple years ago, man. Waves were perfect. It's just that whole scene there. You got the mountains on the left. And kind of whips the coast around to the right by the pier there. It's like,
and you stick your face under the water and like, holy shit, all this crazy shit is
super clear
under the water.
It's just a gorgeous place, man. Stupid. It's the greatest beach I've ever been to by far, no doubt about it.
Which beach?
Waimea Bay. Oh, I was thinking Honolulu Bay. Waimea Bay is around the corner. That's a little farther up north, or a little farther.
It's not a big island.
A little farther north. Yeah. Last time I was there, Waimea was actually, the road was closed to get over there.
Yeah, shit.
It kind of sucked. So we ended up in Honolulu, which is a cool little town, man.
That's spelled with a W? W-A-I?
Yeah.
E-A?
Waimea.
Correct.
A very cool place. Okay.
Yeah.
And what's interesting about the bay itself is that there's a little bit of a shelf, and so it's Hawaii, so the surf is rolling out past the bay, but in the bay it's very calm.
Right.
It's interesting. And then like the
same with Honolulu has some breaks that are way the fuck out there too.
Right.
And then they got little smaller breaks on shore. But Yeah.
Not the same with Waimea. Yeah, there's no breaks on shore. It's just a bay.
Right.
It's very calm.
Yeah.
And all the breaking is happening outside the bay. And then all the weird fucking sea life underneath the bay in Waimea is like, what is that?
It's a whole other world down here, man. Let's go.
And it's all like 5 feet below sea level. It's like right there.
Yeah, you just snorkel. You don't need to dive or anything.
Yeah. You don't even need to snorkel. You can just like float.
Yeah. Just maybe some goggles or
some goggles for clear eyesight.
Yeah.
No snorkel necessary. It's crazy.
That's a cool place, man. So 42, man, how's the last couple of years been for you, man, with all the craziness in the world, man? You been good with all that? And
what you mean, like with the fucking virus?
With the fucking the Visine and the and the cocoa and the cocoa.
I'm still alive.
Yeah, you're still. But that was like one of the strangest things we went through, huh? Fuck.
I agree. Very strange.
How's that juice treating you?
Well.
Nice.
Good. Good.
I'm still.
Does anyone here own a boat?
Nope.
Not yet.
I don't. I
do not. I plan to have a fleet.
I had a sailboat, but had to let it go.
Okay.
Yeah, it was after 2008, man. The economy kind of took a shit, as I recall.
Okay.
I held it for a couple years after that, but
have a bunch of like flat earthers ever like come together and charter a vessel and try to cross the 60th parallel together? Has that ever been done before?
I have no idea.
There's been many people. I don't know if they're flat earthers.
There was one guy
that definitely want to travel.
They went to do it, and he got arrested. I don't know if we had a crew or what. It was kind of, I heard it secondhand.
There's I've heard the audio recording of it. They straight up get approached by the military, and it's that simple. If you go any further, you're basically gonna get, they're gonna arrest you or they're gonna kill you.
I just what is the military trying to hide?
Well, that's what we're asking, man.
You can speculate all you want, man. Who knows?
No, but if you make it like a big thing and like make a YouTube series out of it where you have like millions of eyeballs watching and tuning in every week to an episode, wouldn't it kind of force their hand to kind of let you pass?
No.
I don't know. Like what are they trying to hide?
Like for example, everyone knows who Mr. Beast is, the guy that does crazy YouTube videos, like 20 million views per video. Like if someone like that, let's say, decided to sail to Antarctica alone.
Okay.
How's he gonna
He's
put?
Not gonna sail alone. I'm like,
no, obviously with a group.
Boat.
Yeah.
Well, all I know, man,
he'd have to get a team, right?
Yeah.
They put together.
He's going to be streaming it. He's going to be sailing. He's going to be streaming.
The resources in this server alone, we could do mini voyages anywhere we want. It's pointless. Yeah. It might be fun. We could go have some fun together, but we're not going to figure out anything.
So my problem with the whole sailing thing is that I had a big issue earlier in the year when I was looking into the sailing races, and there's this one called the Transatlantic race, and it's like from England to America, New York. Whatever. It's a pretty long distance. But they have a Trans-Pacific one, but it's only from California to Hawaii. They don't go all the way to Japan, man. And there's no record of, there's like, the only people that have done the record for sailing from California to Japan are all solo sailors. There's never been a crew that said, hey, we sailed from California to Japan in 10 days or whatever, No. It's just like that's a fucking no fucking sail zone out there in the Pacific too, man. It's weird. I don't know what's going on.
What did Magellan do?
Magellan? I don't know what he did.
Like
Captain Cook.
What was Magellan's route? Did he like go to Hawaii, or like how did he circumvent this?
I've seen his route, but it's been a while, man, since I looked at that. Somebody might have it. I don't know. I've seen,
and that was a really long time ago too. The politics were probably different back then.
Well, yeah, of course they were. So this guy, Admiral Byrd, took 4,000 men, a couple of aircraft carriers, some ships, submarines, airplanes. Goes down to Antarctica, comes back, goes on television, goes, dude, there's a bunch of land over here, man. I can't believe it, man. It's like, it's huge, it's beautiful, mountains, just resources, whatever you need.
Big surprise.
All good to go. And then, like, less than a year later, they're like, Antarctic Treaty, man. Yeah, we need an Antarctic Treaty. Nobody can go there. All these countries, like, yeah, we'll jump on that. Yeah, it's good. And then he dies a couple years later, and then
so all the governments are like conspiring to keep people from like going past the ice shelf.
Yes, they're not conspiring. Correct. It's guaranteed they're conspiring because they've all signed the agreement. So I guess that's a conspiracy, right?
So, well, what's past the ice shelf?
Yeah, we all want to know. But
what is the government hiding from us?
What's in the middle?
The middle is the North Pole. The question is, what's outside the middle?
Yeah, well, we don't know.
The North Pole. Huh?
So
it's something we can find out, though. Like if we really tried.
Theory, the North Pole is the middle.
I mean, we're trying, man. We're asking. I mean,
yeah, they don't let you go there either. I would say the middle is more interesting.
I thought the middle was the North Pole.
That's the middle. Yeah.
I'm new to the whole flat Earth thing. Am I wrong about this?
No, you're right. You're 100%.
Okay.
Middle is north. Yeah, the middle.
Okay.
Well, whatever. That's where the compasses point, man. That way.
Where did the compasses point exactly? Let's go.
Exactly. Let's just follow the compass.
I wanted to go, but I know it's
point toward the middle. According to flat Earth, right?
Yeah, you can't
what's
go.
In the
you
middle?
Can't go to the middle. What's in the middle?
And why do compasses point to the middle?
I don't know. It must be a big magnet up there somewhere. Come on. Gotta be. It's probably some big Iron Mountain thing. I don't know.
The vibe in here is a lot different from like a couple hours ago, where
a lot of people in the server,
radius of the fucking Earth.
Well, we got a lot of different personalities. I'm the late night comedian. Kind of let's kick around some funny ideas, and
it's almost like you guys are goofing on the fucking flat Earth idea.
What do you mean?
No, I never goof on it. I goof on NASA. I'll goof on the globe. I ain't gonna goof on flat Earth, man.
Okay. That's just my perception.
It would be some people will hold your toes to the fire a bit closer than others.
Yeah. It's kind of a mixed bag in here,
Right on.
But we're all after the same thing, man. If you've got a direct measurement of curvature, we want to talk.
Mm-hmm.
I heard that guy laughing.
Yeah, keep looking.
Stormfire and I have been looking for this curvature thing for a few years now, and we're like, okay, man, somebody please come in, tell us how it's done, and then we can close the server down and make it like a Hot Wheels server or something cool.
That could work.
It'll be interesting. It's like, dude, I got the fucking Volkswagen bus with the surfboard on it. Fucking 62, bro. Check it out.
No, you didn't. That's
here. I'll put it in the voice text, man.
The radius of the wheels of the fucking thing you're talking about is only fucking X centimeters.
No. That one's totally a fucking remake, man. That's from '68, man.
But
That's
that
not...
doesn't make any sense because all Hot Wheels wheels are the same fucking circumference.
Dude, it's got a flat tire, man. What the hell's wrong with that thing?
Oh, so now you're a flat tirist, are you?
Anyway, yeah, please come in with some curvature, man. We can get back to golfing or something. I don't know. No goofing? Chris is like, no flat earth goofing allowed. It's in the mission statement. That's hilarious, Chris. You crack me up, brother. You crack me up.
I'm a bit surprised that like there's not a lot of people that are trying to get to Antarctica.
Well, there was a couple of efforts to
There's
fly.
nothing to be answered, right? What's out there, man? Some ice, snow? Why are you gonna go out there?
No, because there's like literally people dying for like their religion every day with no end result, right? But if like they're clearly hiding something there, and there's a lot of people
It's-
who know that, right? But aren't willing to sail there to find out, right?
Even if you believe the globe maps and the size and how you would even get to wherever you're going, what are you gonna do when you get there? That
I don't know,
that
just
they won't let
find
you
the
get
truth.
there.
Freeze your balls off. That's what you're gonna do. Frostbite. That temperatures, man, I've heard are pretty wicked, man. You know, it doesn't rain or fucking snow in Antarctica. It's the driest place on Earth.
See, I know this whole place is totally level, totally flat, whatever you want to call it.
Exactly.
However, I'm planning on sailing tons of this place.
No, they
Yeah, man.
actually have mountains in Antarctica. Allegedly, I don't know. I watched some documentary of some
I got
mountaineer
pictures.
scaling a mountain.
I got some pictures that kind of look very mountain-esque, like the Rocky Mountains or whatever. Looks pretty cool. But
Yeah, I don't think they would ever even show you anything, to be honest.
But there's cruises to Antarctica from Argentina.
right, you're absolutely right. It goes to this one
And
island, and
get to see a little bit of snow and
you get to
take a
go to this
picture.
place called, like, maybe you get to go to Middle America.
But do you even know where you're going?
Right? How do you verify exactly where you're at and everything? But you're only going to see a little teeny piece of it. You're not going to see the whole fucking continent. Come on. So yeah, there's some trips. It's very expensive. There's a documentary out here called, it's about 30 minutes long. It talks all about Antarctica and how much it costs to go there and where you can go and which companies. And I think somebody put it in the voice stream earlier, man. Actually, I think somebody dropped it in there. It's called Sorry, Antarctica's Closed.
Oh, I saw that. Is that new? I don't know where I saw that.
No, it's not new.
I think I saw it on BitChute.
Yeah, it's on BitChute. You can find it on YouTube as well. It was done by Taboo Conspiracy. His name's Ben. He's an attorney with a boatload of children and a wife. And
Nice, good for him.
super cool flat earther guy. And he's put out a lot of videos, and you can check him out. Taboo Conspiracy on YouTube. You'll find it. Keep looking.
Okay, so I have a weird global question.
Mm-hmm.
If the North Pole is the center of the flat Earth,
Plain.
why is it cold?
The sun doesn't reach it. It's really. It's actually pretty warm in the summer. All the ice melts, man. It's only water out there, and then it freezes back over in the winter. So it's very similar to North America, you know, kind of temperatures.
For all we know, the path that the sun is taking right now could change in 10 years. We don't know. And then all of a sudden, there's places that are ice right now. Oh, those are nice places now, and there's other places that are cold.
Right.
I know.
But why is the North Pole consistently frozen year after year?
It's not.
How do you know that?
My friend.
In fact, pull up a map. I don't even know if there's any ice anymore there.
Yeah, pull up a
Anymore?
map and look at the
Yeah,
North
remember
Pole.
there used to be the Arctic pole or
I
whatever,
got-
the Arctic ice cap.
Do you want me to pull up a spherical map or a flat Earth map?
Whatever you want. I don't think it'd matter.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, I'll just pull up a random
Just
map.
pull up
All
Google
maps
Earth.
are flat Earth maps.
Just zoom in on Google Earth, man. See what you got on Google Earth, man. I'll do it too,
Okay.
man.
I've heard Larry say it many times, and he can't find the Arctic ice cap that used to be there.
Right, it's not there, man.
I didn't claim there was an Arctic ice cap. I was just wondering why it's so cold.
Well, there used to be.
In the middle.
It used to be on the globe map. It used to be on maps in general.
Well, okay. Did it used to be in the center of the flat Earth map?
Dude, I have a azimuthal equidistant here from 1958. I think mine is from.
Okay.
And it shows.
Heaven
an
forbid we
ice
look at a
cap.
map from like right
An
now.
Ice cap. Total ice cap.
Okay.
Hey, do you guys want to know why the ice cap was there before, but it's not there now? Global warming. Nah, just messing with
Is that
you.
the answer?
That's
Yeah,
right.
No, I thought about that.
Climate change, man. Climate change, bro.
Wait a second. So there is a political aspect to this. If
No doubt
global
about it.
warming continues, it'll begin to melt the ice thing around.
Dude.
That's not the only
No,
one.
We'll be
you're looking at the
able
wrong
to
way. No.
melt.
40 ounces. 40 ounces. You're looking at the wrong way. You see,
No,
there's
I'm
no
looking at it the
global
right
warming.
way. We
No,
can melt.
there's no global
We can
warming. There's
melt
no.
what they're trying to hide from us.
No.
We can
There's
literally
no.
melt it away.
There's
There's
no
not-
global warming because there is no globe. Don't you get it?
But
Get it?
what if
It's another lie.
What if
No.
we allow them to like do their lie and then use that lie to melt away the fucking ice shield so we can see what's on the other side?
Whether we want them to do this or
Like,
that,
what are they
going to
do?
whatever
We're gonna be like,
they've
hey,
been
dude, it's
doing.
melting.
Well, what do you mean on the other side? Like, it's just an ice
Right.
shelf. It's not an ice wall. Like 40, you got to understand. To our
But
best of our knowledge.
But the shelf will melt via global warming. Allow them to do their global warming thing. Allow them to be like, blah, 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 blah. And then as the ice shelf melts, we'll be like, dude, there's no more shelf. We're just going to check it out. Oh, you can't go there. It's a fucking ice shelf. Not really. The ice shelf is melting, right? You can like
but
you can pull reverse
I hope you're not
psychology
getting
on it.
confused here. You don't think that we're saying that the ice shelf involves the container that gives us gas pressure? You're not getting those two things confused, are you?
It doesn't really matter what I'm getting confused. You could just pull the political angle and be like, hey, look, warms the globe or the Earth is warming. Doesn't matter if you think it's flat around. The Earth is warming, right? The ice shelf is melting. So now we can go check it out. We don't need the realm of anymore, right?
Yeah. Your point is like to a certain degree valid if there's like extra land out there or something. But the point, but it wouldn't
even
happen.
If there isn't extra land out there, my point still remains. Hey, there's no ice shelf anymore. It's melting, so let us go explore, assholes. Why are you stopping us?
Oh yeah. 40. I should let you know, just like how there's an Antarctic treaty that stops us from going beyond the 60th parallel south, there's also an Arctic treaty that prevents us from legally being able to fly over or walk over it within a 500-mile radius of the north center point.
That's ridiculous as well.
Yep.
Yes. Why are these things happening?
And a good demonstration of this is I would dare you to find a picture of Polaris from above it.
My argument stands.
I still have to find that.
Allow the global warming thing so that even in the center of the flat Earth, where all this alleged ice is, let that shit melt. so that they don't have a reason. Oh, you can't go up there. It's too cold. No, it's not. It's warming. We're fine. It's a fucking body of water. We're going to explore it. What's their argument for stopping us then? What are they going to do? What are they going to say? Oh, you're just not allowed to go there.
What
because
is
it's the
it?
center of the fucking planet.
Why
center
are
of
they
the fucking
stopping
Earth,
us
or whatever you wanna
now?
call
They're stopping us now. What's their argument now?
I'm just throwing out a hypothetical.
You don't want to mess with the penguins down south, and up north there's some geese that you could disturb, so you're not allowed to go.
So two bird species.
Two bird species, right? Something like that.
Or two birds of creation, I should say.
Well, I mean,
there
do you
you
think that would really fly in the overwhelming thing that we have to explore? Do you think that like two species of birds is going to stop us because the government says so?
Yep.
They've already stopped us, man. We've been chilling in our homes, living 10 miles, traveling 10 miles from our house. We're not going anywhere.
We're not
Jesus.
going anywhere.
You guys are fucking pathetic.
We're pathetic. I know. It sucks. Dude, we've been out here 7 years pushing.
I was in the Navy. I was in the Navy for 5 years. You could give it a shot,
God.
but
You were in the Navy?
it's not going to work.
Yeah.
Did you ever sail to Antarctica?
No.
I don't think so.
In fact, I spent all my time with the Marines. I spent no time in a ship, unfortunately.
You're in the Navy, but you spent all your time with Marines.
That's right.
All right.
Were you a corpsman?
That's right.
Based.
Hey, 42, man, in the live stream voice text, man, there's the video about Antarctica being closed.
I don't really care about videos. You guys are
gotta
more interested.
check it out. It's very interesting. If you're interested in Antarctica, you got to check out that one. If
I'm
you're
not really interested in Antarctica. You're far more fascinating than this.
Yeah, Ben's pretty fascinating, and he's very well spoken, and he makes a good video.
I think you're more interesting.
All right, cool. Thanks.
I agree. Flat Earth dude is a badass.
No.
Here's my thing. I come on to Discord. I don't come on to Discord to watch videos.
Right.
I come on to Discord to talk to people.
Yeah, I get you, man. That's why I'm here. I didn't come on here to watch videos either, man.
Okay.
I don't know what the record is. I haven't been here that long, but you might be setting one. I don't know what the record is.
Yeah, I don't know. We need to have a record section in Hall of Fame or something. Can we get a Hall of Fame? Flat Earth Hall of Fame.
I'm just pointing out why I come on Discord. I don't come on Discord to watch videos.
So what other Discords do you go trip in, man? Like lawyer, real estate? What are you into, man? Batman? Movies? Politics? Yeah. Politics sucks, man. Ugh.
I know, right? But it's so fun.
Like that. That's Flat Earth's way funner than politics.
Dude, if you think I'm setting a record here, you should check out my record in politics.
Hey, if voting mattered, I'd vote for Flat Earth dude in a heartbeat.
Yeah,
Jim,
too.
Jim, you've been killing it, man.
Jim is
voting.
Fucking Jim, you slaying in the last fucking 29 days, bro.
Jim says like the smartest things. I don't. That's why I don't even chime in. Jim covers fucking everything.
Jim's got it covered.
I found in my 29 days there's at least 40 people, 40 people in Discord that are just like awesome.
No doubt about it. At least 40.
At least 40.
Nice.
They come on voice and they just kill, man. It's like fucking what? Oh shit, man. That's incredible.
I have discovered personally that the people that I talk to in voice chat are far cooler than the people that just tippity type.
Yeah. What do they call it? I heard the term the other day. It was chat skank. Is that it?
I don't know.
I think that was the term.
I have heard that too. I don't think I'd use that myself.
Chat skank. That's funny.
I was like, I gotta use that. That's perfect because I don't type fast, man, and I misspell a lot of words. But voice is way better for me, man. I'm always like, dude, come in the voice, talk,
Right.
grab a mic.
Yeah, you can get the inflection, the tone.
Yeah, you don't get
You can understand what
the
people
real
are
person,
saying.
man. I mean, I've
Like,
talked to
It's like
chat
people have been
skanks, they're
texting
totally
for
cool.
fucking, like 3 decades, man. Just pick up a headset and talk to somebody. Right.
Right.
Don't be
It
scared.
ain't that difficult, dude. Every phone and
I hardly respond to texts. I can't even stand it.
yeah, I don't even bother. I mean, in here, I'll get busy a little bit in here, but
don't.
out there on YouTube,
I rarely respond.
some dude, I made a video for that Flat Earth meetup, and somebody left a really big, some Glober left some comment about all these.
You made a video?
Yeah, I made a video last weekend. Yeah. And it's about our meetup. I just trying to promote the meetup for the 18th of June. That's it.
Oh, okay.
Anyway.
Too bad you don't watch videos, 42 ounce. You get something. When I get on the Discord, if someone offers me a video, I laugh at him and tell him I'm not here for videos.
I've been hearing many smart things said by that man as well today. Thank you.
I'm not going to watch the meetup video either, but I get it. He's just making a video.
Anyway, I was just promoting it. Anyway, some Glober left some comment like, "Hey man, really fucking like 20 paragraphs of fucking shit," man. And I'm like,
"Oh Jesus!"
I go, all I said was, "Man, we're here. We'll take one of those questions at a time, man. We're right here. Come into Discord, man. We're here 24/7, man. Come on in. We'll take one at a time." And I have yet to hear back from him, but he might drop in. I don't know, man.
Who knows?
You never know. Because, saying that airplanes have laser ring gyros, explain that on a flat Earth. I was like, I ain't even going to fucking touch that fucking question.
Could you guys imagine if somebody made like a globe Earth Discord?
They have them.
Who the fuck would join that?
Who the fuck would show up? Bunch of
I
gnats.
haven't gone to one, but I heard there is at least one.
It's a rocket. So you talk about the rocket power that has 42 million horsepower, and then it goes to out there to space at 22 million miles an hour, and it's spinning. So the gyration computer on that is incredible. It's incredible.
Wow!
What?
That was quite the spurg.
Who knows? I mean, I guess that's what we talk about is rockets and how fast they go and where they go. And
I don't think any globe Earth Discord servers exist.
Well, hey, just so you know, that there isn't a globe Earth Discord, but there's an anti-flat Earth Discord, and it's called Debate Flat Earth.
Oh, it's all about the nomenclature.
Dude, I can give you some link to some Discords, man. You can go in there and you can become.
I get it.
Hey, Jim Panda server, Debate Flat Earth and more.
Right. Need I say more? Jim Panda.
That's not a. Yeah, there's a lot of regular flat earthers that prefer to go there.
Oh,
yeah, there are some super duper amazing flat earthers that go in there, man. But I just cannot handle that dude.
Crazy.
For more than like 42 seconds. I can only handle Panda for like 42 seconds and fuck off. I'm done. Tops. 42 seconds.
Yeah, he's actually far from the worst guy in there. Like, there's at least 25% of them in there that are way worse than Jim Panda. Like, Jim Panda's a gentleman in contrast to like 25% of the guys in there.
You've been into this anti-flat Earth Discord?
Yes, it's a Discord. Flat Earth.
It's not anti-flat Earth.
Anti-flat Earth Discord.
It's not anti-flat Earth because there's lots of flat earthers that are regulars in there.
Oh, okay. I mean, I see. I don't listen.
What's
so I
the
don't
name
know.
of the server? Is the name of the server?
Debate Flat Earth and More is the name of the server. If anybody wants an invite to the server, you can send me a PM.
No, that's not anti-flat Earth. That's just.
Yeah, I may have spoken out of turn. Term anti-flat Earth it would be better, for like someone like what's that guy, Professor Phil or something? Or no, Professor Dave. Yeah, because like he only goes to like one debate with that other guy named Dave who is a flat earther. Like he goes to like one debate with him, and then does years and years of just straw manning on his YouTube. So yeah, that guy, I would call him anti-flat Earth, but not those people over there. Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
well,
there's people that make videos about like the disc that you were talking about before, right?
This is why I don't watch a lot of videos. I don't want to
Yeah,
get sucked
I
into
don't
this
watch.
shit.
I don't watch flat Earth videos either.
Yeah, a lot of the anti-flat earthers are pointing to lights in the sky too to prove the non-existent globe. It's a common theme.
Yeah.
Hey, I filled up a helium balloon. It went up. We definitely live on a globe. I checked it out. What?
Oh, you did like a weather balloon?
No, I wish. No, there's a guy named Dwayne Killiam. He did all the weather balloons back in like 2017, 18.
Uh-huh.
He sent him up to, I think his highest one was like 129,000.
128. Yeah.
128,000.
Okay.
It's up there, man. It's way up there, man. And he put every kind of instrument you could think of on these damn balloons, man, from temperature to.
Did he use the fisheye lens on his camera?
He did not use a fisheye lens. That's
Fuck, man. I want to see that video. Every single time.
Yeah, and every single one of his videos had curvature
video,
in it. Every
it's
single one.
always a fisheye lens.
And every single one had curvature in it. And he went out of his way to find the most rectilinear lens he could find.
Yeah, I have literally YouTubed weather balloon, no fisheye. Nothing.
All right, well, let me fucking pull one
Just
up.
look up Dwayne Kellum, Flat Earth. Or Dwayne Kellum.
I'm subscribed to him. He stopped making videos a couple years ago.
Because he figured out the Earth's not flat.
No.
What?
He moved and he got fired for not wearing a mask at work. And he moved.
Well, maybe he got fired because he was interested in shooting up weather balloons.
No. Not good. You gotta think he had like a pretty good union job, man, like kind of thing. But he refused to wear a mask or do the other thing.
It just irritates me personally. Every time I see a weather balloon video, it's always got a fucking fisheye lens. It's like they do it on purpose so that you can't see how flat the horizon is. Irritating.
Well, you know that when the horizon passes through the center of frame, then it will reveal whatever shape it is, right? If you take a picture of a chessboard with a fisheye lens, you'll see that the lines that go through the center will be perfectly straight.
Right. I'm just saying, if you're going to shoot a weather balloon up into the sky, why are you using a fisheye lens? What's the point of doing that?
Well, because people aren't doing it to prove the shape of the Earth. They're doing it because they want to get a nice panoramic view. And so you have to use a wide-angle lens to do that.
Well, at least one person.
All wide-angle lenses are not fisheye.
At least one person should have had
the
forethought to go like, well, wait a second. I actually want to, see if I can actually capture the curvature of the Earth in the absence of a fisheye lens.
You gotta have the data, bro.
I mean, surely at least one person thought of this. But no, it's just a bunch of fucking kids with GoPros. It's so irritating.
Why is it irritating? 42 OZ. You believe this globe images. Does that irritate you?
It's irritating because at least one casual weather balloonist.
No, I'm asking about the globe pictures that you believe. Does that irritate you?
The NASA pictures.
No, they don't irritate me at all.
Well, that irritates us, man. That's the point. Is it irritates us because that's all they ever show us is this fucking round, spinny, blue, watery marble thing, man. Come on.
It doesn't irritate them all. And he's complaining about fisheyes on the weather, but what is going on?
The NASA pictures don't show it spinning.
Sure they do. There's shitload of videos. Shitload of videos that NASA.
You don't watch videos, do you?
You don't watch videos. Huh?
You're behind on the archive of what has been presented as legit, sir.
Right.
Catch up.
Oh. Now you're calling me sir. That's pretty
sir. Cool. Excuse me, sir. 42.
That's funny.
You're way behind on what they have presented to be legit.
Oh my God.
Okay. Catch me up.
Hey, man. The coolest thing about Flat Earth is figuring out what they're selling as the globe. what the physics are of the globe, how it spins, the radius, the
You're
circumference.
going back to the radius again, aren't you?
Oh yeah,
radius
well
of the Earth.
that's another question we ask around here. If there's
It's
anybody,
the biggest question.
it is one of them. There's three of them, but anyway, we can
The
stick with any
radius
one.
is
of
the
them.
biggest one.
Well, radius
My
is
best
what
proof.
radius
My
is what.
personal best proof. Sorry, go ahead.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I
I'm
want-
sorry. All right. Go ahead.
My personal best proof is who created this idea of the ball in the first place. And once you figure out that question, you don't need to even ask anymore.
I haven't figured out the answer.
See,
to that
that's the
question.
other thing
That's
about the globe.
unfortunate.
You
It's really
figure
easy
out
to find out.
where it came from.
Well,
How big is it?
Make it easier for me and tell me who came.
Well, every major scientific achievement in the world has come from this little organization. They're in I don't know. They're somewhere in Italy. Starts with a V. There's lots of guys that wear robes and funky
You're
stuff.
talking about the Vatican. I get it.
Oh, yeah, that's it. All these super scientific experiments and
Do you think
understandings
the
of where we live.
Vatican does science?
The Vatican, I thought, they're over
They
there.
have the most
So
powerful
your
telescopes
premise-
and observatories.
So your premise is the Vatican does science.
42, man. Listen, man. The Vatican owns a telescope here in Arizona called Lucifer.
Okay. That is a premise.
I
that
can't
will
make
not
that
challenge.
shit. I'm making this shit up, man. I mean, whatever. Okay. Thanks, Vatican.
He's not saying that they're doing science, but they may be doing pseudoscience, and astronomy is pseudoscience as long as you're presenting it as science, because it doesn't involve the scientific method just staring at stars with a
I'm
telescope.
completely confused at this point.
Hey, 42. About an hour or two ago, we asked you what the radius was, and you said 3050. And I've been somewhere else for the last hour or so. Has the radius come up again? And do you know what it is now?
Yes, multiple times. And I haven't memorized the exact number. It was like 3,000 something.
Okay, so if all of us here, the 20 of us that are on here, all say 3959 to you in the next 2 or 3 minutes, 3959, 3959, 3959. When we ask you tomorrow, when you come on tomorrow and we ask you, you'll be able to say 3959.
I'll probably say like 3,000 something.
No, come on.
He's not that bad.
4,000 roughly is pretty good too. I like that.
Yeah, 4,000 is good.
4,000.
Yeah.
Let's just go with
4,000 is good.
Hey, that was pretty cool. Your wife came on today, bro. That was sweet.
Yeah, she is.
You just what did you just hand her your headset or what?
No, she's just walking by and she looks at me and then
You're talking to flat earthers? She said,
yeah,
she goes,
yeah.
And you
and I'm like,
handed
yeah.
her. Yeah, okay.
And she just looks at me and I'm like, dude, here, go.
Here, talk to them, man.
Yeah.
She was super cool, man. That was great. Thanks. Anyway,
she's fucking cool as shit.
It was cool as shit. Yeah, I'm trying to work and I'm like drilling something. And I'm like,
That's on a good wife, man.
Laughing. She was funny, man. Great sense of humor.
You know what's interesting for our good soon to be flat Earth, guy 42, soon to be flat Earth. Of course, he's already flat Earth. He just doesn't know it yet.
That's a bold statement, but
before 1920,
he'll be flat Earth 42.
Before 1920, it was basically a secular movement that believed in flat Earth, and then George Lemaitre, who was a friend of Einstein, came around in 1920, and he told the Catholic Church that that we were a product of monkeys, and that the Earth.
Again, there's a type of there's a religious tie in here.
Yeah, exactly. So, but before 1920, the flat Earther
religion.
But before 1920, the flat Earth movement was basically secular. But George Lemaitre introduced it in the Catholic Church, and he basically said that that we come from monkeys, and that the Earth is a ball, and then that snuck into mainstream Catholicism, moved over to Protestant, and we have self-professing Catholics and Christians, and even evangelicals today. The majority of them believe we live on a spinning, watery bendy, curvy ball.
Evolution has infiltrated Catholicism and Protestantism.
No, it has.
Whose idea you think it was?
You believe that, right?
Dun dun dun.
Who's Darwin? Remember when I said the people? It's all about the people. Who's Darwin? You figure that out.
There we
He's
go.
like this dude named Charles. I don't know. Who is he?
Darwin. Oh, good old Darwin. He was a bit of a cokehead.
I've done my research.
He's a cokehead, right? Wasn't he a big cokehead?
Possibly.
No, I'm thinking of Freud. My bad. I get him mixed up.
Maybe Darwin did do coke. I don't fucking know.
Maybe. Yeah. Freud. That's another topic. But anyway.
Maybe Einstein did PCP. I don't fucking know.
Hey, 42. So you keep saying like, oh, you guys are obsessed with the radius, but I'm not. I'm wondering if you understand why though. Like, don't you realize that if they claim that we're on a ball and the ball has a radius value of this, we would figure out what the curvature rate is. So it's not that we're obsessed with the. It's not that we're obsessed with the radius as much as we're obsessed with the curvature rate that they claim.
I understand why now. When I first entered and I didn't know what I know about flat earthers, and after you guys have schooled me a little bit, I had no idea that the radius of the earth was such a huge deal. Now, after speaking with you for hours, I get it. That's like a huge
It's just
thing.
geometry. That's all it is.
So 42, what is the radius of the earth?
Roughly 4,000 miles.
There you go.
That's what I said, 42. I'm like, why don't we just round it up to 4,000? Come on, quit dicking around. Why are we 39? It's fucking close to 4,000.
It's not like it's going to change anything.
39.59. 39.
I'm going to give you 4,000. All right, just to fucking piss you off. Let's go to 4,000.
Dude, I'm not pissed
39.59 shit. Let's just move it up. Can we move the decimal? You're like,
you might wanted to do that Star Wars, Star Trek shit, and you can't now.
I want 4,000.
So I hope you're pissed off about that.
I'm willing to give them 4,000. Okay, let's redo the calculators. Let's get busy.
I'm cool with 39.59.
No. I'm not. I'm done. I want 4,000. It sounds better. It's like 42. It sounds better.
Are you cool with the final frontier not being the final frontier?
What the fuck does that even mean?
Hey, 42.
Space.
In honor of you saying 39.59, I got a little PSA for you.
Okay.
Space, the final big lie. These are the voyages of the fake ship Enterprise.
I have no idea what that means.
Oh, you're not old enough to remember the original Star Trek, are you?
Yeah, but I don't get it.
Space propaganda, my friend.
Hey,
Space
Final
propaganda.
Frontier, man. It was Star Trek, man. Space, the Final Frontier.
William Shatner's voice, James T. Kirk's voice at the beginning of each show.
Yeah, I get what you're trying to do, but I just don't.
Has no one said propaganda all day? Holy shit!
Nobody said propaganda.
It's the most important word.
That is one of the most important words. Does anybody know about Edward Bernays? Anybody?
I need to get a new mic.
Yeah, he wrote that book in 1929. That was called Propaganda.
Oh,
the fascinating thing about Edward Bernays is back in the 1910s, early 1920s, only men were smoking in the United States. So the tobacco companies said, "Hey, we're losing half of our potential population, our customers." So the tobacco companies went to Edward Bernays and said, "Hey, we need to get the women to start voting." So
smoking.
Edward Bernays went to Hollywood in the White House and started having Hollywood starlets come out of the White House and Hollywood movies and premieres smoking. And so by the night, and then obviously Bernays was involved with doctors doing, getting commercials done that said, doctors, 9 out of 10 doctors recommend
9 out of 10 doctors prefer Camel.
Yeah, and so that small minority of people that smoked in 1920, 1930 became 42% after Bernays got done with them.
So my take from this is that smoking and voting are pretty much the same thing. So Enjoy. I'm kidding, Jim. Hey, I heard a great story about Bernays, man. The way he got women to smoke it was kind of like a movement. It was like these really hot women on, like, I think it was like an Easter parade or something. They came out smoking and getting in front of all the news cameras and saying, "We want the right to smoke too." Basically, is what he did. And he just hired a bunch of hot women to come out and pose in front of the cameras and smoke and say, we want our rights to smoke too.
Pathetic.
It is a great manipulation of the media, is the point of the story. And he was one of the greatest, and so was P.T. Barnum, man. He hired some ferries, man, to haul people. He ran ads in the newspaper and said, "Hey, come over to New Jersey and look at all these like weird animals," and he promoted the shit out of it. It was just some farm, dude. It was nothing, man. But he made up all these posters and shit, and just made people get. And he split the ferries with the ferry boat owners, man. That's how he made his money. It's like, dude, I'm gonna get a bunch of people to come on your boat. You give me half the cut. Yeah, okay. P.T. Barnum.
I think Bernays' uncle, I believe his uncle in Europe was Freud. Towards the end of his life, he's actually on a video, looking very elderly, and he said all that he did during his life was propaganda.
Yeah, it's a thing, man. Take it seriously. We've been, those television commercials work, man. I'll just tell you, man, people are buying McDonald's every fucking day. And they keep running commercials. It's like the whole world doesn't know about McDonald's already. You could stop advertising anytime, and people will still know about it for the next 100 years. You don't need to be advertising McDonald's every fucking commercial, man. Come on.
You can make a case that any restaurant that's advertised on TV, you shouldn't go to.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's definitely a great rule of thumb. I'm going to stick with that. I'm a big restaurant guy. I know some people that own restaurants. I know people work in them. It's a tough business, man, but I like, if somebody brings me food and shit and drinks, and like, that is so cool. And, if the food's like made with any kind of fucking integrity, it's going to be good. But, going to McDonald's, there's no integrity involved there. It's just there's just a bunch of cocks in there cooking that shit and trying to make their whatever an hour, $12, $15. Corporate nightmare, man. Corporate nightmare, McDonald's. Ugh. Did you guys ever see the documentary about
which one?
McDonald's, the guy that started McDonald's, how it started and everything? No. It was a more recent movie, maybe in the last like 5 years or something. Joe Kroc.
I heard propaganda about pink slime. Does that ring a bell?
I've heard, yeah, pink slime. That was a thing, maybe.
I don't know much about it.
2015, 2014, maybe? I don't know. Somewhere back there was pink slime. I don't know. They were putting it on meat. I think they were putting it on the meat to make it look.
I think the slime was turned into something. I don't know.
Back in Illinois, where I grew up in the late '60s, McDonald's in Peoria, Illinois. I don't know if it was farther than Peoria, Illinois, because most of them were franchised. That if you got an A on your, for every A you got on your report card, you got a free hamburger. So if you got like 5 A's on your report card every 9 weeks or whenever it came out, you got 5 free hamburgers from your local McDonald's. And it's like, what a way to hook the kids.
No shit, right? Fuckers, man. Damn.
Hook them while they're young.
Yeah, we all got hooked, man. That's the point.
It lasts longer than childhood. I know people that are in their 20s. They're like, freaking, give me those chicken nuggets.
Yeah, I remember Joe Camel. Hook them while they're young.
Joe Camel.
Hey, guess what they do? Guess what else they do to the children to get them young? They make them believe we live in a spinning,
Dinosaurs.
watery, curvy, bendy ball.
Hook them while they're young.
Hook them when they're young. And guess what?
Firefighters, police,
Mm.
the astronauts, dinosaurs. It's all
Hook 'em while
over
they're
children's clothes, children's blankets, you name it.
When Toys R Us, before they went bankrupt, they had this famous little box of toys that you could put above your, the crib for the baby, and it was all celestial with these round things, planets and Saturn and the sun. So the kids looking up, the kids looking up, and all they see is the sun and Saturn, all these planets.
The solar system. The solar.
We don't have to wait till they get into kindergarten. We can get them in the crib too.
Right. Hook them while they're young. It doesn't matter that Toys R Us is bankrupt now. We have Walmart. We have Target. They sell those things.
And we have Amazon that will deliver it to your door.
Oh yeah.
I still use it all the time.
Dude, it's McDonald's for your fucking everyday goods. It's like shit.
Little hamburgers and fucking planets and shit.
I can order from Amazon, get my fucking.
You think it's a coincidence that China and Taiwan places create everything?
What?
No, it's not a coincidence at all, because America used to make all that shit too, man. But for some reason, we used to make everything.
Used to do that shit?
Planes, plastic, stoves, everything. We made everything.
Crazy.
That's all gone. Well, most of it's gone. Not all of it. We still make some cars and shit. So yeah, we kick ass. America fucking builds some shit for sure, but.
Yeah, but not mobiles above fucking bed cribs, obviously.
Right. Well, we build bed cribs, the good ones,
but not the mobiles over them.
I'm sure there's a company in like Ohio somewhere that makes this stupid fucking solar system for your baby. Maybe I don't know. We all had them as kids, man. I don't know.
Maybe in Ohio, but only Ohio.
Only for what?
Nowhere else in America with that.
Yeah, maybe in Ohio, maybe.
Only Ohio.
Yeah, Ohio. Maybe.
In the 60s, we didn't have to. When I started going to school, we didn't have to duck and cover underneath our desks, in afraid of a.
The Cold War wasn't a thing yet.
Well, there never was a Cold War, and there's no nuclear weapons, so all of that was a farce.
I did the duck and cover. In the
60s?
In the 70s.
Oh, the 70s makes sense, but the 60s?
Yeah, 60s, they were still doing it, I heard.
You heard?
Yeah, my buddy, man, he's like, 15 years older than me. Yeah, he was like, yeah, we had the duck and cover in the 50s, 60s. Yeah, early 60s.
50s.
He graduated in 69. So
Isn't that when the Cold War started in the 50s?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah. Just one of the
ducking and covering in the 40s.
Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
Cold War.
The Treaty of Antarctica basically is one of the connecting the dots that the Cold War never existed and never happened, because nobody's ever threatened anybody to pull them out of the Treaty of Antarctica, because the Treaty of Antarctica is sacrosanct to the psychopaths who run this world.
Treaties. Governments fucking bullshit on treaties all the time.
Not this one, the Treaty of Antarctica.
It's not like there's anything sacrosanct about this specific.
Nobody's ever left the Antarctic Treaty, and they've only added countries. Nobody's ever left it.
They started with 12, and they have 54. And it's a UN treaty, and nobody lives at the Antarctica except people that go down there, to.
Who's ever been born in the Antarctic? Nobody's ever been.
Isn't that amazing? Nobody lives there, even though 3 million people live
except
permanently.
For the people that do.
They don't. Nobody lives permanently down there.
They don't have you can't send them a fucking postcard. Fuck.
You don't know what's.
You can't expect the mailman to fucking deliver a postcard.
Your best shot at knowing what's going on down there is: have you seen the movie The Thing?
Why not? Go ahead.
John Carpenter's The Thing? That movie's fucked up.
Dude, that's one of the best horror movies out there.
It's
But I'm just talking about that establishment they got out there. That's about the best idea we got of what's going on out there. No one knows shit.
Nobody sent any postcards in that movie either.
Right?
You're on your own, motherfucker.
All right, you guys stimulate my brain. Thank you.
Is our good gentleman 42 have the record for a Glober coming on and staying with us the most?
But I haven't been around that long. I don't know.
Matthew's got the record.
Okay.
Now I'm actually trying to break the record at this point.
Yeah, but in a single day though, Flat Earth dude. Homie's been in here. Homie's been in here all day. I don't even know how long it's been.
Check the record.
All right. We'll ask around in the morning, man.
It's got to be. There's no way a Glober's lasted this long.
Now I want to even think about this.
You probably already did, man.
Hey,
if you come in
set
here and they'll ask a couple questions and leave, you know what I mean? That's like the majority.
Hey, 42, man. The server started out as another server, and it got up to like 50,000 members or something.
Okay.
Right? It was pretty high
What was
number.
it called then?
Flat Earth Discord, I think. Right?
Okay.
No,
what happened?
It was still 24/7, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was.
I heard someone say that recently. The OGs.
It got infiltrated. It got infiltrated, and I don't know. It started out and it got passed around, and somebody just took it. I think at the end of the day, that's what happened.
What does that mean? Who took
They
it?
just shut it.
They had powers, right? They
had
had the
enough
powers.
power
They could
to
turn it.
delete
They could
everybody
turn off
from
other people's powers, all that kind of shit.
Yeah.
So it was like an inside job. I get it.
Yeah. So that's why we're like so strict about the VC check-in now, man. We're like cocks about it, man. We're like, who are you? Where are you from? How'd you find this?
You were asking multiple times,
dude.
how
I'm not
people get
trying
through
to
the
pull an
check-in.
inside job on this fucking server.
Multiple times today, you said, "How do they get past the check-in?" Well, they just act normal. It's that easy.
Yeah.
Hey, 42. If you break the record for a single day, we won't give you a hard. We won't give you a hard time if you answer 4,000 for the radius. But if you don't break the record, we're going to hold you to 39.59.
There you go.
Understood.
That's a pretty good. That's a fair. That's fair enough, man.
If you don't break the record, and you say 4,000, we're going to say no.
Okay.
I'll talk to Jose Mesa. He'll know the answer to that question.
So what's your best proof of the globe?
Are we really going to go back there again?
Just for a minute. Just let's check it out. I got to go to bed.
Pictures from space? Did I guess it right? All right. Pictures from space.
No, not
like that one?
pictures from space, like from looking out into space from the surface.
Looking out into space, really?
Mm-hmm.
See, that boggles my mind because you can't tell anything about what's out there.
I've already been through this. I get it. It's an inference. I get it.
I know you get it. We're just kind of like hammering it a little bit. We're not like, or just we're tapping it, not hammering it. Tapping.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Just revisit a little.
Like for example, if there was no one,
inference. I look
if
at
there
the
was
moon,
nobody.
I look at the moon through a telescope. I see it's a sphere. So I say, well, the moon seems to be going around what I'm on. And I look at other planets and I see moons going around those planets. And I infer that the moon going around my planet infers that the planet I'm on is also a planet. Total inference.
See, planet. Even the word planet. Who even came up with all that bullshit, man?
Well, exactly. You got to
call us
planet. Who came up with planets, man? Damn, that's a whole deep dive there, man.
I mean, do you think the other? Do you think Jupiter is a sphere? Do you think the moon is a sphere?
No, I never saw. I don't know what those things are, but I don't think they're spheres.
Okay, so if you don't think that Jupiter is a sphere, what do you think it is? Like from
I've seen it. I've seen it in the best telescopes allegedly, but obviously the Vatican is better one, so I probably haven't seen the best.
Okay, so
But
what shape do you think it is? Do you think it's like a disc?
to me, it looks like a strangely colored dot light.
I think
That's
it's
about all you get.
convex.
A dot light.
I can reproduce
I mean,
a
it's
phenomenon.
tiny. It's tiny. It's got some coloring in it.
So no shape.
It's like it looks like a circular cloud, maybe.
It's a circle.
Sure.
Somebody,
I'll say a circle. Sure, it does look like a circle.
A circle.
If we could talk Genesis 1, I'd tell you exactly what it was, but we can't talk Genesis 1.
Whoa!
We're not
Why do
gonna-
we have to get into religion?
We're not going there, man.
We're just
back
talking
to
about
physics.
like
Back
what we
to
see with our eyeballs.
visual observation and physics of the.
Genesis 1 doesn't even mention Jupiter. Like, what the fuck?
Who's Jenny's sis? Jenny's sister?
Yeah, it does. It mentions the stars.
What are you guys talking about?
I wish you guys wouldn't talk about the Bible on here. Will you please stop talking about the Bible? I'm so embarrassed.
They're all stars.
We can talk Genesis 1 any day of the week,
You think you know what a star is? That's the problem.
But I have noticed that there is a connection between religion and flat earthism. So go ahead.
No, there's just an.
Ooh, that Tim offended
The
me.
scariest part for you.
Clearly, I'm not the only person that's noticed this.
The scariest part for you is when you realize that you're in a religion and you couldn't see it for a long time.
That's crazy.
That's what's going to freak you out.
42. Okay. Once you realize you're already in a religion, that's like the worst, and you didn't even know you were in one, bro.
You can't see it. You can't see it. That's how it works.
Really hit me hard, man. I had to stand up and walk outside and take a breath.
Why would I be scared of being in a religion?
Well, you don't think you're in one.
You didn't even know you were in it.
Is that why I'd be scared?
Yes.
I would say so. Once you realize. Yeah. You'd be like, holy shit, man.
You're like, that sucks.
Is that how you felt when you discovered you were in a religion?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
I was
wake up and realize you're in a cult.
I was cocks. Fucking cocks.
A belief in the globe that doesn't exist, that is fake, and you believe that it exists, is a religion.
That's even.
So the galaxies, the quasars, you name it, bro. There's nothing out there, man.
There's a quasar.
There's no quasars out there.
With a moon that goes around it, and it's the uranium made, and it's worth $10 trillion if we can just capture it and bring it back to Earth.
What?
Dude, there's actually a fucking. I just read a story like last week about a meteorite that's worth like 10 million trillion dollars or something, right? Because it's made out of gold, dude. And I was laughing so hard. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. I'm sure I dropped the link because I usually cite my sources when I find them, and I'm like, you guys won't believe this, and I dropped it in there somewhere. But
what did they say?
I don't know what they said, man. I was so blown away by the headline, and it's worth. If we brought it back to Earth, it would destroy our economy or something, Like, get the fuck. I'm laughing. It's like the ridiculousness. Like, we're gonna grab an asteroid and bring it back to Earth, and it's gonna ruin our economy because it's worth $1 billion trillion or whatever.
Wow.
It's hilarious, man. Then the shit, if you look at NASA news occasionally and just go type in NASA and go news, and you just read the stories that they put out daily, and you're just like, okay, well, they discovered a new this, and they discovered a new that with a butthole, and this one's taking a piss, and it's just like every day there's always some new galaxy that was discovered because 27,000 Earths are right next to this.
Do you think there's footprints on the moon?
It's out there in the far galaxy of the fucking nowhere space, but we're gonna go there someday, and we're gonna be space travelers, and we're gonna live on another place. And oh shit, fuck off. Anyway,
if here's what irritates me about NASA.gov. It's a fucking terrible looking website. I mean, you would think
it looks like 1992.
Right. You would
It's
think
1992.
you would think that this website would look a lot better, right?
You would think, right?
The same reason that you don't know
It's
the
just-
radius
it's
and all that
fucking
kind of shit,
terrible.
man. They
Look
don't
at it.
care. They don't
Terrible.
care. No one's going to look into it. No one cares. There's nothing to even figure out. There's nothing to look into. Shut up. Watch football.
I'm not saying that NASA is like bullshit. I'm just saying if they want to improve their image, dude, they need to step it up a level because this website's fucking horrible.
It's horrible. It's really weak, man. It's really
They
hard
don't
to
do what they claim they do,
It's really
but they
weak.
are doing.
I mean, optics is a thing, especially
is.
when you're talking about looking at planets.
Exactly. It's a thing. It's a real thing. We can check it out, man. No doubt. Yep.
If you want to convince me, at least make sure your website is,
That's the thing, man.
Yeah.
42. I always tell like new people to come in and go, I mean, got to check out the globe because what NASA's putting out, man, it's kind of interesting, man. Check it out.
So they just do the minimal possible. Sorry, dude. They do the minimal possible, and everyone believes it.
Just they put
How easy it is. Yeah.
In January of this year, 2022, NASA announced that their NASA probe, went through the sun's corona for the first time ever, and it experienced one report. NASA said one report out of NASA. One report out of NASA said it survived temperatures of 1.8 million degrees, and the other one said that
Fahrenheit or Celsius?
Fahrenheit. And then and then the other one said it survived temperatures of 2 million degrees, and the hottest and the hottest melting point, metal melting point that is on Earth here is 7,100 degrees. So that's basically 300 times hotter, than you can test for anything here on Earth. But because NASA said it, and it was going through the sun's corona for the first time, and it was reported 2 million degrees, everybody went, wow, that's really cool, even though there was no way NASA could possibly have tested that.
How did the information get sent back as well? I guess refraction could cover that, wouldn't it? Refraction kind of.
I think
refraction.
I don't see how refraction would solve this problem at all.
See,
it doesn't. It doesn't. We already know what refraction is.
Or gravity.
Walter Langer, who supposedly worked for Goebbels, who might have said it too, said that people will believe a big lie rather than a little lie. If you tell the big lie often enough, sooner or later people will come to believe it. And that's all we've done. They don't tell us little lies. They tell us that we're on a globe, which is the biggest lie of them all. And then they put some other big lies, like they survived the sun's corona and all that stuff, and they went to the moon, and space travel is possible, even though Newton's third law of motion says it's impossible. So
why should you believe Newton's third law of motion?
Well, we don't.
What if that's the big lie?
We like to test it, man. That's what we're all about.
Those you can put your toes in those waters, and you'd probably find scary things. I give it a try.
All right, I like finding scary things.
Welcome.
How much of your science isn't
pseudoscience?
My science, dude. I'm talking about Newton's. This guy brings up Newton's. That's not my science. That's
right.
Newton's science, right?
Okay, I'll go with that. That's fine. It's Newton's science. You're right. It is Newton. He has to own it. And even on his deathbed, he said, "Dude, do not put my name on that shit." Thank you.
Yeah, I think Newton said, "Don't put my name on gravity." I think, but Newton's third law of motion works perfectly everywhere on this good Earth. But supposedly, it also works out in the vacuum of space.
Well, it doesn't work in the vacuum of space.
It wasn't.
It can't work in vacuum.
It can't work in a vacuum. It just can't.
It's not going to happen. They have to own that vacuum thing, man.
So Newton had something going on as long as it's on the surface of the Earth. But Newton's laws don't apply in space. Got it.
Correct.
Understood.
Many of these men had ideas. That's true. They had ideas, and they called them theories for a reason.
Laws.
Isn't that why astronauts float around the fucking?
The laws.
We're not
can
talking
be
about Newton's
repeated.
third theory. We're talking about Newton's third law. Correct?
Laws are repeatable, and that's why they're laws.
And Newton's third law of motion is we can look at it empirically through evidence here on the Earth and through our observations that is true.
All right.
Where's the law of gravity? You're never gonna have it.
Law of gravity.
I don't even know what Newton's third law is.
Newton's third law is for every motion going forward, there is an opposing force holding it back, or an opposing medium holding it back. So
what the fuck does that have to do with gravity?
Well, it has nothing to do. I'm not talking about gravity. You know,
somebody else was trying to make it relevant.
Third law.
Yeah, I mean, gravity.
Make it irrelevant.
Okay.
I mean, you have density. You have density plus buoyancy equals specific gravity, but that specific gravity is not what you think.
Whose law
gravity is?
Whose law is density equals buoyancy?
No, density plus buoyancy. Density plus buoyancy equals specific gravity.
Whose law is that?
I have no idea. I'm just
the same.
It's your law. You just made it up.
No, I didn't. I don't make stuff up.
Come on, man.
I make my own jokes.
You've probably taken science college classes. Maybe it's been a while.
I don't know. I'm just asking.
I never took a college science class. Never took.
No, I took so many, man.
It's the same thing. Density is mass over volume. You know, I can't tell you what that means, but density is mass over volume.
If you can't tell me what it means, then what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, if I sit down and work on it for 5 minutes, I can probably figure it out. Yeah.
It's easy to observe.
You throw a can in water and it floats. You crush the can and you throw it in water and it doesn't.
If you put an apple,
the volume, it was changed. The volume was changed.
That's it.
Okay.
It's that simple, man.
If you put an apple in a bucket of water, it floats. You peel the apple. Yeah, excuse me. You put an orange in a bucket of water, it floats. You peel the orange and put it in the water, it sinks.
But apples float either way.
They do.
That's correct.
That's why you had to change from apple to orange.
Unless you if you add a bunch of salt to that water, man, that fucking thing will sink right to the bottom.
It's almost 3 a.m. here, and I'm kind of old, so my mind's not going as crisp as it did 6 hours ago.
Dude, I gotta go to bed too, man. Go to bed, man. Jim, thank you, brother.
Hey, I just want to know in what state are you on the ballot on, so I can go vote. I'm gonna call it quits too. Everybody have a great Tuesday. Happy Flat Earth Tuesday to you all.
Flat Earth Tuesday, Taco Tuesday, man. I'm looking forward to some tacos tomorrow.
Hey, 42. Happy Flat Earth Tuesday to you as well, and to your wife.
Do you guys like tacos? Everybody likes tacos, right?
Have some Flat Earth children.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Everybody's a flat earther, man. I hate to tell you guys, but you ain't spinning, shooting through space at millions of miles an hour, man. Don't be ridiculous.
Hey, 42. You aren't a flying space monkey. I hate to tell you, you're not.
I can feel that.
Come on.
Spinning space monkey ball religion 11.
Is this the best Discord out there, 42, or what, man? Come on.
It's pretty cool.
It's pretty cool.
Hey, would you rather talk Biden and Trump or talk flat Earth?
It depends on the context.
Both those guys are flat earthers.
Yeah, they're both flat earthers.
They're flat earthers too, man. They're not spinning, shooting through space at millions of miles an hour either, man. Those.
If flat earthers in here start talking about Biden and Trump, I'm gonna be like, no.
That'll never happen. By the way,
yeah, I don't think it's possible.
Never heard that. Well, maybe during the election, I might have heard touch here or there. you know, it got a little heated, as you remember. You remember the election? Got a little testy, man. There was a lot of Q stuff going on, a lot of Q-tards, and got a little funny, man, for a minute. I'll say
42, when you become a flat earther, you will reject politics and politicians, and you won't ever consider them important again in your life.
He's already rejected those cocks, man. Come on.
He's already flat earth then. Congratulations, 42.
I can accept the fact. I can
It's
accept
42% along the way to becoming.
I can accept the idea that the Earth is a sphere and completely reject politicians at the same time.
Here,
not a problem.
I got you. 42. Flat Earth caveman, technological globe. There's your problem. There's your problem.
I mean, if the Earth was a fucking rhombus, like a
Write that
four-dimensional
down.
rhombus, I can still just dismiss politics as complete bullshit.
Yeah, I have a new campaign slogan. It's called MMMA, Make Monkeys Great. MMGA, Make Monkeys Great Again.
Hey, we're talking Darwin monkeys, man. Hey, I heard a new thing that this about monkeys just recently, man. It's been blowing up all over the place, man.
That's right.
I heard about this thing, man.
I'm trying to not let it infiltrate.
I just
talk about it.
Somebody brought up words. I thought I would reiterate slightly that potentially that there's some new
spreading
thing
that kind of information
coming down the tracks, man. A new thing coming down the tracks, and it might have some animals on board.
I'm not gonna lie, it's dangerous to talk about that. The information.
It's like you were singing it, coming down the tracks.
There's animals on the train that it could potentially be bad for you. That's all I'm saying.
Bats, snakes, camels, goats. What was the other one?
Could be bad. I think I love cheetahs and giraffes. I think those two are
right. Cheetahs are so cool.
Cool, fucking incredible abilities. Have you guys ever watched the animals getting drunk off the rotting fruit on the ground?
Yeah, I've seen a few of those.
Have you ever seen those videos? Where they drink, they just
different creatures getting drunk, yeah,
and getting like the little, a bunch of different animals. They just roll around on the grass and they're just like, jacking off and whatever. They are just like complete fucking drunks, man. Damn. And they just all they do is eat the rotten fruit that's on the ground, and they get hammered. And I'm pretty sure that.
They know that fruit's going to do it.
Things. And then you see them the next day and they're all hungover and they're laying around totally wrecked, trying to hide from the sun. It's pretty cool. Anyway.
Wow.
It's a interesting phenomenon to see animals drink and get stupid. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Anyway, you guys are the best, man. Miguel just dropping the little squirrel falling over drunk. That's great. Thank you. But yeah, there's one on, if you type in like on YouTube, man, like just drunk animals. You'll run into that video. It's I think it's like 4 or 5 minutes long. It's not too long. Anyway, it's pretty funny. Check it out or don't. Like, subscribe or don't. It's Richie from Boston. The world's gonna end tomorrow, and I'll see you guys on Wednesday. Okay.
Okay, man. See ya.
Like and subscribe. Make sure you hit the
smash the
like button. The cocks out there, man. Anybody, trying to make it in this crazy world, man. It's all right, man. I'm not gonna knock you, man.
Just smash the button. I get it.
Just smash the like button, yeah. But there's 42, man. Were you surprised that we live stream and we make a recording?
I thought you were done. Are you not done?
I'm not done.
You're still going?
I'm really close, man. I got like maybe 5 minutes, man. I think I'm done.
Okay, so what's your question?
We live stream this, and live streaming brings out egos sometimes, right?
I don't know.
It does, from my experience. Yeah, somebody can disagree with me.
Are you subject to this ego of live streaming of which you speak?
Well, it's a fascinating phenomenon because we've never, a lot of us have never had
a yes.
I'm just psychologically analyzing live streams in general. Okay. I think people act different on live streams than they do off stream.
I'm just asking you if you are succumbing to whatever
question about it, man. 100%.
Everybody else is succumbing to. I don't know.
I'm going to give you an honest answer, man. But it is a great place to, like you said, man. We got a free recording. We can live stream. But the reason we live stream the whole time is to bring more people in here. Okay. That would end up with a really solid group of people that critically think about where we live. And it's worked quite well.
24/7.
Hence the 24/7. We get people from England, Australia, South America. We got, Japan.
I get it. YouTube is always recording. It's a free.
It's always, pretty much always recording. Pretty much. I'd say 97% of the time.
That's why YouTube is cool. They just fucking record everything.
It is an amazing platform, man. It is an amazing platform, man. It is. Okay. Change my habits where I can do. If I need to change my brakes on my 99 Jetta or whatever, it's
then
there's a video.
Allow YouTube to record that shit. Yeah.
Damn, there's a video. Oh shit! Look at that. I'm learning how to change my brakes on my Jetta. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Mm-hmm. But there's 1,000 videos on how to change your brakes on a Jetta, dude. There's not
maybe even 10,000.
There might be. I don't know. I haven't looked, man. But
maybe even 50,000. Who knows? Look it up.
Have you ever heard of the dead internet? 42. Have you ever heard of the dead internet?
I have not. What is the dead internet?
So if I go search something on Google right now, whatever it is, I could type in flat Earth. Boom.
Okay.
You're going to get a maximum of 40. It's going to say you've got 1 million pages to look at, right?
Okay.
But at the maximum, man, if you set the settings to the maximum amount of returns that you can look at and you scroll through them all, you will end up with about 40 pages of links. That's it.
Well, how many links are on each page?
Like 12.
Okay, so 12 times 40 is I don't know, fucking.
It's not very many.
480.
Right. Yeah, it's like 500. But it said that there was 1.8 billion in 2.5 seconds or whatever it is.
Okay.
Or 2 seconds or 0.25 seconds is more like it. And
I can't read that fast. So
I've done that.
I'm satisfied with 500 links.
Yeah, exactly.
I could never read through all one.
But do you think it's deceptive that they would say, "Oh, there's 1.8 million things to look at here," but we're only going to give you 40?
Well, there's probably a setting you can tweak.
No, I tried all the different settings, man. The maximum I could get was 40 pages.
Well, then try a different browser. You don't have to use Google. You can try DuckDuckGo.
He's bringing this up. He's bringing this up because
try
it's
Bing.
Bing. It's like a big idea going on right now. People have already explored all the things that you're saying.
Okay, so this brings us back to the dead internet.
Yes.
What's the point of these browsers saying that there's, these millions of results? Are they fucking with you? Like, hey, this is how many results there are, but you don't get to access them. Like, what's
that's
the point
basically it, man. I think that.
Are they taunting you?
It's called book burning, man. Are you familiar with book burning? You ever heard?
It's like when people burn books.
Why do they burn books? Because they're no good? Because they get the wrong words in the books?
I've never done it.
I've never done it either. I'm not going to burn any books, man.
But it's
Let's freeze them.
It's like you're suggesting that, like, hey, not only are we burning these books, we're telling you we're burning these books, and we're only giving you access to the
There's
books
not that many
we haven't
people that
burned.
know about any of this.
Yeah, it's kind of a small.
But the search engine is telling you that there's all these other books that we've burned, but you only get to read these ones. It's almost like they're slapping you in the face.
It doesn't matter. There's already people that are censored, right?
Dude, I grew up developing the internet, man, when it came along, man. When the World Wide Web fucking broke out, dude, I had Netscape fucking 1.0 man.
Netscape never said, "Hey, here's a million results," but you can only look at 500.
Shit, man. In 2000, man, in the year 2000, man, I could search up almost
anything. It's like a slap in the face.
And get it is a slap in the face. It's called censorship, man. I don't know. Maybe you've heard the term, maybe you believe it or not, but there are different forums that.
That's fucked up, man. That is fucked up. It's one thing. It's one thing if you want to suppress, information. It's another thing entirely. You say, "Hey, we have all the information here, but you don't get access to it."
Great. It's a great.
It's a fucking slap in the face.
It is a slap. It's a slap and a spank in your ass. And you're like, oh fuck! You had to use the belt. Fuck,
but
that hurt.
But at the same time, it's almost like wait a second. If you're telling me that there's more results that I can't reach through you, it's almost like you're giving something away. I can find it. I just don't have to use your browser. And then you start doing other things. You're like, oh shit. Yep. I can find it.
A couple of guys have come on.
It's almost like it's like teasing you. It's like, yep, it's out there, but you have to fucking work for it, man. You can't just fucking click on a button and everything is at your disposal. If I look at it from a different set of lenses, it's almost like it's like trying to teach you how to fucking, work to find the information rather than just have it at your fingertips.
Well, we do that.
You're currently describing this Discord.
Yeah, I was going to say
the existence of this Discord.
The whole point of this Discord is that when somebody brings up a subject, man, there's like 10, 12, 15 people diving into the information and pulling places from different videos that they had stored or whatever, man.
Mm-hmm.
BitChute. I mean, we're constantly dropping these scientific papers from San Diego University or wherever they are, man. What professor?
San Diego University, yeah.
It's like the resources in here are like far reach. If you're looking at the flat Earth, man, you're not going to find a more informational place.
I've just seen a bunch of YouTube videos.
But yeah, YouTube, like, go search Flat Earth on YouTube and you'll come back and go, hey man, I want to join the Flat Earth Society.
I can't find your YouTube on YouTube.
But I joined the Flat Earth Society.
I can find it on this Discord. That's interesting.
But you know how information travels. But these days, man, it's completely different. The whole point.
I think it travels at the speed of light.
I didn't grow up with Discord. It isn't one of the most amazing platforms you could come up with. YouTube, Discord, those two win.
One obvious thing is anti-flat Earth is the search result.
I was a huge fan of eBay, man. When it first came out, I was like, dude, man, you didn't have to have a credit card or nothing. You could start selling shit now. I was like, what? I can make a name and just.
Card.
I didn't have to have a credit card. I didn't have to have a bank account and verify your cell phone. There was none of that bullshit, man. It was like, you want to start a fucking account and sell some shit? Here you go. Click.
Go for it.
And it was great, man. There was no long, lengthy fucking process to start an eBay account, man. I started selling shit ASAP, bro. And, there are other people out there ripping people off. Don't get me wrong, man. There was a lot of fraud.
Yeah, that's a part of it. Yeah.
But but I also had a rating, and people could comment and like, "Hey, man, this guy's cool." Like, thank you. Yeah, of course I'm cool. I shipped you your shit, man.
That still exists to this day on eBay.
It does. That's true. But you have to have a credit card to start an account. You got to have an email. You got to have all this. You can't just wing your way.
You had to, even back in the day, you had to have an email. I mean,
I think you had to have an email, but that was it, man. You didn't have to have a credit card. They didn't know who you were. They didn't take a picture of your ID or whatever.
Right.
It was super open, man. It was freedom, man. It was like the Wild West of the internet, man. When eBay broke, dude,
eBay was the Wild West of the
it
internet.
was fucking
Listen to you,
world, bro. I'm like watching these auctions and shit. A lot more auctions back then. Now they're just like, hey, just buy it now. I'm like, fuck off. I want an auction. Auction was exciting. You kind of had to watch it. You had to keep your eye on it. It was a bit of
literally an auction.
Amazon only sold books back then as well.
Yeah, people stealing. I knew a guy who was just mooching CDs and selling them on there, man. Just here, I'll send you a CD of this album. Like back then, we didn't have MP3s yet. We didn't have MP3s.
Well, some of us did.
Some of us did, yeah. But I showed my friend.
You remember back then, torrents were a big thing, right?
Torrents, yeah. Now they're going dark web. Yeah, it was beautiful, man. It was like the Wild West of the internet, and it was fun, man. And it was, there was gamers out there mooching shit, and it was everything, man. It was
people were playing chess for free and doing all kinds of crazy stuff.
But now you just got to start a Kickstarter if you got a good idea, right? You familiar with them Kickstarters?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Yeah, you've heard of it. I mean, if you got an idea for like a musical
GoFundMe, Kickstart, whatever you want to call it.
It's kind of like GoFundMe. Yeah, it's like, hey man, I got this idea. I want to start this. But on Kickstarter, man, you'll find there's been quite a few funded space exploration kind of things, or they were going to have a satellite that was going to do this or that. There's quite a few of them that they raised the money, was accepted, got the money, and never delivered the product. And I find that very interesting, that they raise hundreds of thousands of dollars and not deliver. But there's a slew of them, dude. It's not like one or two, man. There's like 15 of them that have said, hey, we're going to build this rocket and we're going to go to space and help support us. And they got funded for, $500,000, $1 million. And they just never came through with the product, man. They said, oh, sorry. And that's completely legal in the Kickstarter world, man. You can raise millions of dollars and not fucking deliver, and it's completely fucking legal.
Yeah, Robert Pisano chased up a few, didn't he? Do you remember?
Yeah.
He chased up. He found a few of them on his channel, and he was asking them, what is it that they're putting up into space, and how much did it weigh, and all that, and how much money did they get? Yeah, man, it's lies. They never put anything up there.
Yeah, and they never put fuck all anywhere. And
fuck all up there, yeah. It's just the money's in the pocket.
Yeah, there was another, there's even one that just came out recently, man, that you could go up in a high altitude balloon, go up to 150,000 feet.
Okay.
And I've been looking into this for at least 5 years, man. I started looking into these high altitude balloon flights
for half a decade.
And there's been at least 5 companies that have come along and said, we're going to produce this balloon, and we're going to take people up to the stratosphere, and we're going to show them the beautiful curve of the earth, and you can book your flight for $13,500 or whatever it was, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, yes, I want to book one. And, I'm trying to click on the thing and I'm like, I'm going to book this flight, man. I'm going to go up in this fucking
You were
balloon.
actually going to throw $13,000 down?
No, I was just trying to book the flight. I was never
going to book the thing. That's all. Let's get on the list.
Those cocks $13,000. Fuck off. No, I'm not going to do that. But I was going to say, hey, man, it's just like, I just want to go on this balloon flight, man. Where do I sign up, man? And I couldn't even get past the first page, right? And this happened to me 5 times. I'm like trying to book a fucking balloon flight to the fucking stratosphere. And never once has these companies ever actually took a human being up in one of these balloons. And it's been going on at least 5 years.
Why couldn't you get past the first page?
It just would never connect. It was like it wouldn't.
Oh, it was bullshit. It was bullshit.
Yeah, I think it was all bullshit, man. I just do, man. I mean, like you can try it yourself, man. There's a new company just came out this year. They're booking flights. It's
balloon flights to the stratosphere.
Like $100,000 and something dollars, man, to go up on one of these
balloon flights to the stratosphere.com.
Yeah, something. Yeah, you can Google it, man. Balloon.
Put on your gas mask. We're going to the stratosphere in a balloon.
But it's really like they present it as this beautiful cabin and these curved windows.
Wear a jacket. It's going to get cold.
Your little space. You're not going to float around like the ISS or, out in spacewalk or anything, but you're going to be way high up. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds cool.
You're going to be experiencing 0 G though, aren't you?
No 0 G, nothing, man. There's no 0
probably
G.
Not. No, 24 miles. No, probably not. No. 30 miles, that is, yeah. Probably not.
Wear a very thick jacket. It's going to get really, really
space is where it all begins. Real space is 60 miles, by the way.
62 miles. Yeah, that's way up there,
yeah,
man.
62 miles. Yeah, that's the common line. Yeah, so 24, 30 miles. No, that's
we're 24, 30 miles. We're not even close to like outer space.
The advice to wear a jacket would be a good thing.
Still, man, these balloon flights don't exist, man. They've been pushing it for at least 5 years that I know of.
And when the balloon pops, don't worry, the parachute will
land. You might want to buy the Mammoth brand of a jacket because they're really good. Mammoth, really strong, really reliable.
Maybe wear a parachute on your back just in case.
Well, yeah, of course. That's if I'm in a canoe, it's a life jacket.
That's what I do.
Balloon so would I. Don't you worry. That's going to be a must.
Anyway, nobody's going up in these balloons, and nobody's going to space.
Obviously.
This little Orion galactic space brand.
Some asshole paid $13,000 on the front end before even thinking this through. And he's like, "Oh my God, where's my $13,000?"
That's right. That's right.
Oh my God, what happened?
Here, get this 42. Get this, man. Okay, so Charles Bronson. Not Charles Bronson. Virgin Galactic.
Charles Johnson. Oh, Richard
Branson.
Richard Branson. Yeah.
20 years ago, dude. 20 years ago, he's like, dude, I'm taking people to space, man.
That's right.
It was 20 years ago, man. I'm taking people to space. We're going to space. Everybody jump on. It's like $100,000 a seed, and he sold like I don't know, $10 million. $8 or $10 million worth of these pre-advanced flights,
In a balloon?
No. Rocket spaceship thing, man. It's called Virgin Galactic, man. You can
named after his mother.
Virgin Galactic. Anyway, so he takes this little rocket and you go out and you float around and then you free fall basically back to Earth for maybe 5 minutes, man, at the tops, right?
Yeah, but he didn't get to the common line. So officially, he didn't go to space, which is why they can't be called astronauts.
Yeah,
okay,
so
they didn't go to
space. They just did this with these a couple of, I think it's called the Blue
Orion.
Orion?
Or the Blue Orion, I think it was called.
What are you guys talking about?
We're talking about
Blue Origin. Thank you, Blue Origin.
Blue Origin.
Yeah.
Have you heard of Blue Origin 42? Have you heard of Blue Origin flights?
No.
Captain Kirk went up to one of these flights to space, and they
the actual Captain Kirk.
William Shatner.
The actual Captain
William
Kirk.
Shatner. The actual
William
Captain Kirk.
Shatner.
Yeah.
Oh, the actual person, William Shatner.
The actual person. That William Shatner, and he was crying.
90 years
came
old.
back.
Okay,
90
so
years
William
old.
Shatner went up in a plane, and what happened?
Solo, Chen, Scotty, Spock, McCoy. Yeah, that Captain Cook. That captain.
They went up high in a plane and said, "Oh, I see the curve. Fun."
I went to space,
but he didn't move around.
I floated.
William Shatner did not move. He didn't float. He didn't move.
He didn't float. That's right.
That was the giveaway. He was stuck in the corner.
What?
That's right. He stayed in his seat. He stayed in his seat, right?
He looked out the window going, wow.
Look out the window and see the curvature that we can't measure. Hey, go ahead. Look out the window.
Regular passenger.
Where's the curvature? Where? 42. He doesn't know that joke, but anyway.
Yeah.
Where's the curvature? Where?
So 2015, man.
Yeah, no
you can see it through their window on the ground.
Well, that was like 7 years ago.
I know.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. All that material 7 years ago is very poignant today. It's not old, doesn't die. It's like the truth. It never ages. Thank you.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Exactly. 42, man. Don't sweat it, man. This is like
I'm not sweating it. I don't even know what the fuck.
He's been in here all day, the guy. I've got out. I've just come back from a 10-mile run, and he's still here.
Jen. All right.
I'm not sweating.
Man.
You went for a 10-mile run.
And
yes,
you were the most hardcore.
And the last 2 fucking miles killed me.
That's because of the 66% curvature drop you had to run up, mate.
Yeah.
Run up?
Yeah. The sun was killing me on the way back. It was hitting me in the face anyway.
It was downhill on the way there, and then back you had to go uphill.
Assuming he turned around halfway through.
Yeah.
And that's
man. Got to put the mileage in, and he's still here. 3 hours, and he's still here. This guy,
dude,
he's got the record. There's no doubt.
I think it's been longer than 3 hours.
He's pushing
it's been
Hall
like
of Fame.
10 hours. It's been at least 10 hours.
Numbers there, man. This is a Hall of Fame shit.
Yeah, his wife came on.
10.
His wife came on
10.
as well, and we really enjoyed.
And his wife
as well. Really
Jen,
nice. Yeah.
Yes, Jen. His wife is
I'm
cool.
really not trying to break a record here. I'm actually surprised this is the thing.
Have you been drinking water?
Sometimes.
Oh, good.
Coffee? Are you on coffee or water?
Yeah, he's good at drinking water. Yeah, of course.
Coffee, water,
10 hours, bro.
Liquor, you name it.
You see, I was going to whisper
Chocolate milk.
sweet. You know what I was going to do? I was going to whisper sweet flat of nothings to your wife in her ear, but you were there, so I couldn't do that.
No.
You must be blessed to be in here
fine.
for 10 hours.
You can do that.
Jen, don't do that.
No, well, I was saying to everyone, you've got to have some respect for the man's wife, man. Come on, stop being pricks, man. Come on. And then I was going to start whispering flat earth nothings into her ear. Like, I was going to say to her, imagine I'm there whispering sweet flat earth nothings into your erogenous zones, yeah? Now just relax. Let me take you on a wonderful journey.
Hey, Jen.
Because you were there.
Jen, I got to ask you something, man. When you were a young kid, did your mom sing Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star to you?
Yeah.
Dude, the propaganda never ends.
To me and my brothers and everyone, yeah.
Oh, fuck. What a cock fucking show. Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. I wonder how far you're. Fuck off. Right in your face. You bastards. You fucking bastards.
This is even over my head.
What? 42. Listen, Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. I wonder how
same with the homie, the egg homie that falls over the wall. Which one's that one?
What?
Humpty Dumpty.
Humpty Dumpty. That's right. Yeah.
Oh, man,
we had a little ball. We had a little ball that sung.
Humpty Dumpty describes the whole system.
Twinkle Little Star was coming out of the ball that was star lit up and everything. Back in the 70s, you could buy these toys for kids, and you wind them up, right? And it's kind of like it rolls around the room, and it's playing the songs as it's rolling around the room.
You can buy you can buy these toys now.
Well, no, but they were like mechanical back
50
then. Now
years
they're
later.
digital.
Yeah, well, mechanical, made of tin back then.
Made of tin and
They're still
shit.
mechanical, even now.
Well,
yeah. Electrical, I think.
Yeah.
Electrical and mechanical, yeah. Electrical and mechanical, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
I think they might need batteries. Some of the shit we had,
They
man,
would
you had-
need batteries for sure, yeah. Yeah,
we had to
definitely
just
would need
wind the shit up, the shit we had, okay?
Yeah, this was we wound them up, yeah, and then you pull out the
Battery,
key.
fuck
But if you
off.
didn't pull out the key, then
Pull out the key.
Yes, you pull the key out after winding it up.
You know, the key is separate from the toy.
Dude, man, we had
You
we
put
had
the key in your pocket, do the toy.
you guys have that little thing where you pointed on the cow and you pulled the string and it said,
yeah.
Oh,
There's a snake in my boot.
Did you guys have that piece of shit? I had one.
Yeah,
Oh.
that. Made in China, of course we did.
I fucking
Made in China.
hated that thing. I don't know why. I was like, fucking.
We
this
even
thing's-
had the robots. Look, we had the robots. Yeah, we were shooting its lasers, and it's walking robots. We had that as well, man.
Yeah, we had the walk and wind up robots. Yeah, we had real.
We had the battery ones and the wind up ones. Yeah, brilliant, man.
I never had one where you could remove the key though.
Did you guys have Tonka toys?
Oh, they were the strongest toys you could have.
Oh fuck yeah! You could beat the shit out of these things.
Yeah, everybody wanted one
They
of
were
those.
Tonka
Come
tough.
on now, the yellow and black with the Tonka on there. Yeah,
Yeah.
I like Smash 'em Up Derbies. The Smash 'em Up Derby toys, they were fun.
Yeah, they were good. And then for the real nerd, Meccano.
Do you guys
Electric
remember
Meccano for the nerd?
Do you guys remember Clyde's Car Crusher?
Oh, no, that rings a bell, but I never would have.
Clyde's Car Crusher. What you do is you take a piece of tin foil, and they had a mold of a car, and you take the aluminum foil over the mold of the car, and then you take the aluminum foil that was molded by the mold of the car, and then this piece of plastic, you'd crush the tin foil. You like crush the.
Oh right.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that was a typical American one. Now we didn't have that. That's
You didn't
very
have that?
American. Nah, not in London.
You didn't have
no.
an Australian version of that, or an
Nah,
English version of that.
No,
It does kind of
not
sound
in
American.
London.
I get it.
He's
Yeah,
English.
that's very American. But we did have Hot Wheels though. We did have Hot Wheels with the orange track, and then
everybody
you
had
set
Hot
it all up and you let it go free falling, doing the loop, and
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that was brilliant. That was many a fun. I couldn't get enough cars. Couldn't get enough cars for my collection. I tell you.
Especially when with the crash thing. Did you guys have the figure eight thing where it's like you drop the cars down, but it was a figure eight, so sometimes the cars would meet.
You could make any track you like, really.
Right.
Yeah, you had a pamphlet that showed you all the track designs that you could make if you had enough. If you had enough plastic tracks. But I used to love that, man.
They were fun.
Yeah, they were fun, man. Collecting the cars were fun. American car designs, they were fun. Shit, all the paintwork, the glittering and all that, the pinks and the reds and the purples, the oranges, the yellows, with all the flame down the sides.
All the colors.
I couldn't get enough, honestly. And then I used to look forward to watching Wacky Races, Remember Wacky Races?
No,
Animation?
I never got into the Wacky Races.
Penelope Pitstop.
Oh, that was brilliant, that was. That was brilliant. You know what?
And
My wife bought a T-shirt for my youngest son when he was about 2-3 years old. He's a kid walking around with a Wacky Races T-shirt with all the characters. I thought, he's a lucky boy. I would have wanted one of those. Bloody hell, Couldn't get a grown-up size, no.
Yeah, I don't know about
Wacky Races.
It sounds fun.
Yeah, you look it up.
Was that with Penelope Pitstop and?
That's right, Penelope Pitstop.
Dastardly.
Dick Dastardly and Professor Pending, always pending, Professor.
Yeah. I got some reruns.
Yeah, they're brilliant. Yeah, it's been rerun here in Japan. They've been doing it. So my kids watched it when they were young. Yeah, Wacky Races, man. You missed one there.
Yeah. There's lots of shit I haven't seen.
Yeah, it was around. It was around when the Scooby Doo was around and that, and what other things were around back then?
I was probably watching
Motor
Scooby-Doo.
Mouse and Autocat.
Mighty
Those were
Mouse.
the.
It's cool.
Yeah. You remember?
Holy shit! I forgot about Mighty Mouse.
And if you go back a little further, you had Atomant. Yes. Open Atom.
I don't remember Atomant.
Yes, we had a lot of American influence in Britain anyway. A lot, and I mean a lot.
I feel like I'm showing my age here.
It's okay. I'm older than you. I'm 60, mate.
No, yeah, I already know.
Yeah.
60.
Don't forget Felix the cat.
Felix the cat, the black and white Felix the cat.
Yeah, I remember
right
Felix.
back.
I like Pink Panther too.
And then I like
the
Merry Melodies.
The old school Pink Panther cartoons.
Yeah, I love those ones where he comes out in a pink car. You know, with Professor, what's his? I know the policeman. What's his name? Fuck's sake. Yeah, you know when they come out.
They were cool. They were cool because there was no speaking. It was just music and animation. But
yeah. It was the first time that I heard my son laugh. Right, we was watching TV one day, okay, and you know, and then I heard him blurt out some funny laugh. And I thought, what's he laughing at? And it was Pink Panther. First time I heard him laugh on the TV. Yeah.
You just looked around the corner. You're like, oh shit, he's watching the thing.
He's watching Pink Panther. Yeah, because I wondered why he was laughing. You see, because I never heard him laugh watching TV before. But one day he started laughing, and I was cooking in the kitchen, so I thought, you know, and I could see him in front of me. So I thought, let me just have. What's he looking at? What, Pink Panther? Oh, yeah, it's good, isn't it? Yeah, cool. He was laughing at Pink Panther. All the little tricks that they were getting up to. Yeah. It was a Pink Panther show, you see, where at the very beginning of the show, there was this young American boy with a helmet driving the Pink Panther car, pink. And then he'd get out the car, and then this little hatch would open, and Pink Panther and the French policeman would come out. Judo, or whatever his name was. I've forgotten that guy's name. Judo was his assistant. But
for me in America, it was literally a Pink Panther, like a cartoon. He had a long
cigarette.
The
Pink Panther show, just cartoon.
A long cigarette, and he'd smoke the cigarette. And then
that's right.
I just watch him, you know, get into crazy antics with, you know.
Yeah, that's correct. In Britain, we had Pink Panther. Part of the Pink Panther show would be Pink Panther. Then we'd have an episode with the French policeman, you know, getting into his antics, and then back to Pink Panther again. It was really, really good.
There's a correlation there because is the French dude like the short white dude with the big
short guy? Yeah, that's right.
That's so funny.
Yeah. So, you know,
he was like
these were
Inspector or something like that.
Inspector Judo or something. Yeah, I can't remember his name.
And then it would shoot off to the ant and the aardvark out of nowhere, and you'd be like,
yes, that's right. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. So we had some good stuff back then.
That was a fun
Dragonfly and a crane as well.
Yeah, I love all the animation. Tom and Jerry, love Tom and Jerry, and Mr. Magoo, that was good as well. And then the Bugs Bunny show
and all the Warner Brothers stuff. Yeah, like the Bugs Bunny stuff.
Yeah. I like Duck Dodgers.
Saturday morning cartoons. Yes.
Yeah, Duck Dodgers was great. A recent one, into the 21st century. Oh, that was so funny. The one-liners just keep you rolling up. You end up with stomach muscles.
That was good stuff.
Yeah. Duck Dodgers. You want to watch Duck Dodgers? It's funny. And then there was what's that other one? Oh, come on. Samurai Jack. I don't know if you ever watched that one. Anyone seen that? Samurai Jack?
Amazing show. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, amazing show, Samurai Jack. You know, Daffy Duck took the piss. Daffy Duck did his rendition, right? Making fun of Samurai Jack. So he starts off with walking, still walking, cricket, still walking, cricket, still walking, because Samurai Jack does a lot of walking. Daffy Duck just took the piss. Then the odd cricket or the odd insect he'd point out as he's walking through, still walking, and then you see his feet blistering hot. It's funny, Daffy Duck. I think that was good. Yeah, I try to give my children, when they were young, the same experience I had. If it were possible, or I could, I did. Yeah. So obviously, all the American animation, British animation that they watched, mixed up with some Japanese stuff. Yeah. So they could be very rounded. Purely for the English, of course, as well.
Now I'm thinking about that Looney Tunes episode where Daffy Duck is following Bugs Bunny, and they're going somewhere, and they wind up in a cave, and Bugs Bunny pops up, and he's like, I guess I took a wrong turn at Albuquerque, and then Daffy, he's like, holy shit, there's like a big pile of gold.
Yeah, it's mine. It's mine.
Get the fuck out of here! It's mine. It's mine. Get back down there.
Yeah,
go.
I knew that's what you were talking about. Yeah, it's all mine. And he banged.
That was so fucking funny.
He jumps on Bugs Bunny, says, and rams him back down his rabbit hole. That was funny. That was. Yeah.
And then he rubs the genie lamp, and the genie comes out, and Daffy's like, "Get the fuck back in here! It's mine! It's mine! It's mine!"
Yeah. Ziggity zaggity ooh ooh ziggity zaggity squawk squawk. Do you remember that bit?
That was hilarious.
Daffy Duck taking the piss out of Bugs Bunny, because Bugs ended up being the genie in the end.
Not in the version that I watched. In the version that I watched, the genie just zapped Daffy and made him really small. And
that's correct. Yeah, that's right.
Daffy was, Bugs was just on the beach because he like got to fucking Pismo Beach, and Daffy.
That's right.
It's mine. It's mine. It's mine. It's mine.
Right. There is another version where there's a genie appears, and Bugs is the genie, right? And
wow.
He makes out to be the genie, but he does this kind of weird ritual. Okay, that's the way I'll have to say it. Ziggity zaggity zoo, squeak squeak squawk squawk, and all that. And Daffy Duck gets the worst end of the deal, and he makes fun of Bugs Bunny. Ziggity zaggity squeak squeak squawk squawk. As he's pissed off. He's annoyed. You've got to watch it. Yeah, to see it. To see it is to.
I will check it out.
Yeah, but it's amazing what sticks in the old noggin.
I know, right?
That brain, the gigabytes, lots. It's all in there. It's all in there rolling around. Not gathering any moss.
We all have a brain.
That's right.
With memories.
It's the memories, yeah. Good memories. And then there was my favorite number one pastime, Scalextrics. Slot racing. Couldn't beat that. The British slot racing, man, that was fantastic. Scalextrics, racing cars, rally cars, all kinds of tracks. I used to play with my brothers, first off. I acquired the set from a friend of mine who was getting rid of it. He was a rich boy. Okay, so he had all the toys, and I used to buy them off him. So I bought the set off of him, and then I increased it by buying more tracks and more cars and repairing the cars and that, because I was into physics then, electric motors and that. So I used to repair everything, soldering iron, yeah. And then I when I got older, because as a kid you keep it, and then obviously you go on to other things. I went on to the Army Cadets and everything else after that anyway. So my interest changed. Christmas thing. It would be Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, Boxing Day. Okay, round Jean's place, Scalextric competition. Bring your own car, and we used to play for money. And I'd do Christmas dinner. For many years, I did that.
I did it with the
Scalextric's tournament. Yeah, 4 lanes. I used to do.
We did that with the marbles in
my
the
house.
schoolyard.
Yeah, man. And I used to have Yeah.
We play marbles, and
you
if
can imagine
if
the
you
living
won,
room, man.
if you pop the marbles, then boom, you won the marble. I totally get it.
Yeah. We used to play for money, 50p. So just to make it exciting, nothing too
we didn't play
serious,
for money.
just to make
we
it
played for
exciting.
marbles.
Yeah, we played for money, just to make it just to give it a little bit of excitement. But I had a really nice 4-lane, spread it out, twist, undulating curves, a bank, and everything.
So
man.
you were like gambling when you were a kid.
Well, I was an adult when I was doing this. I was in my 20s, late 20s,
my bad.
30s.
Dude, I'm thinking
late
about
20,
like when I was like
mid
fucking
mid
11 years old.
20s, mid 20s onwards.
Yeah,
Every
we're
year,
talking about two
round
different things.
gins. Yeah, because we didn't really. Most of my friends didn't really go in for the Christmas thing. But I thought, well, why don't you come round mines? I'll do some nice meal and we play Scalextrics. Yeah, but you've got to get your own car, so there's no accusing me of cheating or whatever. Bring your own car.
Right.
And then you flick the coin to choose your lane.
Okay.
Yeah, that's really good. Or you do a time trial, and see who gets run the lap quickest or whatever. Yeah, and it was great.
As
man.
long as everybody
many hours.
deems it fair. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, it was many hours of fun that was, and then you'd have your dinner, wine and beer and that, and then get back to the Scalextrics. Yeah, it was. The house was full of friends coming up. I used to love that. When I came to Japan, that was the first thing they said. We're going to miss the Scalextrics, man. I said, I know.
So
I know,
do you still live in Japan to this day?
I've been here for 20 years. 20. In fact,
yes?
This year will be 23 years. Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I've been back to England a couple of times, but I've been here most of the time.
Sure. I just didn't realize you'd lived in Japan for that long. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I speak Japanese. Yeah, I understand the Japanese people to a point. I know how to make them laugh. I can get them. I can get them to admit that the Earth is flat. I can get them to do that. I can get them
especially
to admit,
while camping. Yes, I get it.
Yes, exactly, and I can get them to admit that they never went to the moon and no Japanese is in any ISS. I can get them to admit that through the process of elimination, and they have honor. They have honor and integrity they like to live by, and I bring that to the forefront. Yeah, because you learnt it at school. Yeah, okay. Let's see how honest you are. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man.
Okay.
I love it. So I can run that psychology on them. I'm like that.
Do you like running that psychology on them?
I do, yeah, I do, because they trust their JAXA.
I'm not asking you to dive into it. I just asked, and you said
no,
yes.
yeah, but they trust. Yeah, they trust their JAXA space agency. They wouldn't lie, but when I bring it to them that
dude, seriously, I didn't ask you to go into it.
No, I'm just saying that the moon landings were a hoax, and they can understand that. So I said, if the moon landings are a hoax, so what do you think JAXA's doing? JAXA's telling the truth then, are they?
I don't know.
So they're more capable than NASA now. And I start laughing, and then there's the silence.
Okay.
The silence kills me. Whilst they're churning over, thinking, yeah, he's fucking right. I mean, yeah, they're not better than that. You can't be telling me your JAXA is better than NASA. Oh,
dude,
right.
The fact that you're in Japan and I'm in America and we're having a conversation in almost real time.
Correct.
Amazing.
Cables, underwater cables and telecom towers. I showed you. It's not no satellite, that's for sure. It's not going ping to the satellite and then ping to you.
I didn't mention a satellite. I'm just saying it's.
Yeah. I just thought I'd mention that just to remind you that I did posted that material a few hours ago, 5 hours ago. Dude, hopefully it's still fresh in your mind.
I just think it's amazing how far technology has come.
Yeah. I like this part of it.
You're old enough to remember when this was not a thing.
I remember when you have to wind up the phone and say, hello, operator.
Right.
You got to wind it up.
And now you just go click. Hey, what's up?
Click. Yeah, what's up, man?
Buding.
Yeah, you carry your phone in your pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man.
That is so cool.
It is. I remember we wanted this when we were kids, though. Mobile phones.
Yes. This was science fiction when we were kids.
Yes, and the Jetsons and that's another animation. The Jetsons, that was brilliant. Do you remember the Jetsons?
Yes.
One of America's best ones, that was, yeah.
Spacely Sprockets.
Spacely Sprockets, yeah, that's right.
He'd always pop up on the screen too. It's like whenever George was like, "Hey, I got a peaceful moment at work."
Jetson!
Bam! The TV screen would pop up. Get to work, Jetson.
Yeah, get to work, Jetson.
Propaganda.
Stop goofing
right
off, Jetson. Yeah.
And then he'd get off work, and then his fucking entire car would like fold out of the suitcase.
Yeah, and then get done for speeding. I was only going a gazillion miles an hour, but officer.
I never saw George Jetson get pulled over.
Oh, he did, yeah.
I bet he did. I probably just missed that episode, but I bet he did.
Yeah, he got pulled over on a couple of occasions. Yeah.
Did the cop like pull him over like in the middle of the air, or did he have to go to like a platform?
No. He was pulled up in the middle of the air, and he had to pull over, like you said, on a platform and that, and take his fine.
Maybe the cop pulled out a suitcase, and the suitcase turned into a platform, and there you go.
He was really pissed off anyway. And his wife, I've forgotten his wife's name now. I told him that, he always...
But she was so hot. Well, no, the wife wasn't very hot. But that daughter, super hot.
Yeah.
But the son, Elroy, I remember Elroy. And I remember the dog. The dog was kind of like Scooby-Doo.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah, I remember
there was sort of this weird connection between Scooby-Doo and Astro.
Yeah, the voice.
Right,
Astro,
right.
that's it.
Hanna-Barbera. It was almost like the same people doing the same show.
Well, it was the same people. It was, wasn't it? It was same people. Of course, it was.
Yeah, Hanna-Barbera.
Yeah, same people. Great anime cartoonists. They were brilliant, man. There were some things that came good from the TV programming. Some things were entertaining. I'll give it that. Especially when you're a kid.
And Jetsons, they didn't even touch on whether or not the Earth was flat or round. They just went.
No, they just kept selling us space, didn't they?
Doesn't matter. Technology.
Yeah.
Same with Scooby-Doo. Then they never did that either. They didn't do flat Earth or round Earth.
No, that's right. No, they didn't
They
really.
just went,
no.
Hey, check it out. Group of kids trying to solve mysteries.
That's right.
But
which is good critical thinking, right?
The mystery was never whether or not the Earth was flat or round.
No.
They never pulled. We discovered the fucking seer earther fucking bad guy. Nope, never did it. There was never like zoinks, Earth is flat, or zoinks, the Earth is round. They never even touched on it.
No, that's right. They were more into the entertainment.
Back in the good old days, nobody even cared.
Oh, no, there were people, whilst the cartoons were on, there was Charles Johnson from the Flat Earth Research Society. He was there pushing Flat Earth all the time. Okay? A man of impeccable integrity to the level of
he didn't have any influence on the Jetsons or Scooby-Doo, by my recollection.
No, but he was busy pushing Flat Earth whilst that was on. Whilst we were busy watching that, he was busy doing his stuff. Oh, yeah.
I was busy watching Scooby-Doo and the Jetsons.
Yeah, so was I. But I also listened to the Flat Earth as well during the 70s. But it was just going through one end at the other, because at that time I was playing games and whatever, So, it was there. I remember this Charles Johnson character and Flat Earth, but it was just, I wasn't paying it any attention. But I do remember those words, Flat Earth, and this guy by the name of Charles Johnson, his wife unfortunately died from the fire. The house was on fire, and she sustained lung injuries.
She died in a house fire?
No, she survived the fire barely. Okay, and she kind of recovered slightly, but her injuries ended her life early. The lungs. Okay, yeah, and the house was near a missile base, near an American base. You see, where their house was, and I thought, wow, brave man, pushing out flat Earth, right by a military base,
near a missile base.
Yeah, near a military base. Yeah, and that was a bit suspicious. His house being
almost
on
died
fire.
from smoke inhalation.
That's correct. Yeah, and
very brave.
Felt sorry for him, but yeah, good man.
I don't know. I never met him. Sounds cool.
He tried. Yeah, he tried to promote flat Earth. He was doing his best to promote the flat Earth through his organization, Flat Earth Research Society. Very good. They had meetings, and I don't know, a couple of thousand people membership. It wasn't very, very big, but it was enough to get on the media. He was on
big for the 70s.
Yep, and he appeared on the media.
Nowadays, 2,000 people is like nothing.
No, that's right. But I remember hearing about flat Earth then. You see.
Yes.
And the first time I ever heard about flat Earth was in Nigeria, when after NASA had supposedly gone to the moon, my dad was running an automotive business in a car dealership, selling Volkswagens and Opel. Okay, Volkswagens, Opel, and my uncle was in Nigeria, so he had to go back. He's regularly going to Germany to get stock.
Your uncle was in Nigeria?
Yeah, my father went because my parents are Nigerian, you see.
Oh, shit. Cool.
Yeah. So I'm an African born in England. Okay, but my mum and dad obviously from Nigeria. And my uncle was running a business.
Now that you told me.
Yeah. My dad and his brother were running a business and whilst we were growing up, and NASA went to the moon, of course, and then we went to Nigeria.
Did NASA go to the moon?
Well, that's what I said. You
said, of course.
Well, this is what they were saying at the time. At the time NASA went to the moon. I believed it. I saw it on TV.
Okay.
So for me, it was real at that time.
It?
Well, we all watched it, of course. I would not believe that. It was there on TV. We saw it.
You had me with yes.
Yeah, that's right. We saw it. We believed it.
Got it.
Yeah, they believed it for sure. We watched it.
Okay.
Back in then, we were all naive then, 1960s.
Okay.
1969, 1970. And in 1969, they went on my birthday.
Okay.
November 18th, on my birthday, they went as well. Yeah, so, I was well into the moon landings. I was showing off to my brothers. Look, they're going to be on my birthday, boy.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, we went to Nigeria.
Did your parents change their mind? Or did you change your mind?
My parents have since passed, so they died thinking they went to the moon and the Earth is a globe, unfortunately. But my sisters and my nieces and nephews and that, right, they all know. But they defended it. To my amazement, I'm talking to my nieces and nephews, and they're like, 9s and 7s and 10s and all that, and they're going on like, I said to them, hang on a second, who's lived longer, first of all? Okay, so yeah, uncle is living longer than you, so how can you know more than me on this topic? You cannot know more than me.
Wait a second. What are your nieces defending?
The Earth, the globe Earth.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you're the only one.
It took a while for me to break through to them. Took a while. Took a good year and a half at least.
Oh, so you finally convinced them. I see what you're saying.
Oh, in the end, yeah. The cognitive dissonance, resistance. And I said, hang on. I had to keep reminding them that they haven't confirmed anything. Okay? You're believing what you're being told, but you haven't checked. Go and check for the cut. And I had to show them diagrams, everything. CGI globed a lot, all the memes. Everything, go to the seaside with mummy.
All the
and
memes.
Go and have a look and see the horizons. Yeah, all the memes that we have here and that. And in the end, they come round.
Do you think the memes were more powerful than like the math and the charts?
Well, the maths and the charts don't mean shit unless you see it for real. You see, except for the distances, of course, where there should be this much curve at this much distance. That makes logical sense. Yeah.
Understood.
The numbers work there, but all this, geometry stuff, now that's way above their head. That's they're going to get.
What about the parents of your nieces and your nephews? Did you convince?
Yeah, that would be my sister. My sister. Yeah.
Right.
And
like your sister. Did you convince your sister?
My sister doesn't think it's important.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So she's like, whatever.
She's there. Yeah, exactly. She's there. She understands. There's a little bit of cog disc still there, but I said to her, it's irrefutable that this is not a ball. You cannot prove it.
She's just like, I don't
until
care,
you prove it to yourself, it's a belief, I said. So whatever you say, I'm telling you the truth. And you know what it is? Because I've always been the brother that brings the news from outside to the family, you see, because I was everywhere. So, I'll be bringing in all the news that I'm hearing from outside.
She's just like, cool. You're awesome with the kids. Cool, whatever.
Yeah. You know too much. You don't know everything. That kind of thing. Attitude. And my dad.
I can totally get it.
Yeah, because I'm associated.
She's just like, I don't have to be a flat earther. You're cool. You're a cool brother.
Exactly. So when I was growing up through the 70s, I'd be bringing in things that I'd heard and that, as I was growing up, and they'd be turning their nose up turning their nose up until they see it on TV. So now you listen because you see it on TV. But before you called me a know-it-all before, so I was getting a lot of abuse.
Dude, I never called you a know-it-all.
My siblings now and again. Yeah. From time to time, I'd get some heckling from my dad and my siblings.
Well, I never called you a know-it-all.
No. And I told them I never said that I was a know-it-all, but why would I lie? I said to them, come on, man. I mean, I introduced my dad to granary bread. Cool. Oh, yeah. I introduced she was into Dave Bowie. She loved him. But I was into granary bread because when I used to go to school, right, I used to go and pick up my friend at school, and he was always late. And she said, Jin, do you want to come in? He's not ready again. I goes, okay. So I'd be waiting for him and that. And then one day, she says, Jin, would you like a slice of toast whilst you're waiting? I said, okay, And she done me this granary bread with blackcurrant jam on top, right, with butter. When I bit into this thing, bloody hell, man, it was just like fantastic. I said, what's this bread? Oh, it's crunching away, She goes, it's granary. It's really good for your body, your health. And that, really? Yeah. She goes, we eat it all the time. Because can I have a look at it? Oh, and she showed me this, cut loaf granary bread with all the seeds and the granary on it. I thought, I'm going to get this. Thank you very much. I said, yeah, that's something I learned, like that. I thought, yeah. So one day we had to go, because we used to do the shopping for the family, me and my sister. Right? So I said to my sister, buy the granary bread. White bread's no good, it's fattening, I said to her. Buy the granary bread. Yeah, but Daddy's going to get upset. I goes, just tell Daddy I said to buy it, okay? So we got home, and indeed, when my dad got the toast, he said, who bought this bread? Why did you buy this bread? I said, Daddy, this bread is good for your health. I learned from my friend's mum that granary is better than white bread, Daddy. And then when he ate it, remember, he was angry, so he's got the angry face on, but he's eating it. He goes, yes, you're right. This is good bread. Buy this bread from now on. That kind of thing. He was always watching the pennies, okay? That's why
he changed his mind.
He changed his mind, yeah. I introduced him to brown bread. Yeah. And then after that, I got him to buy a non-stick frying pan because, man, the frying pan we had was warped from the heat from my sister overcooking the bloody food and the pan. So now if you want to do a sunny side up, you ain't doing that. It's all scrambled and wrecked. So I said to my dad, Daddy, can I buy a non-stick frying pan, please? He says, yeah, okay, go on, but when you do the shopping next time? Yeah, we need a new one, Daddy. Look at this. It's finished, man. It's dead, man. Okay, so we got the pan. And then I said to my sister, let me do Daddy's breakfast, right? So I did the sausages and the egg and the tomatoes.
Right, it's all not sticking.
It's all new food coming in. And he said, wow, you can do the breakfast all the time. I said, don't worry, Daddy, I will. Because I loved it, If you've got the right utensils, cooking becomes pleasurable. Yeah, right. So I used to do all that. Yeah, man. I used to do my dad's breakfast on the weekend. Weekends only, not weekdays.
Your dad's dead now. I mean, this is
Yeah, he passed on now, 80 years old. He lasted till he was 80 anyway. He passed in his sleep. Medication, I think, was just a bit too strong. my sister said. But yeah, unfortunately, great guy though. I learned a lot.
Well, at least he went peacefully.
Yeah. But yeah, we you know, I mean, look, when I went to see him see the grave it's an Islamic place because he's
It's
Muslim.
almost
Okay?
like I'm talking to two different people.
Yeah, we went to the Muslim place, right? The Muslim burial ground. Okay, and we were the only ones laughing. Me and my brothers, we were laughing because we were going back in time to what he was like. Because that's what you do, you know. I mean, you remember the funny things, you know what I mean. You know, I wasn't sad or anything. My brother said, "I still can't accept that he's down there." I said, "I know what you mean, but do you remember the things?" Yeah, and we were cracking up. Most people were like, upset and quiet, but we were just laughing our heads off because of the things he used to do. Yeah, so you know that was good. I thought when I look back on that moment, it was good. Yeah, you know.
Yo, 42, you've been here the whole time, huh?
Yeah, he has. Gathering intel.
Oh, today must be Matthew's day off. You know what I mean?
Who's Matthew?
There's some guy, a regular who comes in here. He dedicates a good part of the, good many hours. He probably puts 30 or 40 hours a week.
Maybe I scared him off.
All right. So, are you getting any closer to the flat Earth now? I mean, you spent a lot of time here. You must have shifted
over 8 hours,
a few degrees away from the globe now, because you haven't presented any proof, and you know you're carrying beliefs.
I have a better understanding of where flat earthers are coming from. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. We're coming from the standpoint that everything we experience is real, true, and we know that it's flat. We don't think about it here. We know it is. There's no globe. We've disproved that all day long. You know. So we're not in fantasy land. You know. In order to believe in the globe, it's a fantasy, and you have to dispense with your senses.
Right. All right. All right. This is gonna be kind of weird, but hey, fuck it. Why not?
Someone's roboting anyway. Wherever you are, you're roboting.
Yeah, they're obviously roboting.
Reality, dude.
Okay, so do you guys remember the XO guy?
Yes, yeah, Pillbox, nice guy, yeah. Go on.
Okay,
what about him?
So walk me through what he just DM'd me at 3:04 a.m. I just posted it.
He DM'd you something, did he?
Yes, and I just posted it in Livestream.
Okay. Yeah, hang on, I'm going to get into the live stream now.
I mean, he seems cool to me. I don't know anybody here. I don't know anybody on a first name basis. I'm just trying to like.
Well, you know, my name's Jim.
I don't even know why this
CBR1.
guy is like what's going on.
Well, I'm in the live stream. I don't see anything you posted. Oh yeah, okay. I see. Let me click on it then. See where it takes me. Take me anywhere? Okay.
Apparently, he thinks he's banned. I don't know. Ow, my ears.
Mike, check.
Is he banned? And he's not banned, is he? Why do you say he's banned?
I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't ban him.
Roboting at the.
He was banned by KJ the other day over some religious ranting. According to Cartoon Space.
But he was talking with us. He was talking with you today. So he was talking with you today. So he can't.
Dude, I don't know. Ask Cartoon Space Crabs. What the fuck do I know?
Yeah, I don't think he's banned. No, I don't think he's banned. And
I don't even know who Cartoon Space Crabs is. I've only been here for a
neither
day.
do I. Maybe I do, but I don't recognize the name. Pillbox, you're not banned, are you? If you can hear me, post in the chat. Maybe he can't. Well, he's posting anyway. Can't be fucking banned. If he's banned, he wouldn't be able to do that. Yeah, come on. Stop winding me up. Yes, Pillbox is about real life. He always has been. He always has been. Even when he was a heliocentrist. So was I. That's why we are flat earthers. Because we keep it real. You see, even though we were heliocentrists, nature was number one. God's creation came first. That's keeping it real. And when you do that, becoming a flat earther is minutes. Minutes it takes, but then you dedicate hours so you can actually articulate it properly. But within minutes, you understand it because you have that epiphany moment.
This is one of those guys that's never entered VC. That's his problem. All he does is tippity tap on text all day. We need to get him into this.
No, not Pillbox. Pillbox is the man who are you talking about?
I'm talking about cartoon space grabs.
Oh, parcel, yeah, cartoon spacecraft, yeah. Okay, right, yeah. We need to get it.
I also just friended you, by the way.
Oh, thank you very much. I shall do that. Let me do that now. Yeah, you got to friend me because I respected your wife, didn't I? You know, yeah, your wife came in, said, "Do you remember that? Don't forget that."
Yes,
I offered your wife
Yes.
red carpet treatment. Did I?
Dude, you don't have to accept my friend request if you don't want to.
I'm going to do that now. I'm just trying to see if it's where is it? Hang on a second. Let me check this. Got Pillbox. I'm banned. He is banned. So Pillbox is banned. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. If you can hear me, I'm really sorry to hear that, Pillbox. But I'm sure you will be back in the very, very near future, like a couple of weeks, I hope, or less.
Who's Pillbox?
Well, he's the OX. Oxo, XO. His name was Pillbox, you see. A very learned man. Very learned man. You know, him and Lemon, you know, when they actually start to talk about flat earth, man, wow, it's ecstasy. It's just, it flows like the wind on a hot day. Do you understand? That's what it's like when you listen to Lemon and Pillbox.
Very poetic.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, man. Therapy, quenching, you know, you can't top that. I'm sorry, you can't top it. That's why I said I've learned a lot from those two in particular. Not to mention, and there's others like Miggy. Miggy's another one. Miggy's got this emotional flat earth truth dialed in that as soon as he speaks, any heliocentrist is just mesmerized because he stuns them with the truth in an emotional way that to say no after what is laid down, you're
great to listen to. He tears
you're willfully saying no. Yeah. So yeah, you know, there's lots of people. There's loads. You know, there's Helio and name. Come on, man. Bloody hell, Indio. Now Indio. Wow, razor sharp and prickly he can be. If you get on the wrong side of him, he will verbally slap you up and sit you
ban the fuck out of you.
yeah, that would be the last thing. He doesn't want to do that. He'd rather give you intellectual verbaling sit up and slap up and then
verbal abuse first and then ban.
And then
got it.
Then you show your respects and he lets you off. That's Indio, and he knows a myriad of things.
I want to talk to this guy.
He's not on a myriad of topics. Oh yeah. This guy is just unbelievable. Then there's
what's his name?
Crypto the philosopher. We've got a philosopher. Yeah, Indio is he's one of the actual owners of the solar. Now then there's Crypto, right?
Indio.
Then there's Crypto with his precise philosophy. You tangle with him, you're wasting your time because
Indio
he easily boxes you in. Yeah.
I don't see him in the moderator list.
Who are you talking about? Helio?
Indio.
Oh no, you won't see him in the list. No, he's the upper echelons, if you will.
He's the admin at the top.
He's in the upper echelons. He doesn't have to be in
the admin. Oh yeah.
The admin, exactly. Yeah, that's right. There you go.
I'm definitely going to friend his ass.
Yeah, I'm trying to get you. Where did you? Are you sure you befriended me? Because I can't find you at this point.
Yes, I have sent you a friend request twice at this point.
Okay, let me see. You're 42, yeah? Oh, you might be sending it to the wrong one. maybe, because I've got 2 accounts.
I'm pretty
What number
sure
am I?
I'm. You are Jin CBR1. Add friend.
Yes. Yeah. Number 70. Okay, I see what. Yeah.
You see it?
Okay. Let me have a look. And you are 42, yeah? 42 ounce.
I'm 42
yeah?
OZ. That's me.
OZ, yeah. I haven't seen you're not coming up.
Well, click on me and friend me. Let's see what happens.
Okay, let me have a look.
This can't be that difficult.
Hang on a second. I've got to look for you in my 42. I'm still not seeing you here. Flat Earth. Oh yeah, there we go. Gotcha.
You got me?
Yeah, I've got you now. Now I'm
Cool.
waiting for it to happen. I'm accepting. I've got it. I've accepted you. Okay. Gotcha.
Nice.
Nicely
Bam.
done. So now
Bam,
you're a
we're
friend.
friends.
Yeah, we're friends, man.
You did it.
High
you
five.
did it.
High five. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Sometimes I do end up like a rookie at times using this. I do fall into the rookie bracket now and again.
Not a problem.
Yeah.
I mean, Indio still hadn't figured it out.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing I did, thing I did when I came into the server was friend him.
Yeah, I am
But
rather disappointed.
He's probably
that
all
banned.
spooky and like, "Ooh, I'm the admin. I just can't friend this guy. I don't know this guy."
Well, yeah, I mean, they don't want all the unnecessary.
Well,
they don't want all that. They're quite busy.
Eventually, Indio will
quite busy.
probably warm up. He'll probably come into the PC, and then we can all get to know him by speaking with him behind the fucking ice wall of text.
Yeah.
He speaks on your own. You're roboting.
Can you hear me? Am I robot?
You're coming in now, but your speaker's a bit of a rumble. That's all. A bit buzzy.
All right, man.
Yeah, and that's because
I'm mute for now.
You've got wind in the background. You've got wind in the background there.
It sounds like your window's
your
down.
mic.
You're driving in a car.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Just good morning, and guys. Good morning. That's all I wanted to say.
Good morning. Where are you anyway? What are you doing?
Driving in a car with your window down?
Still in Wales, Jen. Driving from driving to Cardiff.
All right. Okay. Well, you're going to work, are you? Yeah, you're in the rush hour.
Yeah, man. Yeah. No, I'm after rush hour. I timed it right.
Oh, well done.
Roll your window up.
Good. Don't waste any petrol.
Slatty, do you have the rag top down so your hair can blow?
Always. Flat a day, always.
Don't
lose
that
ice
tooth, Fatty,
reference?
whatever you do.
Girl's on standby waiting just to say hi. Did he stop? Flatty just drove by.
Wow.
All right, I'm going to be back in just a few minutes. Hang on a second, guys. Got to check something out here.
I'm here for you, 42.
Okay, thanks.
If you want to talk to somebody who has mental retardation, now's your chance.
Why would I want to do that?
He's a mental retard, but also a lyrical genius.
So 42, you've been here all day, huh? And all night?
Yeah, all day and all night.
This is the first time you came on the server?
I think so, yeah.
Interesting. Are you going to keep coming back? Because it works if you work it.
Okay, yeah.
So work it, you're worth it.
I'll keep coming back.
That's right.
Is that like a song or something?
What I just said?
Like, if you work it, you're worth it? Is that like a song or something?
Keep coming back. It works if you work it. So work it, you're worth it.
It sounds like a song. Is it a song?
No, it's not a song. It's a it's a phrase. Guess you'd call it a phrase.
He speaks in rhyme.
Okay.
He's a lyrical genius.
You are, bro. I went and stole all your notepads and made some songs with your lyrics.
What? You stole my notepad?
No, not you. Flatty. I'm eating cucumbers, carrots, pickles, garlic with beans and eggs right now.
Okay.
Bomb.
It sounds good.
Nothing like a nice cigarette after you eat a good meal, huh?
There you go.
You smoke cigarettes 42 ounce. What brand do you smoke?
Oh, we don't have to get all personal about it.
Oh, about what brand? Yeah, all right. I didn't mean to get all personal. Didn't mean to invade your private space. My bad.
Accepted.
Since you asked, I think Marlboro NXT.
What are you going to ask me next? Like what type of lighter do I buy? What store do I buy the lighter and the cigarettes from? I mean, what's next? This is a slippery slope, man. I don't want to deal with it.
Since you asked, I buy just regular Bic lighters right here by the corner store called Avenue Smoke Shop.
I didn't ask, man.
Oh, I thought you may have inadvertently. Yeah, these NXTs are good. You just crush the filter and you're smoking menthol. If you choose not to crush the filter, you smoke a regular cigarette. But the choice is yours, bro. I mean,
wow, cool.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to give you the kind of talk you want, huh?
I don't know. Maybe. Why do you think I'm looking for a talk that I want?
I don't think you're doing anything.
Okay. What is the talk that you think I want?
I mean, I didn't even bring it up again. You did, you know? I already know, though.
42, how did you do with the 3 questions? Did they ask you them?
Which 3 questions? I mean, I've been asked like a ton of questions. Like, which 3 are you talking about?
Do you know anyone that's measured the Earth? Do you know how and why the axial rotation has been measured, and can gas pressure exist next to a vacuum of space? Did you? I'm sure they asked you those.
Amongst all the questions that I have been asked, yes, those 3 have.
Yeah. All right. Cool. I'm sure they did. You've been in here a long time. It's cool. It's nice to have you, man. I'm probably gonna break up in a second. I'm losing signal, but cool.
Okay.
I'll be here though.
The radius thing was the big one, though.
It's a pretty big one, huh?
Apparently, it's the biggest one.
That's if you believe in like numbers and stuff like that, you know. Numbers are interpretations, theoretics.
It all does seem to go back to the radius.
That R value. I love me some R value.
Not.
I love me some radius.
Radius thing isn't.
You're roboting, dog.
Enough.
You're roboting
quite
bad.
Small.
You're roboting
So
on
we should be able to see curvature.
Who's roboting?
You're roboting, dog.
I'm roboting?
No, not you.
Oh, okay.
Your microphone's perfect. I turned mine off because my dog. Once these dogs get going, I got to turn the mic off. You know what I mean?
I just want to make sure I'm not roboting.
I know you don't want to do that. That'll go against protocol. But I turn my phone off when my dogs start barking or my lady starts yelling at me to be quiet.
Okay. Well, maybe it sounds like you're roboting because you're like sporadically turning your microphone off. Perhaps that's what's going on. Dude, I don't fucking know.
No. She wasn't talking to you. She's talking to me.
Gee.
Sorry about that.
I didn't even hear she.
It's pretty loud, huh? About this little domestic situation right here. You know what I mean? But besides that, yeah.
What?
I said besides that, yeah. So I guess we'll be seeing you back here on a what 3 days a week.
Is there some type of domestic situation that you want to share with me, or I don't get it?
You guys would love that. Well, yeah, why not? It's just ever since my chick got her fat check, I mean, she's in charge now, and like what I say don't mean nothing no more. I mean, whereas like the first 5 years, she was living with me, and like I paid for everything, the rent and everything. Now the tables are turned, and you know what I mean. Now all of a sudden, she's got notions and opinions and all kinds of stuff.
Just because you got a fat check?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, let's get her in here. I want to hear her
Knock
side
it on
of the story.
She was a flat earther before I was, but we don't agree on stuff like we don't agree on the Bible and stuff like that. But
what the
besides
fuck does
that,
the Bible have to do with this?
I'm just telling you things we don't agree on. Like we fight over stuff like that. But besides that, we get along when it comes to things about flat Earth. So, about the radius and water always finding its true level.
So why do you give a fuck if she gets a fat check or not?
Oh, I don't care. Don't matter to me.
Well, you're the one who brought it up.
I was just saying,
I didn't bring up the shit. You did.
Yeah. I'm just giving you some food for thought.
Okay.
Like
thanks.
Eating from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil is just some food for thought.
Okay. The fuck?
Trying to corral these dogs up right here, bro. You have any dogs?
Nope.
They're good to have. I love them. They're like my kids,
Well, ask the chick that got the fat check, man. Does she like dogs?
Of course, there are dogs.
Her perception is changing because she got a fat check. You might want to check in.
Right. She might start seeing the boats going over the horizon. Next thing you know,
her perspective might start changing because she got a fat check. I don't fucking know.
For real. Hey, the other day she told me she's seen a boat going over the horizon. You know what I mean? So yeah, you're probably right.
No, I don't.
No, you don't. What?
No, I don't know what you mean.
Oh, right. You know what I mean?
No.
I feel you though.
Does she feel you?
I'm in the building and I'm feeling myself.
Okay. This is kind of weird.
Right. It's not working for, you know what I mean? It's not working.
Probably not working for her either because she has a fat check, right?
Probably not. You know what I mean?
I don't know.
If I was her and I would have got money, I would have left me a long time ago.
Dude,
straight
just
up.
ask her. Just fucking ask her. Why are you talking to me about this?
Ask her what?
Ask her, hey, has the fact that you have a fat check changed our relationship? Just ask her.
Oh, she'll just probably look at me like, you mean like, and like not saying
anything. Don't assume that. Just fucking ask her. Jesus.
Yeah.
What are you afraid of?
When she comes in the room, I'll ask her on speakerphone so you could hear her response.
Okay.
She'll say, "Is am I on the air? Take me the F off the air. I don't want to be on your little talk show." She calls it my little talk show.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's why she's trying to get her own little paycheck.
So she could have her own little talk show.
Yeah. Maybe she wants to do her own little thing.
So check this out, bro. When
She
I
doesn't want
made
to have anything to do with your little talk show.
when I made Co-Vagina, bro, the song, there was a couple lines where she was supposed to say a verse, or she's supposed to say a certain word, right? And we get to the studio and mics are set up and she's like, she freezes. She don't want to do it. And so I came in a little bit weak on some of the end words on some of the lines because they were made for her to command. You know what I mean? So saying like I've given her opportunities to shine like a diamond, bro. And, she just, she refused to shine. Basically, she didn't want to shine. You know?
Okay. And?
Yeah, she didn't want to shine, bro. Like a diamond. I would have had her shining at the song, bro.
All right.
Yeah. It was my manifesto.
You have a manifesto?
It was my manifesto destinido.
Okay.
Who's your favorite musician? You like Led Zeppelin?
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
Led Zeppelin's cool. I like that guy. He made a couple good songs, you know what I mean?
Which guy?
That guy Led Zeppelin, he made a couple good songs, didn't he?
Led Zeppelin's not a dude, it's a band. Like made up of multiple dudes.
The guy
I think he's roboting.
Fuck.
He's roboting.
Songs
in that country. So 42, this chick the other day, she asked me, what do you do for a living? So I told her, I breathe air and I drink water sometimes. When I'm hungry, I eat. How do you survive?
Okay.
Right?
Okay. And?
Robot.
I kind of like it when Flappy talks like this. Kind of I like that robot voice. It reminds me of Stephen Hawking, bro. You know how I feel about Stephen Hawking. It turns me on, man. Seriously, it does. My chick makes me talk like that when we have sex, which is like once a year. Tells me to talk like Stephen Hawking. I would do the robot voice. She's nothing nice, bro. She's vicious, bro. She's vicious. She's more than I can handle sometimes.
I guess Flatty's done with the robot voice. I don't know.
Yeah. I guess so.
Okay.
So ever since I was a little kid, I wanted to be a flat earther. Ever since I was a little kid, bro. You know what I mean?
Okay.
One night, some of the neighborhood kids, they helped my mom with the groceries. They carried the groceries all the way back to the house. You know why? Out of respect. You know why? Because I was a flat earther.
Okay. So you've gotten respect since you were a little kid?
Ever since I was a flat earther.
As a little kid? Ever since you were a little kid, you got respect.
Pretty much. Nah, I don't get no respect, bro. No respect.
Why? Because you're an adult now or something? What
I
happened?
don't think it has to do with me being an adult. I just think it has to do with just I don't know. I don't really
I don't
like
know, dude.
most of my family don't really talk to me anymore.
Why not?
Because they would rather have the scales over their eyes, or for whatever reason the scales haven't fallen off their eyes. I don't think it's something they'd rather do or rather wouldn't do. I just think it happens to people, and it doesn't happen to other people. Some people never become people who seek the truth or who care about it.
Your family has scales over their eyes?
Sure, why not?
I don't know. You're the one who said it. Not me.
Like Saul on the road to Damascus before he became Paul. The scales over the eyes, bro.
Oh, so this is like a religious thing again.
I don't know what we mean.
I've been noticing this trend with like religion and like Bible quotes and stuff.
Throw that in the algorithm a little bit if you want. I think that's already well known, though. But I'm not a religious person by any means.
What's the algorithm?
Algorithm is like Al Gore, the ex-vice president, when he was dancing to a song, he was dancing to the rhythm. That's an Al Gore rhythm, bro. You know what I mean?
Baracha. Al Gore.
This would be like deflate. This could be called Deflate Gate 2 or something like that. Deflate Gate Part 2.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
No, this is the fucking weirdest conversation ever.
Yeah, I know. I won't fit into any of the algorithms, bro.
You're trying to tell me a bunch of stuff that I don't get. So yeah, it's kind of weird. What am I supposed to get?
Like, you don't get it because you've never used these muscles before. It's like someone saying to you, go run a cross-country marathon right now. You're going to get just around the block and you're going to say, oh, but I can't do this. It's the same with your mind. If your mind has never been used to independently validate or critically analyze, it will feel strange and foreign to you the first time you try.
Okay, got it. That's why this is weird. Got it. Thank you for explaining Flat Earth Solar.
He was just talking about using your mind, bro. You didn't even say Flat Earth.
He explained it.
Oh, all right.
Now I totally get it.
Cool. Hey, well, check it out. Shirts in the back, snacks on the way. And ladies, don't welcome to Flat Earth.
Boop, boop, boop.
So it's ask us a question then, 40.
Very nice to have you, 40.
What is your most pressing question about this reality which we're in?
I don't have a most pressing question.
So you said that nothing's making sense to you. What specifically was mentioned that didn't make sense?
What? What?
When I told you about using your brain for the first time, it was in response to you saying, they're telling me information which I just don't understand or it doesn't make sense to me. So I'm asking you, what specifically was not making sense to you?
None of it.
As in level is level. Do you believe that level means level? Or do you believe that level means curved?
I think level means level.
So when we have sea level, which occupies 70% of the face of the earth, and that level is a constant level, zero sea level, and level is level, like you've just agreed with, then 70% of the surface must be what shape?
Level.
There you go. So it's not that hard.
Well, what about the other 30%? What about the 30%?
30% is the majority, correct? 30% is always a majority.
What?
Or do you think 70% is the majority?
I don't think that 30% is the majority. I was just asking about what about the 30% that isn't level?
Okay, so if you got like 70% for an exam.
Is this like a vote
You're
or
only
something?
you're
What the fuck
no
is
no.
happening?
So if the majority is level, your question was, but what about the minority? What about the minority? Can the minority be
No.
something else that overrules the majority being 70% level?
That's not what I
That was
said.
the fallacious point you were trying to make.
That's
That
not
the
what I was saying.
minority is more important. So what about the 30% then, buddy? What about the 30?
Yeah, that's what I was asking you. And you're doing this
Yeah,
voting thing
is
on me. I
30
don't
more
get it.
important? Is 30 more important than 70%?
Well, I don't know.
Okay, so you're demonstrating again that you don't know how to use your own brain because 70% is the majority. So if the majority is level,
What the fuck are you talking
then the 30 is actually irrelevant. It's like an outlier. Correct. And you lost again. Try and follow along. Use that piece of gray matter between your ears.
Apparently, I don't have any gray matter between my ears.
It's just not practiced. It's not versed in actually thinking critically about something.
You mean like how level the ocean is?
How all bodies of water, when motionless or at rest, will seek their equilibrium and will present as level on the surface.
Okay.
So if 70% of something is level, it stands to reason that the majority is level. The other 30% is land, and the land has valleys and mountains and hills,
Which is
and
obviously
that's
not
not
level.
level. Correct.
Right.
Correct.
So-
now, no one is saying ground is always level. That's
I
why
know.
whenever we build, we level the ground first. How do we get to that level on the ground? I'm
I
not
don't know.
saying any higher
How do
grade
we
here.
get to it?
Are you still in like high school?
No.
So why do you keep asking what to something that's actually pretty simple?
I don't understand why the 70-30 thing. I don't get it. And how the voting thing, I totally don't get it, all of it. Okay, fine. 70% of the earth is level. Okay, well, what about the other 30%? Oh, well, if 70% if the earth is level, then it logically follows that the other 30% must be level. What? What is that?
No,
That's
I
the
was trying
stupidest
to get
fucking
you,
argument I've ever heard.
which is only what you said. I never said that implies that the other 30% is also.
I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about the other guy.
So, okay, listen closely. It's not a sentence, but just try and follow me to the end. Like I've already said, the ground has valleys and hills, all kinds of undulations. But if we ever place anything on top of it, we need to make that ground level first.
Why?
Because that's how we build, that's how everything gets constructed. And the level to which we reference.
That's complete bullshit.
Listen, I'm not finished the sentence.
People build shit without leveling stuff all the time.
I started this. Remember by saying I'm gonna give you a short sentence and try and follow till the end. Okay.
Dude,
so the level.
Now you're telling me. Now you're telling me I'm not even allowed to respond until you're done speaking.
One sentence. You can't wait. You can't wait one sentence.
You're right. I can't. Fuck you.
Excellent. You sound like a truth seeker to me. Good luck on your journey, buddy.
Thanks, man. Fuck off.
40. 40. 42 ounce. Can you hear my voice? Let me try this again. 40. Can you hear my voice? No? Can anybody hear my voice?
I can hear your voice.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Ah, cool. 40. You tell one more person in here to fuck off and you'll be hard banned. Do you understand?
Do what?
You tell one more person in here to fuck off,
Mm-hmm.
and you will be banned. You
All right,
understand?
Hey, okay, old dude, fuck
Uh-huh.
off.
Okay.
Oh, no,
Bye-bye.
he got kicked after I wrote all that stuff on You mean? He was here for hours. As soon as I put that stuff, he dipped out. See what I'm saying? Crazy, huh? Real quick, huh? Pulling Stephen Hawking's covers when he's oozing his legs. That's how you put their feet to the fire. You put some stuff, and if they respond accordingly, you know what I mean? That's all I'm saying, though. Oh, I'm just saying, though. Peep the halo over the head. Peace.
Fucking idiot. I've been listening to his attitude all night, guys, and I woke up to the
Yeah.
same thing. Solar, you were doing a great job explaining to him, and every other word from him was what, or fuck off, or nah. Too much of it. EXO got banned last night over that fucking idiot, and there was a heated thing between the mods, and we're not putting up with that. 40,
You know
change
what?
your attitude, mate. You're in
You know what?
you're in cognitive dissonance. You can type in cognitive dissonance, 40. You'll be talking to the admin and the mods in there. Whether you stay in the server remains up to you, whether you change your attitude or not.
He's just filling in for the nights when Matthew's off. Matthew can't work 7 days a week. You know what I mean? So he was doing a really good job until I wrote that, and then it changed everything.
Yeah, thanks, old dude. You know, it's such a pity that this is the type of person that we have in the world these days.
Right?
Someone who has no rebuttal will then resort to swearing and misframing an argument or miscategorization of an argument, and then probably is going to now go do his victory lap about how he beat everyone in the server, and so much so that we then had to ban him. You know,
you talked to him for so long, bro, and before you, like, other people talked to him for hours. Like, dude, he's been here since it was light outside, bro. I'm telling you, like, there's no way you could tell anybody that much information with the amount of information all you guys have calmly in different ways and everything, and it's for it to just be like the exact place he started from. There's no way, dude. Unless think about this. What if they're trying to just get responses from us, and they're not trying to like beat us and like to prove that the Earth is a globe or that it's flat? It's like it's beyond that now. They just want to figure out what makes us tick. Like, see, I've been trying to figure out as far as like on a socioeconomical or like a racial scale or like an age or sex or anything. There's no rhyme or reason why somebody becomes a flat earther or why they don't just see it after all the information. Like, there's really, I don't know if you guys have got any algorithms or any patterns or anything, but I haven't found any pattern recognition in it. So it's just like, imagine that's probably one of the things that they can't figure out either, is what is the tipping point that makes somebody a flat earther, and they can't get the algorithm. So, you know what I mean? They have somebody sitting here for hours just randomly going back and forth and just analyzing I mean, I could imagine they do that. They do that for like customers, you know what I mean, on like the internet, how they share your information. So how much more would they want our algorithm, you know what I mean?
yeah, I call this the greatest IQ test of our time. And
Right.
those who can see this obviously possess an IQ above those who cannot see this.
I think it's all there's got to be some type of, it's got to be on a spiritual level too, bro. I know like that can't be proven. It's just opinion and everything, but it's got to be something that transcends like just like what we accept as like normal IQ or like somebody who's smart, you know?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's nuanced because there's an EQ element, an emotional aspect, as well as the intellectual IQ aspect. But the actual content, it's like if I speak to a low IQ individual and I try and explain like exponential refraction or just exponents, let's take something simple in mathematics. If you try and explain exponents to someone who lacks the mental acuity to understand exponents, they will never, no matter how much you try and reiterate it to them, they cannot understand why you would use exponents the way that you do.
Yeah.
And it's the same sort of thing here. When you explain to someone 70% is level, the other 30% is referenced to elevation above that level. So if we have a mountain or a valley, that valley is still referenced against the flat level, which we call sea level. What is the height above sea level? What is the height below sea level of the land? And the rest of the 70% is level. This isn't even 2 + 2 mathematics. This is like the most simplest. This is 1 + 1 mathematics. And they're going, what? Huh? What?
I know.
Huh?
It's crazy. Hey, bro, you know what I think they did is, imagine, like, so if the Earth is a closed system, right? Nothing comes in, nothing comes out, except for like lightning, right? That comes from the ground and it comes from the sky. But the thing about this is, like, everything they tell us and show us, like, there's nothing new under the sun. So when they tell us stuff like the moon, the sea level is affected by or like the ocean, the tides are affected by the moon, they're telling us like a half truth. Because you know how they measure the sea level, they take the measurements, they do it supposedly on a 19-year cyclical cycle of the moon, but it has nothing to do with like the moon's gravity, like pulling water up or anything like that. It's like the breathing, like the moon goes through her menstrual cycles and the water goes through its cycles too. But it's weird that that's how they measure it on a 19-year cyclical cycle. Have you ever heard that before?
Yeah, that's a great point. That whole Saurus cycle. No glober has ever explained why we get the same eclipse occurring with a specific amount of time in between. That it's down to the day.
Right. So, like, you know, how they're on a heliocentric system now, right? But before they were on a lunar calendar system, which was way more accurate. You know that.
Yeah.
I wonder if the exact time when that calendar shifted was right when D turned AD.
Something that's also is, there's so much more to this realm that we're not told about. If you go and look up the Farmer's Almanac, the farmers plant crops according to moon phase.
Yeah.
So when the moon is waxing, when the moon is getting more and more illuminated, is the time that you're meant to sow the seeds.
Yeah.
Now, for me, I like to do tests. You became a flat earther, you wanted to test everything yourself. Do yourself a favor and try and plant seeds in the last half of the month where the moon is waning. When the moon starts to lose its intensity, your seeds will wither and die no matter how great the soil is, no matter how great the watering cycle is. Your seeds will struggle when the moon is waning, getting smaller, but when the moon is waxing and getting larger, the seeds will grow with more vigor than you've ever seen in your life. Now, the average individual just sticks a seed in soil today, carries on, and then wonders 2 weeks down the line why the seed never germinated.
Right.
But now, for what purpose could the moon have such an intrinsically linked effect on seeds? Like, what the fuck could the moon be doing that causes a seed to grow better or worse? If the seed actually responds to daylight and sunlight, that's really when it's growing. But you go read the Farmer's Almanac, that's dated back hundreds of years, and they have always planted according to the moon cycle. And that to me is just another thing that there's so much more we don't know about this place.
I know.
Get pretentious assholes like that previous guy who
I know.
wants to presume that anything he's never heard before is obviously false.
Right. Hey, they're getting really crafty and creative with the way they throw a question back, as like, well, what is that? What is to you? What's that a picture of? Like, to you, you explain how that happened, and it's like how they try to they throw the ball in the other court when we don't need to explain how their model that they're saying happens. It's so funny.
You ever watch Globebusters?
Occasionally, yeah. occasion. Not every time it comes on though.
They won
They're
from
pretty
this week.
smart. Oh yeah, was Witsit on?
Yeah, Witsit was on. They're talking a lot about the whole electrostatic downward potential sort of thing, and how most things are electrostatic. But sort of, I think 2/3 of the way in, probably at about 2-hour mark, Jeranism showed a video of a guy who captured one of the last lunar eclipses, and you can actually see other luminous bodies that are not giving off light moving in between the sun and the moon disk. And then it goes, they show references of people that describe the other non-luminous bodies in our sky. And when you watch the eclipse happening, you know, the whole Rahu and Ketu, those other bodies or dark bodies that are in the sky, they showed video clips of, it does almost look like a bit of a smudge in the camera footage, but you can definitely see something moving. So as the moon is now relighting up, so it's gone red in the total lunar eclipse, then as the shadow, quote unquote, starts to leave it and it starts to relight up, you can actually see other circular bodies moving past the moon but behind the moon, but yet they don't give off their own light source.
Yeah.
And it's actually documented. So then Jeranism pulls up, like he always does. He has a couple of quotes from people who have documented the non-luminous bodies in the sky. Now, nowhere in science have they ever described non-luminous bodies in the sky. They only call them luminaries. We've only got the stars, the moon, and the sun. But the quotes that Jeranism was bringing up was about there's at least another 2 or 3 non-luminous bodies, which it just blows my mind. We're in a magic realm.
Yeah. The trick is seeing how all that, like, how we can benefit by getting the most power and energy with the moon and the sun and everything. Because we are so far off the cycle that we're supposed to be on as humans, just by the initiatives that they put out when we were raised. You know, they were lied to and they were lied to. So it's like we're so far from how we're supposed to be. You know, we could probably live 2 or 3 times longer.
Makes me wonder as well, the ancient man, if they were more in tune with this creation, then that's why they just automatically knew they were created. That there's this intrinsic link between this thing that's meant to keep us alive, to keep us sustained, and our actual design in the first place. It is so interlinked. And the idea of evolution being this haphazard accident and we just sprung into existence becomes more and more far-fetched as you learn more about this realm.
I never even believed that. Even as a kid, when I heard that, I just didn't make any sense to me. I never believed it. I got some badass pictures of, like, when I had my P1000 a couple years ago. Like the first 6 months that I was taking pictures, I got such badass pictures of, like, these crazy cloud formations in the moon and stuff. I'm turning on my computer looking for looking through what I have right now on this hard drive to see if they're on here. Solar. You want to hear my new song?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
No.
Get the fuck out of here. You're fired.
No. Get the better solution. You keep me on the payroll as an outside consultant. And in exchange for my salary, my job will be never to tell people these things that I know. I don't even have to come into the office. I can do this job from home.
Yo, if Earth's flat, why don't you fall off the edge? I heard that Mike Collins from Apollo is dead. My girl's fat girl, let's just crawl into bed. Don't spit if you want, just swallow instead. Swallow instead. Can you hear me, Siri? Swallow instead. Hello, Siri. Is gravity a theory or a fact? Thought my tampons in the house where my period's at. Get my rap on when I'm pissed about the serious crap. Passing so fast through space, time bends and how. After blasting through warp speed, we get to plaid. Don't listen if you don't like when I spit these raps. Rhymes I write like lightning, I write so fast. I'm like Mike Tyson, you ain't got to fight in chat. Yo, I'm going back to basics, flat smack in the faces. You can't have gas pressure without adjacent to the vacuum of space, bitch, without a container. Like paying for a lawyer without a retainer. I ain't playing about to let a slug out of this chamber. When you see the red dot, yo, no doubt it's a laser. Helio flatty dude, shot up for later. Helio flatty dude, shot up for later. I've been around the world, and I measure the earth, The devil, he's so clever with words, but level don't ever mean curved, it never means curved, and meta pause from the metaverse. Does playing Call of Duty help build my immunity up? Insurance policy paying you, they usually bluff. I'm not saying they won't do it, but it's usually tough. The last few years I've seen some unusual stuff, but if I mention the shot, you say I'm off the beat. So no, I'm beating off to the thoughts of shots in me. What a rotten little awful getting off scot-free. Son of a gun of a bitch, I've come to be. Shaking up the game to break up the redundancy. And if it wasn't for work, they'd have no taxes. And if it wasn't for burnt, there'd be no ashes. And if it wasn't for birds, egg be no hatching. And if it wasn't for dirt, there'd be no traffic. And if it wasn't for hurts, there'd be no passion. And if it wasn't for learning, then why all the classes? If it wasn't for your purse, yo, I'd have nothing to snatch. And if I don't come first, then I'm coming in last. I've been around the world, and I measure the earth, The devil, he's so clever with words, but level don't ever mean curved, it never means curved, and meta pause from the meta. All these atheists must hate my guts, cause I say to their face, space is fake and stuff. NASA astronauts, everything you say is suspect, cause I suspect you make it up. Not your average FE thespian beast, faster than faggots fasting at a lesbian feast. She that loves me the least will give me nothing to eat, but he that loves me the most will give me something to smoke. This ain't how much your mother loving murder she wrote. The spin of the earth should've made your vertebrae broke. Every word that I spoke, you couldn't refute it. Water finds its true level, so you couldn't dilute it. You couldn't dilute it. It can't be refuted. You couldn't dilute it. You couldn't dilute it.
Who the f do you think you are, you crazy little shit? Security?
I am Jack's smirking revenge.
That was epic, bro.
Thank you. The song's in the live stream voice, whatever.
It gives me a D12 vibe or an Eminem vibe.
Thank you. Yeah. The beginning end part was from Fight Club. Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's his name? Smoking Revenge.
Yeah, just Smoking Revenge.
Yeah.
Yeah. It reminded me of me doing that. Just beating myself up and just getting blood all over me.
And level will never mean curve.
They always say that stuff too. Level means curve. Level means curve. It's funny because it rhymes with so many different things. Like I rhyme it with jello, devil, clever, all kinds of different things that I rhyme it with.
And that was one of the things that made me scratch my head so much when I first came to this topic was a spirit level or a water level that we use for construction. Then some of the globers said, no, well, it depends if you're on the bottom of the ball or the top of the ball, then like your level is going to behave differently. And then you go and look and you see that they're all manufactured in the same factory and then shipped around the world to wherever they need to be. There is no southern hemisphere level, northern hemisphere level, western continent level, and an eastern. There is no variance. You take any level anywhere on this earth, you place it down, and you find level.
Not just that, but if you reverse technology, if you reverse engineer it, there's nowhere in any type of building or architecture where they actually have a tool or a phrase where they call something curve. Anytime they use something that's curve, it's an arch. It's like usually just a half curve, like a half circle, and that's just for like archways and windows or maybe the roof, right? But they never say like, hand me the curve or like, we need to figure out the curve. They'll say the arch. So that word curve isn't even used in any type of architecture as far as I know. If I'm wrong, post in live chat. It makes sense though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So so if level means curve in certain instances, then curve would mean level, right? So like, or we could ask them like for something that's curved when we're trying to level something out. You know what I mean? Nobody would ever do that. You never reverse engineer the truth, dog. You can't reverse engineer the truth. You know what I mean? If you do, it's just a lie. That's all the reverse engineering the truth is. You know? It only goes in one direction. If you try to make it the other way, it's just a deception. You know what I mean?
Yeah, imagine saying to your contractor, your building contractor, that you want the roof nicely domed, so much so that it's level.
Right.
Like, I want the roof curving so much that it's level. The guy's going to look at you and say, what the fuck?
Oh, that's so funny. Another thing that I just thought about too is anytime you use the term level as far as like association with somebody and where you're at with them, you always say like we're on the same level or this is on the same level, right? And it's always it's referring to a good thing, right? A positive thing. But if you ever say in a conversation about something curbing, like curbing your enthusiasm or like grading on the curb or something like that, it's always referred to as like a downgrade, like a negative way, a negative incantation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Words are very important.
Let me level with you means to be honest.
Yeah,
Why
exactly.
would level be synonymous with honest?
Right? And then, curbing your enthusiasm for something, that's something bad. Like trying to fucking make you be something you're not, you know?
Well, so that in that instance, it's actually curb with a B. Curb your enthusiasm.
Yeah, but curb and curves are like they're the same thing. One's just like an action of doing it, you know, and the other's just describing how it is, right?
I'll have to check that up.
Because a curb, like the curb on the street, you know what I mean, or like something that's curbed, like it's curb.
To curb something means to like border it, or encapsulate it, or enclose it. to curb something.
Okay.
But still, the point's valid. Like, if
Yeah.
someone's not being level with you, they're not being honest.
Right.
Have you got a level head? Means that you
Right.
think well.
Yeah. It's a good
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, isn't to curb something meaning to like put an end to it, stop it, or at least change slightly? Curb to curb something.
Yeah.
How to have it perform the way you want it to, or slow it
That's the
down.
meaning of it. Yeah, slow it down. Yeah, to reduce it, to curb it. Yeah.
To retard it.
Right. Retarded.
Curb is for retardation, as level is
Right.
to honesty.
Mm.
Hey, so so do you guys ever think that before like the late 1800s or anything, that there was people who were born, as they say, like retarded, where you see people like on TV or something, you know what I mean, they're just like, they can't move from a wheelchair or whatever, but there's like certain characteristics that's like, they're, I don't know how to describe it, but they're not like us. And so do you think
They're like
they're
like geniuses. They're like geniuses, but they they have some kind of ailment, but they are quite intelligent. Is that what you mean?
Well, what I mean is, like, do you ever remember them, like people like that, like in any other history that we read about or anything? There's not really mention of stuff of such things until like just up until, I don't know, fairly recently. Just like with a lot
I would have to agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't recollect in my education any such characters except for that Stephen Hawking, in the wheelchair, which but again, from watching Generism and that, he was saying that guy was dead. He was dead a long time ago, and he's programmed. They programmed his answers.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And he lied about the universe anyway and everything else. It was just, what I said? I said, throw him down the stairs, the lying bastard. That's what I said.
Right.
Everyone started laughing. Yeah.
Hey, I really, really believe that if you do the exact opposite, reverse engineer almost everything we've been taught, it's the right way to do it.
Yeah. That's right. They've been lying.
Not just lying, they've been doing reversing it completely,
Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah. I mean, Stephen Hawking lived too long for someone who had such an ailment, you see. And when Generism was highlighting it, and really gunning it down, they ended his life a few years later. A couple of years he was dead. He died.
If he was even a real person.
Say that again?
If he was even a real person,
Mm. Yeah,
I mean,
if he was
the
a real
robots
person,
that they show us on the news, like Sophia and those robots, why do you think they show it to us with no hair or anything? Because even if they put like a realistic wig on that, like Sophia, she would look real, and I don't even think she'd look close to as real as like what they have already. You know what I mean? As far as like the machines that they have to create it to look like a person, just for like news cameos and like certain shots and stuff like that.
Mm.
I mean, like think about, they could do it in a movie, and it wouldn't be a real person.
No,
so I mean, nobody really like went up to him and met him, but like as far as like regular people,
He was a strange person, I have to admit, and that voice, and he knew all the answers, to the union. Yeah, it was being programmed. It was programmed. No, it was definitely a dead drone. He was, no doubt about that.
They were
Do you know
clowning
what
us.
the funny thing is? Right? The funny thing is, when you see, for me with that Steve Hawkins, I used to think, how could he know all these answers? That's the thing.
Yeah,
right?
He can't even get out of bed, bro.
How did he know all these answers? Yeah. How did he know all these answers? It's just amazing, And I was thinking, something's not right. Is this his real voice? Is he being programmed? These answers are coming. And then I watched Generism, and because I'd had these thoughts years ago, and then his show just highlighted it. I thought, yeah, of course, it makes sense. Because someone with is it MS or whatever he had, you can't live that long. You can't live that long with that disease. That's the first thing, with that ailment. And he broke the record like 4 or 5 times over. So I thought, bloody hell, really?
Well, think about this: if they created all that stuff, and all that stuff is just imaginations or whatever, and they have been putting on the news and movies about, like, something happens to your dog, gets bit or something, and then what I mean, the like old Yeller style stuff, where like nobody's ever known nobody who had a dog who had that, or a person, right? But everybody just started believing and thinking that dogs needed to get that thing when they were puppies because of that movie. It like set precedent for something. You know what I mean?
That's right. Yeah. I'm with you on that one. There's been a lot of lies told in that way all the time.
Oh yeah.
But we have to be careful on this topic matter.
I know.
So,
I censored my words pretty well, though.
Yeah.
I feel you, yeah. I'm just saying. Once a topic passes a certain age thing, though, it's pretty much like they don't really care at that point. I think it's like a 20-year window or 25-year window or something. But
if that's a thing, if that's a thing, because I don't give a damn.
Yeah.
I talk about anything usually.
Yeah, right.
But on these servers, you've got to be careful about.
I know. Oh, I just saw something on the news the other day, and they were talking directly about Discord. And I'm gonna go back in my history and make a video out of it. They just said something really brief, but it was really interesting.
All right. What did they say? Do you remember?
They were just talking about how if they were ready to drop the ball and make, when was Discord going to be, a monetized, whereas like they monitor you, what you say, and you can't be spreading any
Oh, right. Yeah, of course they are. Of course. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
Or make you pay for it. You know what I mean? Make you pay for it if you want to do that kind of stuff.
Yeah. No, thank you very much. Start giving away money.
I don't think they've made it that way yet. Wait. I don't think they've made it that way yet because they're hold on a second. They're too interested in like finding out what makes us tick and what made us become this. So they send people like Matthew and the other guy to get algorithms from us.
Yeah. 42 ounces, gathering intel.
You're just working the shifts that Matthew has to work. Matthew can't work 7 days a week,
Yeah. But anyway, we tell the truth. That's what it is. It's flat. It's a flat Earth. There's no ball. And he knew he didn't have the proof. That's why I asked him, "Are you getting any closer to the flat Earth? Because you must be moving away from the globe. You've got no evidence for it." Oh, and then he says, "Well, I know where the flat earthers are coming from now." I go, "That's right, from the truth, mate." What about you?
Did you notice how he kept using, like, he kept saying like, "Oh, that's what the flat Earth believes," or like he kept saying like keywords to try to like
believe planet.
To like put us in a category or like define us in one certain aspect. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And when we were speaking about the moon landings, he said, "Oh, your mum and dad believed it." And I go, "Yes, even I believed it as a kid because we watched it on TV. But it's a hoax. We know it's a hoax. Can't go to the moon, mate. Come on. That's never happened. It never will happen. A moon is not a place we can go to. We don't have the technology to do that. We don't have it. We never will have it. There will never be a time where human beings will fly up and go to that moon. It's never going to happen."
It was funny. You never even heard anybody say like, "Gee, what if we could go there and we actually made it there? What if like killed us instantly?" People don't even think like that. Like they just want to go. Like if you could really go and that was the actual place, nobody ever crosses everybody's mind, and everybody said like, "Have we ever thought that if the second we go there we die instantly?" You know what I mean? Like, couldn't that be a very, very viable possibility too?
Yeah, exactly. They don't think like that, do they? And then I asked 42 ounces, what makes him think that satellites would be floating in space? What's keeping it up there? How is it suspended up there? Come on now. Where did you get the idea that can happen? And he says, well, why would it fall down? Well, just wait. There's nothing. Anything goes up must return down. You know.
Not just that, but the shape of it, how unaerodynamic it is, ridiculous, dude.
Stupid, yeah. I mean, come on, man. Easy kid.
I mean, you couldn't even make a kite. You couldn't even make a kite that unaerodynamic. Yeah, even a kite is more shaped to glide than those things, dude. They're like a bunch of triangles or squares and like rectangles sticking out.
Doesn't matter, you know, 17,500 miles an hour, 18,000 miles per hour when they were going to the moon. So they said, you know.
No, that's the speed of the ISS, supposedly 17,900.
25 times the speed of sound.
Yeah, 10. It's 10 times.
Is it? I thought it was 20 something.
The speed of sound is about. Oh, wait. Hold on. Let me see.
No, it's about 25. I think about 23, 25 times the speed of sound. That's what they're saying that ISS and going to the moon would be. Okay? So but the thing is, you know, that would require a lot of fuel to do this, okay? But suddenly, when you leave Earth, suddenly things float. Okay, that's how you can keep this speed up. But you notice that the rocket wasn't continuously firing. So it left Earth, gathered this speed up, 17,000, 18,000 miles per hour, and then it keeps going once it goes into space because it's got that momentum.
It keeps going without spiraling too. No velocity.
Yeah. And then, you know, the occasional thruster. First stage is jettisoned. Crap. Are they kidding? Thing would just drop down. How much fuel can you carry? You know? And that's got to be proven that things can travel at that speed in a vacuum and it won't drop to the ground. Oh, man. And then when you see they do these spacewalks, it's very slow motion, isn't it? It's very, they're floating, aren't they? It's that floating feeling. You know, when you see them doing the supposed moonwalk with their tools in their hands. Yeah?
Yeah.
But really, they're traveling at 18,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. Is when they have their hammer drill in their hand, they're unscrewing bolts or putting bolts in on the ISS. The RPM at the tip of that thing is spinning at the same RPM as on Earth. It would be going way
You
slower.
said that the other day. Yeah, I was very impressed with that. Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
If it was a murder trial, they would get video analysts to look at that.
Don't use that. He said, Huey was saying to you, don't use that. It's a weak argument, he was saying. But you said, that's my best argument, he said.
Yeah, that's a good argument, don't you think?
Yeah, I do think so as well. I think that's a good catching them with their pants down. There
Exactly.
you go, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Fucking brilliant, that one. Should rotate faster because less.
If they're going 20 times faster than a bullet, but it looks like they're going 200 times slower than a bullet or whatever. So do the math on that. Like, where's the balance point of where they're going normal speed, like they would be fast, like on Earth, and then it just switches all of a sudden to be going that slow, but that much faster supposedly. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where's that 0 point? You know?
It doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where's that zero? I mean, I've never thought that things can float in space.
I try to narrow it down, like math, like what I did with Matthew when I told him, is like, okay, so people have been asking you questions and you keep telling them like, I can't answer that, I'm not equipped to answer that, and they keep asking you more questions that, just think about it. If this is in his area of expertise, he's just going to defer and say, I can't answer that. So I try to narrow it down to his area of expertise. And I asked him at what point, if you took a tennis ball and spun it with water on it, how much bigger would the tennis ball have to be all the way up to the shape of Earth, and how much faster would it have to spin before it reached that point where water went from flying off to sticking? Where's that 0 point at? Tell me the exact numbers. more than a 5-figure number. And he gave me this long ass answer, and the very end of the answer started back to the beginning of my question. And he goes, and so that's what I believe would happen to a tennis ball if it was. I was like, oh my god, he's good.
The funny thing is, how can the ISS, being up there at 250 miles up, traveling at 17,500 miles per hour, can fall? Look, it doesn't make any sense that it can fall around the Earth. Fucking an insult. That is a great. I just find that insulting.
I know. The adjustment somebody would have to make going that fast to make a curve like that, to curve around anything, dude, on Earth, is the thing would rip apart.
Those speeds only allow for straightness. They don't allow.
Yeah, I know.
They don't lend themselves to curving. Those speeds. They don't, man. They just don't.
They do is reverse engineer, bro. It's all reverse engineering. Tomfoolery,
Exactly. It is tomfoolery for sure. That was a good animation I used to watch after Sesame Street. There, tomfoolery. That was good. That was, yeah. Back in the 70s. But anyway, yeah, right. Falling around the Earth, falling around, man. You don't know how that insults me.
They told me that all the books that have been removed from the Bible have all the stories that, like, all the fairy tales we've heard since kids and Disney movies and stuff like that. They take it and they pervert the tale. So they take what's free information to benefit us and then create something that's perverted out of it and then sell us the story back, and we're buying it. And we've been buying it back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because we are unaware of the deception. That's why.
Yeah. That's where nothing new is under the sun. We're in a closed system. So they haven't gotten the ideas of all these movies and stuff from somewhere,
Yeah. The young ones are unaware because they go to the school with the trust in their educators and they're thinking they're learning the truth, you see. Unfortunately, it's a massive deception when it comes to the Earth anyway, and some parts of history.
Yeah.
Dinosaurs, for example.
Dinosaurs. I think that's just amongst many, many things. I think we've been lied to thoroughly and wholeheartedly, and with the quiet, Jack. I'm on the phone right now. Oh, sorry about that.
That's all right. There's no need to be sorry. Life goes on, remember?
Right. Yeah.
Life doesn't stop because of Discord, yeah?
Right.
The Earth doesn't stop. The sun and the moon doesn't stop because of Discord.
Right.
Yeah. So don't worry about it. Don't sweat the small stuff. Someone comes in, they come in. Welcome, that's it. No big deal. Yeah, people must always remember that when if you're online and someone comes into the room, don't bark. Don't bark at them. Just say, because there's nothing we can do. You've got a life. Life is happening. And that's that. We're not going to get upset. We're not going to be angry. The listeners are not going to be angry because it's part of life, you see. So if someone came in and said something, it's fine. You just answer them. No, I don't know where it is. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah. And then you can say, sorry about that if you wish, or not. You don't have to. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay? Because people I always notice that people tend to change their attitude when someone comes into the room. Like, they're not allowed to come into the room, first of all, because we're live. Doesn't matter. Life goes on. People are driving their cars outside there. People are walking. People are having a meal whilst we're talking. Big deal.
Yeah.
You've got to learn. So always be gentle. Don't bark at them family members or your wife.
Yeah.
Okay? No need.
Okay.
It's not bad. It's not a bad thing. I used to love it when I used to listen to what's his name? Robert Asano, okay? And his two little children used to come in and that. Daddy, this, that, everything else. And then his children would come in and that, And it was natural. Just let it flow. Don't stop it. Got to let it flow. It's part of his life. And that's it's the human element coming out again.
Yeah.
And I think that human connection, children, I just love it. Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind the noise in the background with the kids and that. It's part of their life. You know, if you don't want us to hear that, then you've got to go into a room where the children won't be heard. That's all.
Hey,
if you can't do that, then so be it. No big deal. I'm not going to lose any sleep. I'm going to enjoy it. Go
Have
on.
you heard of intellectual property that they sell in the metaverse?
Yeah.
Dude.
I'm not so keen on the metaverse
No,
myself.
I would never.
I'm never going to participate in that.
I would never ever go on it ever, bro. Ever. Never. I would never go on
I'm
that.
not
No.
interested in that at all. No, thank you very much. Yeah, I
Yeah.
have no interest at all.
Yeah, I'd rather get drunk personally. But yeah, no.
Like I said,
I think it's a
you're going to find me.
I think it's a
You're going to
bad thing.
find me abseiling, hiking, cycling, motorcycling, canoeing,
Right.
camping, snowboarding. That's what I'm going to be doing. I ain't going to be doing any of that shit.
Whatever books you have and written information, hold on to it. I've been trying to collect books. Do it. My girlfriend does more.
Correct. Yeah. If you're a book collector, then that's good. That's very good indeed. Because there'll be a time when you may not want to use the technology. You may want to put it down and throw it away.
Yeah.
But at least you got your books, the written
Yeah.
word.
Mm-hmm.
No doubt about it. Yep. So that's going to be your saving grace. I'm like you. I'm envisaging the end of technology. I use it because I don't want to be part of this system. If it means I've got to carry a smartphone, no, I'm not going to carry a smartphone. I'm not going to live that life. Participate in that. I'm going to try and cut away from that. My family will carry on, of course, because it's all part of stage of life. My stage of life at 60, I've probably got another 20 years, 25 years. Do I want to be, I'm one of those revolutionaries. So I'm always going to be shouting up for the revolution. I don't like the way technology is being brought in to imprison humanity. I don't like that at all. And I can see that going on. And I don't want to be part of that. I want to be more with the flat earth and enjoying what the creator created for us. That's what I want to enjoy more than any metaverse. Shit.
Hey,
Metaverse
I
is
bet you
nothing.
if you went barefoot from now on, you'd probably add like 20 more years to your life, bro.
Well, I just come back from a 10-mile run. So there you go. I'm adding years to my life there. I kid you. And I walk around, and I do walk around barefoot as well anyway. So no problem there.
Bro. Try to do as much as you can, bro.
Oh, I do that, yeah. I love it when I can go on holiday and get to the beach and that's it. I go for a jog barefoot, jogging.
Yeah,
And
that's the best because you're creating the piece of
quite a lot of
electrical.
heat. Yeah.
You're creating complete electrical that your body needs on that sand, bro.
Yes, yeah. And then I dive into the salt water, cleanse myself, get up, play with the kids for about 45 minutes to an hour probably, and then go and do another jog. As I say, I'll be back in a short while. I want to build some sweat up. And I want to dive into that water again. Nice, cool. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah,
man.
Everything you do to go to the beach.
Yeah, I love the beach. Love to sit on top, kayaks. Yep. Wash, get the life jacket on, clip. Okay. Paddle, thanks. All right, I'm off. Hey. Yeah, man. Yeah. The kids as well. Let's go. Come on. Yeah, mate. Yeah, we're going to go to that little island over there. Yeah, come on. Let's go. And then enjoy it, man. And scream flat earth every chance I get. You notice how the horizon is dead level there? No curvature at all. And we're supposed to be on a oblate spheroid, are we, on this ball? I don't see any curvature there. What do you think? I mean, are we living on a flat earth, really? I think we are, don't you? No curvature. And I don't notice it. And then, see the reactions you get on the beach. Flat earth people. And I shout it out. I don't care. Flat earth people. It's flat. Right and loud. Yeah. And I'm glad I do it. A black guy shouting out flat earth. They're not going to forget that day. They might want to ignore it, but, I'm like that. Beautiful flat earth. Yeah. Most of these people are just totally disconnected from nature, so that's why I do it.
I hate how every time you come around to keep talking, like you're talking about something and you mention like stupid,
Flat Earth.
whatever it is.
Yeah.
Flat Earth, and like always has
I know. It's crazy.
Yeah, I think NASA shot themselves in the foot with their moon buggy because the batteries couldn't have operated on the moon. The temperature on the moon, average temperatures about 123 to 127 degrees Celsius. Okay. And then in the shaded areas and cold, it drops to a bone shattering minus 50 to minus 60 degrees Celsius. That's cold. So the question people are asking is, how could the battery survive that kind of fluctuation?
Right.
Yeah. Maximum battery could take out was 60. I've got it marked up, so I'm just getting into my library. See.
Right.
So the batteries in the lunar rover couldn't have worked. The temperatures, it would have got heat soaked, is what I'm saying. Okay, it would have been heat soaked and trashed. So they lied, yeah. And the information I'm getting it, the NASA. Hang on. Yes. NASA Apollo Lunar Rover Vehicle Operations Handbook. Operations Handbook Manual. Yes. And when you look inside there, and it's under battery, maximum temperature in Fahrenheit is 125. Survival, the extreme, 140 degrees Fahrenheit. Minimum temperature, cold, 40 degrees.
That's
Minimum
just right. That's just the temperature. That's not a frequency that it's going through or anything either. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's just the temperature. Yeah. So there was no way they could have survived. This thing could have worked.
You could short circuit that battery out if you put it through a gnarly frequency. You know.
I actually tried to look it up. It was a
shorted out, bro. Think about this. They're going through the Van Allen belt, right? How what any type of anything that man ever creates on Earth that we dwell in or use is always grounded to something, right? And so if they're going, especially if they're going through like radiation belts like that, what is grounding them from just being completely shocked? You know,
this is it. How did they get through? And then the astronaut, Alan Beale, I think he was in Apollo 14, I think.
No, he was on the
14,
second Apollo or third Apollo. Yeah, 14, yeah.
Oh, sorry, yeah, second, yeah. Okay, Apollo 12, yeah, right. And he was asked, how did you feel going through the Van Allen radiation belts? No effect on the radiation. And that goes, and he says, I don't think we went out far enough to encounter the Van Allen radiation belts. Now, there is a big mistake straight away.
Yeah.
Discovered by James Van Allen in 1958, I believe. Okay, 1958, discovered of the twin Van Allen radiation belts. Radiation level 2,500 rems apiece. Okay, how would you not know that? Because that's a dangerous thing. There should have been a countdown. For example, you've left the Earth in the rocket now. First stage has been jettisoned. Second stage jettisoned now. Now we've got the Lunar Command Module on its way. Now, before you get into the first Van Allen radiation belt, you're going to have a countdown. You're going to, because it's a dangerous So you're going to count that. You're now entering the Van Allen radiation belt zone 1. You're going to, because you want to make sure that all the equipment's still functioning and the astronauts are not being impaired by the radiation. But that didn't happen. And then as you go through that, it's going to be a 2-hour ride through that first one at minimum. And then when you're about to exit that should be a countdown there as well. That never happened. We're about to leave the first Van Allen radiation belt zone. Counting down now. We're approaching the first exit. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then you exit that.
Yeah.
And then within an hour or so, you're going to go into the second zone. None of that happened. No questions. How are you feeling in the radiation? Are you okay? Everything fine? Checking. None of that happened. No questions. How are you feeling, Neil? Michael? Buzz? None of that happened. Would be a major.
If they were going to put anything in the ground, it would have been a grounding rod to see if they could pull electricity from the moon, not a USA flag.
Yeah. And that flag was making noise with the hammer they used. Sound doesn't travel through a vacuum, but yet we could hear him hammering away. Bang, 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 Yeah. Yeah. So many anomalies. Those belts. And there's a third belt that never got mentioned. Third belt where the ISS is currently operating, if it's up there, that's where it's in that zone.
I find it really strange that the Van Allen belts were discovered the same year NASA and the Antarctic Treaty were created in 1958. That's the year they discovered it.
That's right.
That's weird.
That's right. Yeah, 1959 was the treaty, and then it came into being in 1961 when I was born. Actually, it came in as but they signed in 1959. Yeah.
When NASA was created, it was all around the same year as they were creating NASA and.
Very weird. Lots of things were going on. Things were going on, but yeah, true. I agree. Lots of things were going on.
Yeah.
Lots of deception. That's what I mean.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? It was exactly. If you think about it, it was 40. Wait. Hold on. Let me do the math. Let me make sure I get this right. No, it's 42. Yeah, 42 years, right? Till 2001.
Yeah.
42 years until September of 2001.
2001, man.
Mm-hmm.
2001: A Space Odyssey. That was a great movie. Stanley Kubrick.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. 2001: A Space Odyssey. Dude, like they knew they were going to do that back then for September of 2001, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was released in 1968, that film.
Yeah, 1 year before the moon landing.
Yeah, NASA goes to the moon. Following year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although the movie and everything he showed was
released.
way better quality. You know what I mean?
That's right. That's right.
Way better quality, dude.
That's it. That's what you got to do. You got to look at the 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Yeah, dude, way better quality than the moon landing, dude.
Of course it was.
That film wasn't completed as well. He was sort of made to put it out before the moon hoax, so that people kind of had an understanding of what to expect. So it was conditioning people so that when they did the NASA fakery.
That is a fundamental point. That is a fundamental point you just raised there. Absolutely correct. That's right. That's part of the programming for sure.
They laid the groundwork.
Because Stanley Kubrick, yes, we can hear you loud and clear, sir. If Stanley Kubrick was responsible for the moon landings anyway, it was his stuff. You see, the similarities are there. So well done, man. Yeah, great point.
And remember also to say thank you for something that Kubrick did. NASA gave him that $3 million camera.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Also, they used his front screen projection as well.
That's right.
The first time used in 2001, and then we see it on the moon sets.
Yeah, that was made by a company called 3M Scotch. They made that stuff. Yeah, very true. They made it for him. Very interesting. See, and in the following year, they go to the moon in 1968, 2001, 1969, they're on the moon. And then you watch The Shining, and Stanley Kubrick is confessing in a movie from St. Albans, all the way from St. Albans.
It's just amazes me that people still fall for this nonsense.
Well, yeah, you know why? Because they're not really looking into it. That's the honest thing. They're just taking it. It's gone in one ear out the other. They're not even checking it. They're not looking into it at all. That's why. I mean, look, I saw The Shining when I was 19. Okay, 19, naive as fuck. Wasn't intellectually minded at all. I knew a lot about mechanics and engineering and welding, that stuff. Okay, but intellectually, no. So there's no way I was going to pick up any clues from that movie. No way. I went there to be startled and scared. You know, that's the way we went. We went to watch Jack Nicholson in The Shining, but we came out and we said that film was a load of beep, 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 fucking beep, beep, beep. I got fucking beep, beep ripped off. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Right. And then we went to McDonald's because we went to Hampstead Odeon in Hampstead Heath, near Hampstead, okay? And a few doors down was a McDonald's, and we went there to have something to eat, right? And little did I know that was Stanley Kubrick's confession movie. Little did I know, okay? It was just peppered with Apollo clues from start to finish. Every scene had a meaning. Had meaning and reference to Apollo and Apollo missions, okay? And I discovered that in 2006, you know, because I'm still doing, I started looking into the moon landings from like after 9/11, so it would have been like 2002. I said, okay, let me look into the moon landing because I now realize that 9/11 was an inside job. So I'm now looking at the moon landings now, and bloody hell, it's a hoax, isn't it? Oh no. So I had to phone my friend up and apologize for swearing at him and cutting him off back in 1995 when he tried to tell me, right? But he didn't give me any information, so that's why I lost my temper with him. But I apologize. You are indeed right. And he'd forgotten about that anyway. Okay. So I look into that. And then at 2006, I'm discovering The Shining Code 2. And when I actually watched it and understood every scene from The Shining, it was all reference to Apollo. I got on the phone and phoned all my mates who went to see the movie. Okay, none of them were interested. They'd even forgot they'd gone. I was totally disappointed with my mates. They didn't seem to realize that Stanley Kubrick was the man who did the Apollo. They didn't give a damn. Didn't care. They thought I'd lost the plot even. I was disappointed. So there you go. That's the shining moment. And I didn't have a shine. I was dulled up. They didn't give a damn, didn't bat an eyelid, didn't give a shit. I said, don't you remember? We went to see The Shining, you know, remember? And we said it was a shitty film. And do you remember that? And we went to McDonald's and that, and, you know. They didn't even remember. I was 19. They were like 18. I was 18, going to be 19 that year. So they would have been 17, yeah. They don't, my friends at that time, yeah, they don't look back, do they? Whereas I do. I look back in my life. They haven't done that. That's why they haven't connected. And the moon landings didn't mean much to them. So I was much to my horror and disappointment.
They just moved from one event to another.
Yeah, they're just going through the motions. I was really disappointed. I really was. It shocked me. Their reaction really shocked me. They've given up. You know what I felt? They'd given up. I can't rely on them for a revolution. They've given up. Do you know what I mean? I want to revolt, but I can't revolt because there's these people that I used to hang around with that don't give a shit. Just piss it up. No, that's no good. Do you know what I mean, though? Yeah. You know, we want to educate people on the deception. So it's down to us to do that. We've got to do that. They're going to be the ones that join in later. And then they won't be a part of my team because they gave up. They've given up living. when you're a flat earther, you're a live wire. You're not dead. There's a lot of sheeple out there, a lot of dead people. I don't hate them. Don't get me wrong. I don't hate them because I was that person myself. Although I never put nature behind me. Nature was my foundation. Always had the highest respect for the earth, the God's creation. You know, the Creator's creation, utmost. I kept it real. So, but I do realize that I was brainwashed myself. So I'll always be forgiving to those people when you bring it to them. But when they then obfuscate, start trying to insult you, they get my raft. That's how I am anyway. But I've always got to have compassion for the heliocentrists, those who are brainwashed. Got to. I was brainwashed myself. When you're born in a concrete jungle and you don't taste any nature, I can understand that. I was lucky. I had 3 years of cadets. I had the Cubs, cadets, and then the TA. That's 5 years in total. So, and I spent a lot of time out with nature, still not connecting the dots to flat Earth, but it helped me to realize it. That's for sure. How about you? How was your experience? How did you get to the flat Earth?
Oh, I had come through a lot of other different alternate theories and ideas, and I was on Facebook. I was in the Facebook walls like 2015 and that, and there was a friend on there, and it was kind of still sort of in its infancy. So there was a lot of things that we didn't really have answers for. We knew the globe stuff was obviously nonsense, and we knew a couple of things, but yeah, 12-hour debates and things, and then I kind of, once I figured it out, I moved on to trying to learn about other things, figure out other things, and I circled back to it a few years ago because of Discord, and then started to become more conversant with a lot of the other aspects in that. They're not necessarily needed, because obviously you just base it on the measurements and the observed reality and things like that. But it's nice to get some sort of explanation, even as a placeholder. So yeah, that's what
Can you hear? Yeah, yeah. I'm not getting you. You are breaking up for me. So let me
breaking up.
Try. Beginning. How you got into the flat Earth? Sorry about that. Yeah, go on. Yeah, you're breaking up.
Am I breaking up still?
That's better now. Yeah, you're better now. Yeah, whatever you're doing, keep doing that, and then start from the beginning, because I never got anything.
So basically, back in 2015, I'd come through a lot of other alternate theories and different ideas that were out there. I had a lot of time on my hands, so I wasted a lot of time, but decided to try to better myself and just learn a bit about everything. There was a crazy flat earther back in like 2015 on my Facebook, and we had some conversations. He made a lot of good points. It was still in its infancy of understanding. Obviously now we've, I think, pretty much sewn up every single little thing that a globie could throw at us. So yeah, just 12-hour debates on Facebook back then, and then I moved on, started to learn about other things, and then about 5 years ago, because of Discord, circled back to it, started to learn more of the stuff that had been figured out and understanding, even as like a placeholder explanation a lot of the times, because all you need is measurements and observed reality. You don't need anything else. And then
that's right.
That's been it, really. So yeah, I've been.
So 2015, you met a flat earther on Facebook. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
They had massive groups on Facebook, 30,000 members and that.
What, flat earthers?
Yeah.
Ooh, back in 2015. Yeah.
Yeah, they were huge.
Wow.
They had big groups.
Okay, that's nice. Yeah, I didn't realize it was kicking off like that in the UK because I'm in Japan here. I'm out of the loop, so I didn't realize it was kicking off like that. But I used to watch. First of all, for me, it happened whilst I was, like I said, doing the moon landing research and other conspiracy theories. 2014, it was being offered up, and I just ignored it totally. I went, stupid. I mean, it's flat Earth. You look at it and you laugh. That's what I did. I look at it on flat Earth and laughed, and then carried on doing my research. But as that 2014 went on, it just kept popping up. Do you know what? I got paranoid. I thought someone hacked me. I thought, who keeps putting this fucking flat Earth stuff up? What's going on here? It's not fucking flat, man. Stupid fool. But I wasn't telling anybody. I was talking to myself. Okay. Anyway, Boxing Day of 2015 now, after finishing all the moon landing hoax research, I got to the end of that, really. And I thought, what am I going to do now? Boxing Day, the kids are happy, wife's all right. I'm here. I think, yeah, let me click on this fucking flat Earth for a laugh. You know what I mean? What have they got for me here now? As I clicked and I'm laughing, that laugh turned into a dumbass man sitting here. That's what happened to me. I just felt dumb because everything that was, because that was the one I clicked on first, I related to everything within 3 minutes. And I had that epiphany of all my cadet life and everything that I experienced in the military and nature. Whoosh, it's flat. And I felt a complete dick. Inadequate in doing research and coming to a coherent conclusion is what I felt like. After doing all those 10 years of moon landing research, and I still hadn't joined the dots. What a fool. I was banging my head, pacing up and down in this very classroom, banging my head thinking, what a complete dickhead. Then I sat down, continued to watch Mark Sargent, and then I watched for about 10 more minutes. I thought, hang on a second. Wait a minute. Let me cross-reference this. There might be another video. Generism. Celebrate truth. Bloody Eric Duvay. Dave Murphy. Greatest light ever told. I watched all that lot. That's it. Write it on the board. What is the shape of the Earth for my students when they're going to return? January 6th. Go there. And then I went upstairs and told the kids. That's what happened to me. But I felt a complete dick because I clicked on it laughing, remember? Let's see what a flat Earth. I mean, come on. And then that laugh just changed. You know, when you see Tom and Jerry, his face changed into a donkey. That was me. Donkey's ass. So, yeah, that was my experience.
It's all part of the conditioning.
Getting to the flat Earth, you see.
So, yeah. I often talk about for people to learn the truth, they have to do this inner journey to remove ego, bias, and belief. Otherwise, whatever subject you're trying to learn about objectively is being distorted to the self. So nobody can really learn anything until they get out their own damn way and allow the topic to speak for itself and understand it with clarity. You're not there to judge it. You're not there to say if it's right or wrong, because a lot of this stuff you're never going to get like 100%. Flat Earth is 100%, but a lot of these, it's just people saying things.
Yeah, but you relate with, that's right. But the flat Earth is that you have all your life experiences come rushing back. It's flat, locked in, boom, it's flat. Shit, it is. Because like I said, I never divorced myself from nature. So I was saying earlier, if you live in a concrete jungle like London and you don't get a chance to see, it's going to be harder for them to accept the Earth is flat in that sense. But if you've been like me and you're out there in the, you've climbed mountains, you've jumped out of planes, you've canoed, you've done everything that nature can throw at you, it's easier to come to that conclusion very quickly indeed. Like I said, didn't go to the moon. a complete idiot. What completely useless. So I was on the ground, man. I had to pick my head, That was my action. I don't want to forget this day because I thought I knew it all. I'm proud shots because my open, but they were shut. I wasn't looking. Fuck. Okay, man. It was like that. And then I started to watch more of Flat Earth content, and then 20 just destroying the globe, and numbers were increasing. I loved that year. It was fantastic. And then we had the globe light. We had Harry. Harry gently easing everyone into the flat earth. A Scotsman in Scotland. Do you remember him? You might want to watch his material. Very good. Going out in and around Scotland, interviewing people and asking them how open-minded are they on a scale of 1 to 10. You heard them say 10, some of them, or 9, and then they're closed-minded like a tight nut. When it starts, teachers, educators, people on streets, engineers, he's talked to all sorts of people. That was good. Then we had the Globe Light. Mic check. Am I lost? Am I gone? Can you hear me?
Yeah, a little bit robot.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm having connectivity issues here. Did you actually see the Globe Light tour in Britain?
No. What? I mean, I did see some of those dockies that you mentioned as well, because my mate put me on to a few of those. Yeah. When did you get to the moon hoax? When did you start with the moon hoax?
2002.
For me, it was about 1998. There was a Channel 4 documentary with
right.
I think it was David S. Percy. He was a professional photographer.
Yeah. I like that guy, David Percy. He went on to do the documentary, What Happened on the Moon, photographic analysis of the Apollo missions, and part 1, and What Happened on the Moon, part 2 and 3, which looks at the radiation and the problems with rockets. Yeah, David Percy, Royal Society of Photographers. He belongs to. He's the film producer. Yeah, well done, mate. You were lucky. I didn't see that. You were lucky, mate. 1998. My friend in 1995 was trying to tell me, how do you know they went to the moon, Jim? I said, I saw it on TV, man. I was actually at a wine bar doing security at a wine bar. I was on the door, right? And my mate Dave has come up and gone, yeah, Jim, do you believe they went to the moon? I said, yeah, I saw it on TV, man. Yeah. He goes, my mum says they didn't go. I said, yeah, and? Meaning, spill the beans kind of thing. And I said, yeah, and? He goes, yeah, well, no. She just says, instinct says that they didn't go. I said, oh, fucking instinct. What about you? Do you believe that? No, they didn't go. I said, get the effing hell out of it. I'm on the door and you're giving me shit in my head. I saw it on fucking TV, right? Fuck off, I actually said that. Get out of here. You're fucking with my head. Fast forward to 2002 now. Jin's doing the research. It is indeed a hoax. I couldn't get on the phone quick enough. Okay. So 1995, Jin's in Japan, 2002. So I've left England now, but I phoned back and said, sorry that I threw a wobbler on you there. Sorry I went mad, but you didn't give me any tangible reason to understand that they didn't go. I know more about it than you do, I said. Now I know how they didn't go. You didn't give me any of this stuff, but I apologize. And, you know, he goes, yeah, I've forgotten about that, Jim. Don't worry about it. I said, yeah, cheers, man. Sorry, you know, they didn't go. You were right. Boy, your mum was a smart woman, I said, you know, but fucking hell, you should have seen the way I turned. That was cog this, but it wasn't really cog this. The man didn't give me any tangible evidence. So of course I'm going to throw a wobbler. I saw it on TV. That's my evidence at that point. And I
All
saw
he
it
had
when I
to
was
do
young.
was point you to David S. Percy's book, Apollo 13, Dark Moon Hoax.
That's right. That's right. But he didn't have that information, did he?
Nope.
In 1995, remember? 1995, I'm at Muswell Hill on the door. The Heights Wine Bar. And my mate Dave, who's a friend of my friend Andy, is telling me, wow, they didn't go to the moon. Do you believe that? How'd you know, Gin? I said, I saw it on bloody TV, man. So he didn't articulate it properly, and my instinct was just like, get out of the way, man. I'm trying to do the door here. Fuck.
Oh yeah, you're like this, right? One of my one of these smooth brains I was arguing with on Facebook about the moon hoax, right? He was trying to claim that the movie, The Dish, was more accurate than the guy there on the day taking the signal. It was absolutely hilarious. Like this guy, I literally, because I'd never heard of this angle before, because again, a lot of this was kind of new, you know, and so he's like, oh yeah, go watch this movie, and it explains about how the supposed signal came down into Australia.
Yeah, that's right, through Australia. Yeah,
but
Una Ronald,
it didn't go to the main dish. There'd been a storm, and it was out. It went to this smaller one first for the first sort of 15 minutes, and then it moved over to the larger one. So I managed to find him this info from the guy who was there on the day, and he's like, no, you're wrong, because the movie said this. And I'm just like, oh, okay.
You know, we know it's well documented that it went through Australia. Australia was the middleman in all this. People were complaining that the image that they had to record it from was so grainy. It was like, but you know.
But the Australians got the good image, and there was a load of them that saw a Coca-Cola bottle, and they were all phoning there saying, "Look out for the Coca-Cola bottle."
That's right. Her name was Una Rowland or Ronalds. Una Ronalds, I think her name was. And she said she saw this Coca-Cola bottle suddenly appear on the screen, and she realized it was a fake, it was a hoax. And then she phoned her friends up to check. They hadn't seen it, but they said they were going to check it in the next news bulletin, but they'd edited out, hadn't they, by then? Fuckers, you know what I mean? So, yeah, man, you know. Moon landing hoax was definitely a hoax, and Stanley Kubrick was the man. And you know, I watched that Shining movie thinking it was a shit movie. It's one of my favorite movies because it's a confession. It's a confession vehicle. And then Stanley Kubrick is my best all-time film director of all time. He's the number one. Every single film he produced was warning us about the powers that shouldn't be. Everything. Every single film he made. One of them touched on our innermost thoughts with Lolita, and that was a separate one, but there were other films that were talking about the power, Big Brother and all that. I like Stanley Kubrick. And the 2001, that was his last one, which was released on the anniversary of the moon landing. I'm not sure if it was the 50th anniversary, but on the anniversary of the moon landings, it was released. That was what he wanted to happen. And again, another reference to Apollo. Strong reference again, even though he's dead, yeah?
And it was the only one he didn't edit.
There you go. Now, I was going to say something about The Shining, wasn't I? Oh, I've lost it now. But anyway, yeah, you know, Stanley Kubrick.
Oh,
yeah, 2001.
Of that film that nobody's
2001
seen.
Being the most... Say that again?
They reckon there's 30 to 40 minutes of Eyes Wide Shut that nobody's ever seen.
That's right. Yeah. Well, I'd love to see that because he had to cut it out. That obviously they couldn't.
He didn't cut it. He wasn't editing it. Somebody else did the editing and thing. It was the only time somebody else came in to do that.
Yeah, that's right. Because it was very revealing, wasn't it? Then What was that material? And you know what? What made me laugh? I watched an interview of Tom Cruise, because Stanley Kubrick was known to be a perfectionist. Okay, a perfectionist, sorry, and he wanted it done perfect. He'd have you do this thing 300 times if necessary, right? And he got Tom Cruise to reenact this particular part of the movie a couple of hundred times, to the point where Tom Cruise started to doubt his own ability. What, can't I act? What's going on? You know, it's Tom Cruise actually said he actually began to doubt his acting ability when he was working with Stanley Kubrick, and I thought that was brilliant when he confessed that. I was laughing because he was known for doing that. He liked puzzles, apparently, puzzles as well. So yeah, okay, a good man. And his 2001 A Space Odyssey has been voted as best sci-fi movie of all time. And when you watch it today, it's apparent it hasn't aged. It fits right in with today's technology, this movie. Isn't that amazing? Have you seen it recently?
No.
No. If you watch it, there's an iPad in there. There's an iPad in there. The fashion, everything seems to be in place. Hasn't aged. None. Magical movie, that. So yeah. And Capricorn 1 is another good one. Capricorn 1.
Yeah, Capricorn 1. They were originally going to do that about the moon, but they got told they weren't allowed.
Yeah, it would have been too revealing. That's why it would have woke everybody up, because it was already out and about that the moon landings was a hoax anyway by then. Before the Capricorn 1, well before that. So people were saying it was a hoax already. So yeah, man. Yeah. Amazing life I've had so far with all this shit, all these shenanigans going on. And I've actually, I've actually discovered it through, obviously, those who brought it to my attention, the content makers. It was my initiative to search, but thanks to those, like I said, Dave Percy and all the Flat Earth content producers, you know who you are, the giants that I'm standing on to help promote you guys. Yeah, thanks.
And that David F. Percy, in his book, he took it right back as well to explain a lot of these sort of shenanigans from the Russian side and also the Rocket Club as well. So it was really interesting.
Yeah.
To expose
it's in part of the video.
Because most people aren't aware that Yuri Gagarin wasn't the first man in space. He was maybe even the 10th man.
That's right. That's right. It's in that video. Exactly. It's in the video.
And Herman Ober,
have you seen the video?
The rocket genius. The real one.
The Russian one. He died, didn't he? He died at the age of 60 or something like that. Suddenly. Yeah.
But,
operation. He went for an operation and died.
And so this was all important details, But they created that film, Woman in the Moon, 1927. And
that's
what
correct.
was odd was that it was still silent when talkies had just been created. And obviously, if you're going to make a movie, you're going to want the latest thing in your movie because that's what people want. But what they did, they actually edited it to show the rocket, to show Hitler at Peenemünde, this is what we're doing. And they're showing him the movie Woman in the Moon. And they've just edited it for the rocket parts, and that's how they got funding. And then afterwards, they went to Britain with the Rocket Club, and then Herman and his family, Herman Oberth, went over to Russia, and Warner came over to America. I think Oberth visited them as well. But yeah, Herman Oberth was the real thing, which is why you see the Russian rockets just advancing, whereas the American rockets haven't really advanced too much past the...
That's correct. You see, because the Russians had the best technicians and rocket scientists. America didn't get the best. They didn't get the best at all. The Russians had the best rocket scientists. That's why it took them so long to actually get a rocket to go. Even though Ron Braun was responsible for the V2 rockets that blitzed Britain, London and the like. But when it came to actually getting a rocket together to go to, we didn't go to space, but to go up properly, a bigger one, took a while. They had lots of accidents, lots. There's a lot of that on YouTube. You can find that a lot of explosions, rockets
That
blowing
wasn't
up.
shown to the public though, because under communism,
That's
anything
right.
that didn't work immediately and perfectly was just covered up.
Exactly. They don't want the shame of it, do they? Of course, they don't want the
Which is
embarrassment.
why they think that Yuri Gagarin was the first man in space, because all the other
Yeah.
failures were covered up.
Yeah. But they knew he wasn't in the capsule, because if he was in the capsule, there was no room for the photographer to be in there with him. So they said yes, he was sitting in a cutout, obviously. So there was your first deception, when Yuri Gagarin was all dressed up and you had the cameraman filming him, right, in the capsule. How could they both be in there? There was only one room for one person.
Also, Yuri was very new to test pilot and flying. The actual
That's right,
real
very young.
genius of flying and was a guy called Vladimir Ilyushin, and he was the one that had like the Heroes of Russia award for test piloting, the fastest and the highest and everything else. And,
yeah, he was the number one test pilot. That's correct.
It was a Channel 5 documentary, I believe, but they were going to do an interview with him, and he was going to expose this, but he suddenly decided
he died.
not to.
They killed him.
No, he didn't die. He was on film, but he didn't want to talk about it.
Okay, yeah, because I understand that they died. They died suddenly anyway. Shortly after that interview, he died, and Gagarin dies as well. They all died.
Because something similar happened with how the American astronauts became alcoholics in that. That's what happened to Yuri Gagarin as well, right? He became an alcoholic. He suddenly dies in a test accident. They only find his thumb, and the guy who investigated it was Vladimir Ilyushin.
Hey
So
guys, how's it going?
maybe they just disappeared him, said, "Oh yeah, you've done your bit. Just go over here." And
that's right. That's what I did. Disappear him. There's no way I'm going to be at alcohol. Oh, we're doing well. Is that Miggy?
Yeah, it's me. What's up? What's going on?
Yeah, how you doing, man? Nice to hear your voice, man. Wicked. Welcome. Oh, we're just
Pretty
talking
good.
over the moon and talking about David Percy.
I just want to make sure that the room's fully aware that sometimes we got new people that pop in without, kind of unnoticed. So we got Servery.
Yeah, I'm not looking at the sorry, I wasn't looking at the actual screen on my iPad because it shuts it off. Battery save. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah,
so
that's why I'm popping in here, because I just want to make sure the room knows that we might get some new people in here that don't know that the Earth is flat.
You.
Severiness, are you there? Probably saying your name wrong.
Don't think they've got a VC role.
Okay, mic check. Am I still there?
Yeah, just about.
Yeah, we hear you.
Hasn't got a VC role, by the way.
Yeah, I just gave him the ability to speak, so I just want to make sure that he's able to talk.
Well, what's his name?
Server YNSE.
Yes, Server YNSE.
Well, I gave him the ability to speak. He's unmuted his microphone, so.
Yeah. Hello, can you hear us? Oh, it would be a shame to be here and not speak up. Come on, man. Yeah.
Why is Into the Break
That is
muted?
a shame.
Anybody know why he's muted?
I don't know why. No, I'll mute him. Let's find out.
Only one way to find out, right? Into the Break, are you there?
I'll mute him.
He might have fell asleep with his microphone on. They muted him or something.
Yeah, or he might have been hot micing. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, you got it. It's funny when these people come in but they don't speak.
Yeah.
No, thank you for unmuting me. I was just sleeping a little bit now, just listening to your dulcet tones. But I was in the discussion with EXO, so I think EXO made
That's
sure
what
I
I figured.
able to disrupt EXO.
No worries, man. We got
No
Pink
problem.
Radiant Man that just joined us. Pink Radiant Man, are you there? I just unmuted you. You can speak. You have control of your mic.
Yeah. How do you feel about the shape of the Earth?
Flat as my booty. Yeah?
Yeah? Why do you say that?
It's flat.
Yeah, but why? Why do you say that?
It ain't got no curves, like, you feel me?
Yeah. You're saying you haven't seen any curvature, yeah? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Anything else?
Nah.
That's it. No curvature. That's it. That's your lot. How long you been into this flat Earth thing? Flat Earth truth, should I say?
5 months.
You're a month, are you? Okay. So, how did you come to learn about the flat Earth? If you wouldn't mind telling us that would be interesting. Everybody would be interested in that, especially the listeners. So, how did you find out about the flat Earth?
The truth.
When was it? Yeah, when?
5 months ago.
5 months ago, yeah? So what happened to you 5 months ago?
I saw a picture, and it was like...
What picture did you see? Can you give us a description of the picture you saw?
It was like a picture of the Earth, but it was flat, and it was evidence.
What was it? An animation picture?
Nah.
What did you actually see? What?
I can show you guys.
He's talking about the floating disc in space. He's a troll.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Nah, I can show you guys the
Clearly
picture.
control.
I can show you guys.
Nobody cares.
Okay, show me the picture. Go on. Let him show us the picture. Go ahead. May as well make it worth your while. Whilst you're here.
I'm a post it in the lobby. Oh wait, I can't.
In the lobby. Post it in the live stream voice text.
How you do that?
And if you don't have permission, then you won't be able to.
I don't have permission.
Your last account did though, didn't it?
Yeah, that's Stanley Kubrick. Yeah.
So you're breaking up a bit.
Yeah. His mic's shorted out, I think. Short circuit there.
I'm back.
It died. Oh, you're back.
No, not
okay.
you. Flatty's mic was short circuiting.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so he got an image, I guess, from the internet. Pink Gradient Man did.
Yeah, but I can't post it.
Yeah, you don't have permission at the moment. Nobody who enters the server has permissions, so you probably have to send it to a moderator. You can send it to me or another moderator in here.
Oh, is you a moderator?
Yeah, just message me, man. I'll put it.
Hold on.
Yeah.
What's your name?
You don't. You know what?
You can
You
just
don't
DM
seem
it
to be excited to be a flat earther. You don't seem to be excited. You're not exhibiting any of the traits. You know, the excitement, the wonder, the magnificent. You know, the discovery. You're not. You haven't got any of that essence at all. You're very blasé. Yeah, I saw the picture. Yeah, you know, it's flat. Flat as my dope.
I mean, do you believe in it?
It's not a
I
belief.
know it's flat. I know it's flat, mate. It's not a belief.
I also
You
know it's
understand?
flat. So like, why you judging me? Why you dissing me?
No, I'm not dissing you. Please don't take that the wrong way. I'm not dissing you. It's just that you're not exhibiting, the excitement like I had. I know everybody's different, but okay, that's all I'm saying.
You could send me the image, Pink.
Yeah, but hold on.
So don't get me wrong. I'm not here to diss you. I'm not here to disrespect you. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to make sure that you're not a troll, obviously.
Nah. I don't like those.
Okay, good. That's why I was asking you for your flat Earth journey, so that the people who are listening in the live stream can hear how you came to the flat Earth. Maybe it might prompt them to go and check for themselves. You see what I mean? Everybody who comes into this server as a new one, 1 month you said in this server, has this opportunity. So help others to understand how you came to be came to the understanding that the Earth is a flat plane. That's why this is your chance now. That's why I asked you. So what is it exactly that happened to you? Yeah.
Alright, Miggy, I'ma send you the photo.
Yeah. Send me whatever you got, man.
Oh, hold on. It says I can't send messages to you.
Because you're not his friend, I think, Have you?
Well, I have the settings on. Yeah, let me see.
Yeah, Miggy's going to unlock that and sort that out for you.
Give me a second.
Yeah.
All right.
That's why I was asking you, just so you could share your flat Earth awakening moment.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you.
Yeah, okay. So you saw this image. Where did you see it exactly? Where?
I was on Reddit.
All right. Hey,
I was eating
Pink.
a bacon, egg, and cheese.
Pink Gradient Man, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and try to put it in the live stream voice text, man.
How do I do
I just gave you the role. Go to live stream voice text. It should be the text channel that's right above where we're talking.
Here we go. All right, I'm gonna send it.
Send it.
One shot, one opportunity. If you blow it, you're out.
All right.
Yeah, you give everybody...
I still can't send it.
Well, what role is it, guys? Because I gave him verified. Is there another role that gives him the...
No, he should be able to post a link.
On verified?
It's just not going to be embedded. That's not what we need to see from a...
Oh, it's a link, not an image.
That seems to be.
It's a link, not an image. Okay. It's a link that you got to put to the image. Pink Gradient.
Oh, how? I'm not good with computers.
Well, it's not... Okay, so wherever you got that image from, that website, like give us the link to that website. Or put the link in the website in the live stream voice text.
I'm gonna just...
Whilst we're waiting, big shout out to those in the chat room. In CBR1 here. Miggy's here in the house.
Hey, Jen. Good to see you, man.
Yeah. Good to see you too,
What time is it over there, Jen? Are you still in Japan?
Oh, yeah, I'm in Japan. Yeah, it's 9:30 in the evening now. Yeah.
Lovely evening over there? You guys got good weather?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Nice day. Lovely. I worked 3 hours only today. I did a 10-mile jog today.
Excellent.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah. Last 2.5 miles killed.
I sent it.
But I did it. Okay, sent it.
I knew it.
TikTok. Dinosaur Earth.
That's it. That's it.
That's
That's the link.
You believe in that shit? You gotta be crazy.
No, it's a little disc with the, like the meteor hitting the flat,
Yeah.
Yeah, I know the one.
It's a disc in space and it flings all the dinosaurs off.
Yeah, I've seen it before. Yeah.
It's all right. I mean, we seen this
Why you
before.
why you
Not a
why
big
you
deal.
why you dissing us? You scallywag. Why are you dissing us, man? Why do you want
Yeah.
to
I
do
am
that?
certainly not dissing
You
you, you
weasel.
scallywag.
Yeah, you
Why
troll
Just
ass.
he's
are you
just a young
dissing us,
guy.
you
I mean, the
scallywag?
the thing is, like, if we don't help these young people to understand, like, why we think differently
Yeah.
than the globe Earth, then we're no
For
better than the
some
ones who
reason.
failed him. You know,
For
for
Like
some
how
instance, young.
reason.
pathetic! Like that little
Yeah,
picture is literally what you believe in. So it's like
Basically,
so
you
you've been
literally
educated
presented
that the
that
Earth
to
is a
us
globe,
hold on,
right?
guys.
as
Hold
your
on.
belief,
Wait a
Hold
minute.
on. Hold on.
and
Hold
it's
on. One
No,
second.
not.
you've
And
got
One
it's
that
second.
not
wrong.
your
You got that
belief
wrong,
Guys,
system.
Star.
end
It's
of the break.
literally
1 second,
your belief.
guys.
You got that
You
wrong.
1 second. Let
presented
me
that to
moderate.
us. How do you
Let
feel
me
about yourself?
moderate. Let me moderate, guys. 1 second.
The
All
fuck?
right. So
What a wally this guy is.
young man that
What a
just entered
wally.
here. 1 second, guys. Let me moderate. All right. So young man that just entered here, Pink Gradient. We'd like to give you the opportunity to actually have a serious conversation. I know maybe it's difficult from what you've seen on the internet. It makes it like sound like a meme, but this absolutely definitely is not a meme. And the
Yeah,
reason
it's
why,
true.
no, and the reason why is because people only believe a certain thing about the shape of the earth and only what you've been told. So anything that sounds opposite of what you know, they're going to make fun of, right? Because it's the only thing that you know. So whether or not you actually look into this more or not, at least we want to put something in your mind, right? That you can think about. Just you don't have to believe anything we're saying, just something that you can think about, okay? So the earth is said to be a sphere floating around in the vacuum of space, right? That's what they tell us, all of us. We've all grew up to know this information, and we all believe it, right? Because we don't have any other information that contradicts that. However, there's people in this room right now who understand that the earth is not a globe anymore because we can measure the ground in which we stand on. And if the earth doesn't conform to the sphere, the globe that they tell you it is, by way of measurement, because we can measure the ground, actually really measure it, then it's not the globe that they tell us. So they've been lying to us for a long time. Like, and I'm not saying your teacher or anybody, because they just believe just like you do that the earth is a globe. So the reason why that this has gotten like a meme-ish idea and like it's on TikTok and all that, and people are poking fun at it, is because they are angry that they all this time that they believed the earth is a globe. So they reject the idea that it can be anything else other than a globe. So just like yourself, it sounds funny. I know dinosaurs and stuff like that, and you want to poke fun at it, but at least give it a shot to challenge yourself to think that it could not be a globe. Perhaps, right? So I would just say this: if you take a friend and you do like a line of sight test, right? If you can see your friend for like 5 miles away on a beach, let's say, and maybe shine a light from a distance, and you figure out if there's any earth curvature between you and your friend, you won't be able to see your friend. But if there is not earth curvature, that means not the earth is not the globe that they tell you it is. It's very simple. So that's kind of what we're putting up as a challenge to anybody who kind of thinks it's a
Hey,
funny
you did
joke.
this challenge?
Yeah, everybody can
Yeah.
like listen, anybody can do it, right? So it's really just like just
And
go
you
and
could
do it.
still see your friend.
Yeah. Everybody like okay, so
Everybody has done this challenge. It's
people
very simple. It's very
yeah,
easy. All
people
observations
everywhere in the world, it doesn't
surpass
we
the
got
globe
people
geometry, sir.
yeah, one
Yeah, but
second,
why
guys.
do they tell us it's wrong?
1 second. Well, this here's let me get to the point real quick. I'm just tell you the evidence, Pink Gradient, and then you can say other thing. So the evidence right
And
now
then I'll go
stands
to the
that
lie. Good
people
morning, guys.
just
Go ahead, please.
yeah. So the people today are telling us that it's a globe, but we want to know that if it is a globe or not because like people are challenging the idea, right? So now that you can actually take a friend and go and do this, you're going to find out that it's not what they're telling you. And that's just the beginning, right? So I'm not going to say too much about it because I actually want everybody else in the room to contribute to the conversation. But I do want to tell you that this is like absolutely serious. It just in TikTok and in YouTube they make it sound like it's funny because they're upset. They don't want to sound like they're the only people that's sounding different than everybody else who believes that it's a globe. but it's for real. Like it's a real deal thing. So I'll stop and I'll let everybody else want to contribute and speak with you. But go ahead, guys.
Well, let him speak. What do you think of what Miggy just said to you?
I'll try that challenge.
Well, I mean, he presented cartoon evidence as like his beliefs of what we believe, but that
Yeah, but he
only
doesn't know.
Yeah, that was wrong. Yeah.
Brother, do you realize that you presented some really goofy stuff and that only represents you, my friend?
Yeah, yeah.
It's
One second.
your
Yeah,
Do you
I
realize
would.
you
Yeah,
presented
I would
your
say.
beliefs?
Yeah, guys, 1 second. I would just say that Pink Gradient is he's the victim here of the information. He's not he's not the proponent. He's not the
Perpetrator.
guy. Yeah, the perpetrators are the ones who are instructing him. So he's just really reacting on information. It sounds funny. It's a memeish thing. I could see where he's coming from, but in his defense, like I'm just gonna say
Well,
that
for sure, but that's why you have
people
that
might
has
see
to
him
be made
sounding.
apparent
I
that
know, but people.
that was
But
his
people.
belief. It wasn't ours. Like he thought he was making
Yeah.
fun of us, but he was only making fun of himself. And
Yeah, but he
we
doesn't
feel
know
sorry
that.
for
Like,
him. We're telling him, like,
yeah,
we feel
into the
sorry
break.
for you,
1 second.
brother.
Into the break. Like, so here's the thing. Like, I understand everybody's feeling because this kind of gets a visceral reaction out of us. I understand that, but we need to address these guys who don't know a bit more understanding. Like, forgive them for they do not know kind of understanding, right? Like, because this is
absolutely
the thing is, if we don't take that approach, we're not going to change hearts and minds. Like, we have to approach it in a way that they can see that we're being serious. Like, this isn't like where we're angry
Yeah,
at
we're
them.
sincere. We're sincere.
Yeah, this is so if we truly want to instruct him in the ways of what we're saying, we have to at least present him some information that he can go do himself, and because he's intelligent, right? This guy, I don't care what he thinks of himself, he's intelligent enough to click on this server and come in and have a conversation with us. So at least let's give it the old college try, right? And if not, then he can still think the Earth is a globe. But by no means, like presenting this information is a way. Yeah, we got at some point we have to break the cycle of like being visceral to people that come and show these things. You know, it's not him. He's not. He's just a victim
No,
of the
absolutely.
information.
Your little quest that you gave him is perfect, and I was just making sure it was apparent that you know what
Yeah,
it was for him because I feel empathy for him. You know, I feel empathy for all people that believed a delusion. You know,
for
so
sure.
all here.
Yeah, so I don't know if anybody else wants to contribute and like helping him, instructing him on things to do, if he wants to provide evidence for himself, and maybe anybody else that wants to try this out, because yeah, it does sound memeish on the sound of like flat Earth. What is it, like a disc flying through space? So now it's our turn. We have to show him what we mean. So if we can do it well as an instructional value to him, then he can carry that. Elijah, go ahead. Sir.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, man?
What's going on, man?
Hanging in there.
You sound like
you sound like
you
you sound battered, man. What's going on? You're just waking up.
What?
Good morning.
Yeah. Yeah, great.
Wow.
Talking to.
Hey, you're cutting out, bro. Really heard it talking.
Good morning, Elijah.
Let me drop and come back then.
All right, bro.
Where's my mic?
Yeah, it sounds kind of muffled.
Man, he's keen. I couldn't do flat up straight away. Just get out of bed flat out. I couldn't do that. Nah, man.
We like
Brush my teeth, get out.
do flat Earth in the nature of reality. We do that at waking up and in the middle of the day, the end of the day, the beginning of the day.
Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it?
He's asking some questions.
So we like.
I'm gonna bring it to your mind, guys. The gentleman is asking some questions about like gravity, and he's just putting some stuff up there. So let's have this opportunity as a teachable moment. Now that we have one. So.
Yeah, mic check.
Yeah, we got you, bro.
Yeah, we got you, bro. Yeah, go ahead. Gravity.
So, Pink Gradient, man. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
who we're talking to?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, man? So, pretty good.
Me too.
So it's important to me to connect with people where they'll go away thinking for themselves, not about, well, not necessarily about what I told them, like, because I try to tell people, the more you tell people, the more they're skeptical. So they kind of have to go on their own journey. And I know we've been saying pretty much kind of this over and over and over, but I can prove to you right now that one of the most fundamental claims that they make is absolutely wrong. 100% straight up. And that would just be one of the many things that we could show you.
Alright, so what you saying is like
I didn't say anything other than
the
what I
word is
could do for
wow.
you yet. Right? So the first thing you should do is watch that video and then come back and then tell us whether you agree or disagree with him, because what he's saying is basically what people who, all of us, believed when we thought we were living on the globe. Because of the geometry and because of the formulas, it informs you of what this guy is saying. So he's saying it as if it's true, and nobody would question it, prior to this flat earth thing. It's just, this is what we've been told, and yeah, of course, that seems simple enough. So watch this 1 minute and 30 something second video and tell me if you disagree or not.
We'll explain a lot more. Pink Radiant Man. He just wants you to watch this video. So if you can, just take some time out and check it out. How long is it, Elijah? How many?
A minute and, let me see,
It's
37 seconds.
only a minute, brother. Just watch it and come back and let us know. And we'll explain everything. Anything else you want to know, we'll talk about it. But this will give you information as to what Elijah's talking about. So
Who the English guy?
what, in the video, or who's talking
Nah,
in here?
who's talking earlier?
I don't know. Any English guy. It's just me and Jin CBR, Elijah. Oh, you talk about Jin CBR? He sounds English.
Yeah.
Jin, I don't know if you're there. He's in Japan though. So he does have an English. He does have an English accent, but he's in Japan.
But like, do you fall off when you at the end of the earth?
Yeah, there's a lot of questions. We're gonna get to every question that you have, but if you could just watch this video, Pink Radiant Man. It's only a minute and 37 seconds every time, man. And then come back and then we'll discuss the video and then we'll get into those questions. We'll answer your questions.
Bet.
All right, man. Well, there was another guy in here, but I muted him, but he didn't respond.
Well, it's important that they do these tasks that they're given, because he's asking you ask questions, but you don't know what the right question is to get the answer that you want when you're in a frame of ignorance, unknowing, not knowing, not understanding. And so it's definitely pertinent that they pay attention to the video and they have a question derived after the video, after they have a frame of understanding to ask the appropriate questions.
Yeah, just I kind of feel for the people who have been victimized by this information, because they have no way of responding other than thinking it's a meme. So it does get a reaction out of us. And I think in that reaction, we can change the way we react. We can't respond the similar way this is the old ways. We used to respond this way, but we have to change the way we respond and turn it into a teachable moment. Because if we don't take advantage of that time and at least attempt to reach out to them, then we're going to lose them. And we'll lose the cause. Like it's like the lost cause, right? But at least if you don't give it that try and at least reach out and try to give them understanding, then we're not doing a service to truth and for what we stand for. Because that's what the world wants, for us to react in a very aggressive manner. No, this is a meme. Like, I mean, yeah, we see that. We know that. We know that it's a meme. We know it's trollish. We know all this stuff, but we have to like bring that passion and understanding. At least try. And if that doesn't succeed and they seem to be aggressively trollish, then we depart. We shake the dust off our feet, continue moving forward.
Yeah, an argument only arises when it's people having a conversation and somebody has a disagreement or they don't understand something that is being discussed. So most times we just have discussions, but there comes times when people have disagreements and they find themselves frustrated. And because somebody else is frustrated doesn't mean that you should find yourself frustrated in their frustration. Absolutely.
All right, Pink Radiant Man, have you seen the video? Because I think Elijah does want to speak to you on it, and you're texting in the live stream voice text. I would ask kindly if you could disengage with the conversation in the voice text and watch the video. Pink Radiant Man, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's important, bro. You got to watch the video. I know
I watched it.
texting. Okay, so I guess Elijah will pick up from that.
Okay. What did the guy tell you in the video?
It's like it was like an example of like a boat, and it was on the sea, and it was going farther.
What did the guy tell you?
That the earth is round.
He didn't watch it, guys. Can't help him, I don't think. Not today.
Not today. Yeah. Pink Radiant Man. I mean, it's not that we're not going to give you the opportunity, brother, but it doesn't sound like you're interested right now. And you want to engage in the conversation in this discussion in the live stream voice text, which will not happen. I will not allow you to continue moving forward until you proceed to understand what we're talking about. This is
I'm a
important.
bounce.
Hey,
See
you're
ya, man.
asking us to
Have a good
educate
one.
You're asking us to educate you,
He's
but
gone
you're
into the
not
break.
showing any effort.
He's gone, brother.
No effort.
Zoomers
It's
can't be
like
bothered.
no effort. Like
Nice
put
for
some effort in.
Yeah. And he's gone.
Yeah, when shit starts getting real and you start, why is he sending me actual videos from people who believe in the girl? What's going on here? Could there be some legitimacy to where they're about to go? Oh, it's too real. I'm out of here. Thought I was gonna troll some disc earthers in space or something.
Yeah. Well, maybe it'll hit him later and you'll come back. We can only hope. But
Yeah, they want to troll. They post up like childish images, and it's like that's what you believe. Like, why you think that hurts my feelings? That like you should be ashamed of yourself. That's what you believe. You put that forward to us as your evidence, what you believe in, and it's goofy. It's a goofy It's a literal cartoon. That's why I want to make it apparent to him. Like you should be ashamed of yourself. You're not a troll.
I know, but they
you're
don't
bringing shame on your family.
into the break. They don't see that. okay, the perspective these guys are coming from is that they have consensus behind them, academia. They don't realize what you're saying, as in they're doing anything that's a disservice. They actually think that they're making fun of some crazy people.
Yeah, but
That's
that
all they're thinking about.
kid makes fun of his teachers, and so that's what's funny. It's like now you make fun of your teacher that tells you the globe, but then you're coming to here and then you're presenting this thing that your teacher would tell you, you know, and it's so goofy. Like you're not going against the grain, there, little guy. It's
That's true.
you're
Listen, that might be true into the break,
propagating
but
their
we have
propaganda.
that may be true, but we have to do better in how we instruct these troll behaviors. Like we can take it. We have an option laid before us. We can either be visceral and aggressive and tell them how dumb they are, or you can choose the other path to attempt, at least give it a try, to show them why it's not what we're saying. You see what I'm saying? And by doing that, like if I tell them, okay, dude, do you know that you are being trollish and this is very idiotic and you're so dumb by doing this and you're bringing shame? He's just gonna react, and we're gonna get nothing but a reaction, and we're gonna lose that mind. So if we don't attempt to at least say like, okay, let's see why you would come in with this, but let me present to you why it's not, and at least attempt, then we're failing. We are failing at telling people the truth because we can at least attempt to show them there's another way.
Put that goofy stuff down, and then hey, you want to come in? You want to video? You want to come in with a claim for gravity? Cool. And so that's what he's open for. Like if he really wants to, but no, his mind is open. He's already open. He came in to the Discord. That's why it's definitely always good to be positive with these people. Positive with people in general.
But
about
positivity,
anything. So
but
for
positivity
sure, I
doesn't.
fully agree with you.
I just want to make sure that we're doing the best that we can to and I guess I'm using the word rescue the minds who have been battered by this information, because they have no defense. Okay, they're bombarded by this information, and if we're the only line of defense and if we're not doing our job to at least attempt to rescue the mind, then we're doing a disservice. We might as well just be no better than they are, because why would we be sitting here attempting every day in and day out to rescue these minds if we're not allowing them to come in here with the trollish ideas? And well, I thought this was like what you guys believe, that it's a cat pawing the earth and everything falls off. We understand that's a trollish thing, and people think these things because it's a meme, it's funny, like we know that. Let's try to past that and attempt to rescue that mind. And if we can't do that, then we bid them adieu. We shake the dust off and continue moving forward to the next guy. But you have to at least try. And don't react the way the world wants you to react to these guys. Because that's what they want. They want you to be like, oh, you're so stupid. You're coming in with it. That's because we got that treatment, right? When we're presenting this to people, they're like, you're so dumb. So it builds up inside of us like poison. And now we want to release it to somebody else who's doing it. We can't do that. That's not what truth is like. Anyway. I might be going a bit overboard, but I'm very passionate when it comes to us. We have to uphold, the truth in a way that's presentable, and we have to be ambassadors of what we're speaking of. Otherwise, we fail. We're failing at doing it. If you don't attempt.
And just because something you've been treated a certain way doesn't mean that you should treat anybody else that way.
Else. That's right.
That's you're not trying to be above somebody. You're just
right.
We're simply relaying. We're simply having a discussion about the nature of reality. That's what I love.
Yeah, I was handling
this conversation. It's not. Yeah. I'm not above you, because you see, you observe, you see. Everybody does. Everybody's observing and sees reality. You can't escape that fact.
That's right.
And that's why people need to learn to accept reality. That kid, he needs to learn to accept that he presented some very cartoonish images as his own beliefs, and they weren't my beliefs.
Yeah, it would have got
they weren't your beliefs or your beliefs.
Yep.
they were their beliefs, and it's very important that
And I
people are
agree
held
with what you're saying.
accountable,
I think,
hold people
yeah,
accountable, and be kind. Absolutely.
yeah. I think your approach in putting him up on that was fine. I don't think that was harsh. I don't think you were putting him under hammer. No, it's a fair comment. You were doing it correctly. I don't think you were doing anything wrong there. I don't think you were overstepping the mark or being rude or being unfair. Everything you said to him about that image was fair play, fair comment. Kid gloves, as far as I'm concerned. It wasn't harsh at all. Remember, I pulled him up on his trait and his behavior, that he wasn't behaving like a typical flat earther. I pulled him up immediately on that trait. And he said I was dissing him. Remember? And I said, no, I'm not dissing you, man, but you're not acting like a typical, the magnificent moment. It was great. I can't believe,
It's
You
definitely
had that.
important to hold people accountable. Like, we're not being, it's not a mean thing. I'm not beaten and battered and to where I want to put that on somebody else.
No, not at
I
all.
find it amusing.
Begun yet.
The psychology of the modern, mind is amusing to me. Like, let's delve deeper. Let's understand. Let's discuss the nature of reality.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, but here's the point, and does regardless of how we might mean well, and to others who are listening, it sound like it's the right thing to do, but we always have to be mindful of the approach, because it's not like they're doing it intentionally. It's almost like it's a reaction they have. It's a reaction because it sounds weird to what they know. So it's because of that weirdness. It's not like they're coming in here with the intent to like just completely be badgering us, and that's different. Like the anti-flat earthers, however, are that way. They're that way. You speak to them harshly because they have the intentions to come in here and thwart what we're doing.
No, even them.
You know what I mean?
Be not. You're nice.
No, they've run out of options. See, these guys don't have. They come in here and they say, "No, I've heard what you guys are saying." They can tell you straight out that they hate flat Earth. They don't like that we're actually saying these things. So they're coming in here with the intent to thwart us. That's different. This guy is he's just a bystander of like information he saw on TikTok. Like this
He's
is not
a bystander of the anti-flat earthers that pushed him to come in here.
Sure. Or control opposition or whatever you want to say.
Yeah, guess what he said? He did say we should be ashamed of ourselves. He said that. He actually said that. You may not have heard him, Mickey, but he said that. We should be ashamed of ourselves, he said.
Yeah, that's why I meant he should be ashamed of himself, actually.
Yeah. Right.
I didn't catch that part.
Yeah, you missed that bit. Yeah, he said we should be ashamed of ourselves. You know what I mean? I didn't, he said, I posted an image of what you people believe. How do you feel? So, he was coming in very hot, and we were handling him kid gloves at this point. It was kid gloves. I don't think we were being aggressive at all.
I handled them so delicately. And I was really, I was hoping Elijah and me could get into light and, mass attracting mass and all that nonsense. And, but no, it's not.
What happened with Elijah? Because I had to go up and do things, check my kid's bike and stuff. What happened with Elijah? What happened?
He took off. He dropped off.
Like he said, he was care of him. Like, hey, boy, okay, watch this video for 1 minute, and if you have anything that I need to come in to discuss, I'll see you in 1 minute. And the boy wanted to say inflammatory things on in chat rather than watch the video. So
yeah,
that's what happened.
I kind of figured that when he was engaging with the people in the chat, so I was like, well, he's not going to be honest right now. So at which point, I told him, maybe now's not the time to have a conversation. So I guess he dipped afterwards. He's like, all right, I'm going to bounce. Okay, see ya. He probably won't return, but
yeah, they're scared to death of their own claims. Like just what Exo says, They are scared of their own beliefs.
His own claims. He doesn't even understand the globe, the young man. He's just loading up. He doesn't even know.
Yeah, he
He
doesn't
doesn't
know.
have a claim. Like they don't know. They come in. That's why it's like, yeah, it's important to be very kind, because it's like your little kitty trolling thing doesn't frustrate me. I'm just thinking, what a goofy person you are, coming in here and to a group of intellectuals. That's your argument. Your argument is a cartoon. Like, wow. Like
Yeah,
we're
I
having an
thought Flat Earth
intellectual
was stupid in the
conversation.
70s. I thought Flat Earth was stupid in the 70s purely because when I was in Nigeria, it was in the textbook. It was in the textbook. Someone's hot micing terribly, you know. 1 minute you're opening a can of sardines, then you're opening canned cat food, and now you're making this fucking noise. What's going on today? No mic manners. Come on. Hot mic. Fuck. But anyway, I thought Flat Earth was stupid because I saw this picture in my textbook in Nigeria. Bearing in mind, I'd seen the moon landings, so obviously I've, Earth's a globe. I learned that at school. They've gone to the moon, and then they showed us this ship going over the edge. Copernicus, Columbus,
Yeah.
Galileo, they're all arguing about this and that, and then this ship is going over the edge. And I thought, yeah, how stupid, how can the Earth be flat? Remember, I'm still at elementary school age. How can that be? You know what I mean? So that galvanized it back in the 70s, that the Earth is not flat, okay? Then we fast forward to 2014. 1970, now we're 2014. And I'm laughing still. I'm still, the Earth's not flat, man. You know? Yeah? The Earth's not flat. That's stupid, you know, and I ignored it. Ignored it, man. And then 2015 now, I'm thinking, yeah, let me click on this for a laugh. What can they be telling me? What the hell have they got to tell me? That's what I'm saying to myself, man. And I'm clicking it, I'm laughing, and then the laugh, I'm a donkey now. I'm now looking like a cunt. I am an idiot, you know, I'm banging my head, it's flat. What a fool I've been. Do you know what I mean? That's what it was, man. It was like that. Night, flat earth, Mike Tyson, punch on the jaw. I was down on the floor, man. Fuck. How stupid have I been?
Yeah, the anomalies with the ISS, and just finding out that there was no video evidence of the ISS ever being built, and it was like that was supposed to take years, you know, to build, but they didn't get any video evidence or any film of it being built, and
that would have been the
that's all
most.
it was for me, because that's what kind of like held me back, because I'd seen Flat Earth, you know, 2013, 14, but you know, but I was like, you know, oh, there's ancient aliens on the Mars, you know, and all this other
Yeah, the
weird stuff
face.
that they're putting
The face
out,
on Mars, yeah.
and it was just a little doubt that was with the what was the ISS, and it's like, well, that's not the video. Like, why would they fake some video of the ISS? It's like, okay, like 50% of the ISS is cool, but then like the other 50% is like weird, and it's like, why? Like, why would that be? And that's that, you know, just considering that, like that was the only thing holding me back from thinking that you know, questioning more of like the space travel.
Well, ISS is very easy to build. ISS is very easy to build because it's in infinite vacuum, and all you have to do is wait to release some gas when it comes to a human being, to release some warm gas,
It's so
and then
miraculous.
it
I don't
moves
think that
you
you have a
forward.
video.
Yeah, and if you direct that gas into the right direction, it will propel you forward in the right direction where you have to assemble the ISS. Yeah.
Okay, Pickett,
Yeah.
are you gonna make us a model of the ISS?
Yeah.
Sounds like all you need is paper mache and a couple of curtain rods, a few solar panels.
Plastic cups and that, yeah, you know.
Okay, here's a question in regards to this pressure argument. they say that 10 to the 9, 10 to the negative 9 torr is the same, or is an order of magnitude difference from 10 to the negative 10 torr, and then another order of magnitude to 10 to the negative 11 torr, so on and so on. How can it be established one way or another whether or not let's say I don't know, 10 torr, I don't know what, so 10 torr to 1 torr, right? That's another decimal move change. So how would 10, now I'm echoing in somebody, how would 10 to 1 torr not be, I mean, what I hear is being said is that once you get to a certain small number, the difference is minuscule, regardless of how many zeros you're adding. But when you're above 0 into the 1, 2, 3, 4, all that, then you're actually dealing with something of significance. Because I'm just thinking about this gas pressure thing that gets brought up all the time, and everybody on one side of the issue saying that it's not that big of a deal between 10 to the negative 5 versus 10 to the negative 17 or whatever.
Yeah, that's what
Is there a way to emphatically demonstrate that reality?
There are no physical means.
There isn't any way to get
by
that low
which
pressure.
Absolutely not.
Nope.
there
Never
are
gonna
no
happen.
physical means
Okay.
by which we can empirically measure 10 to minus 6 torr.
So
below
isn't
that.
it?
But I
Isn't
have
it
seen an experiment.
I'm just saying, isn't it unfruitful to make that as an
Sorry, I was going
argument?
to say, I've still.
Well, if you had a
Yeah, I've
vacuum
seen.
of...
Go ahead,
Go
Chelsea.
Sorry, I was just going to say that I've seen an experiment where they use a vacuum cleaner to pick up a car. Vacuum cleaner, no suction power, can pick up a car. Okay? So if a vacuum cleaner can pick up a car, and that's nowhere near the magnitude of, minus 10 to the 17 torr, it must be powerful. I think it's a good argument. I do.
Well, I would say that if you create a vacuum chamber where you can achieve 10 to the minus 17 torr, the moment you release a gas particle into that chamber, it will enter the chamber so violently that it will transform into a highly charged particle, like a proton. It will accelerate very, very fast.
Yes, it could suck all the clothes off your body and suck you into the vacuum as well, and suck you inside out. You want to be so careful, man. Whoa! Better make sure you're strapped down properly.
Okay, I
Otherwise,
guess
you
nobody
could be
really
part of that
understands my
mess.
question. I'll ask it some other time.
I know you
The
were
point I'm
asking
making
about the
is
differential.
yeah, and if it can't be demonstrated, then except in imagination, and speculation, then I think it seems, stands to reason that it seems like a really bad way to argue. But I hear it regularly where people are arguing and making statements like it's an order of magnitude difference and stuff like that. And it's like, if these sorts of things can't be demonstrated one way or another, how is that a valid argument?
Well, Gospel, those rubber cone shapes, which you put them on tiles or on glass, and they stick because Yeah, you push it, and it pushes the air out, and then it makes like a small vacuum, and it's like glued on the glass, you know. Yeah, so a suction cup, or what are they called? Now, that kind of vacuum differential is very small, but always it's important the surface area which you apply that. So the bigger the surface area it covers, then of course you have a lot more force per square inch.
I think I need to ask the
So,
question in a different way. Get
so
one
okay.
side argues that the issue is that it's additive or subtractive. Another side is arguing on the basis that it's exponential. I want to
Yeah.
know the practical means to establish one way or another to validate or invalidate one of those claims. Is it additive and subtractive, or is it exponential? And how can we know emphatically so that that aspect of the argument that I've heard over and over again cannot be used because it's been already validated or invalidated? So from one pressure to the next, is it an additive and or subtractive difference, or is it an exponential difference? And how can we know the answer to that question? That is the basis of my question.
Now,
Well, I
If you
think
don't
they
know,
say
then
it's
tell
additive,
so.
me.
It would
like
be
adding and
He's gonna attempt to
subtracting.
answer it, but he doesn't know. That's what he's gonna
Yeah,
do.
get. I don't want your theoreticals. I don't want your speculations. If you don't know, you don't know. It's okay. Like, I'm not looking for theory. I'm looking for
Oh,
practicality.
I get you. I get you. Okay, yeah, I don't know
That's
right now.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yep. Thanks,
I
man.
wanted to say I will have a look into this later.
Well,
because
it's
it's
come up
very
over the
interesting.
years many
Yeah,
times, and I hear it, and it always frustrates me when people say things with such passion, but without any actual substance. It's
yeah.
like, that's annoying to me that people act like the appeal to incredulity or something is going on there that just is not a good look. And there, to me, it seems like there has to be a way to determine whether or not it's an exponential difference. Whether, from 7 to 8 torr, is that an exponential difference, or is that an additive slash? There's probably a better word. Linear. Is it linear versus exponential? Is
Well,
the
from
what's
7
the
to
right
8,
terminology here? Would it be linear versus
from
exponential? Are those the two right words for what's being asked?
from
Because I know
7
it's not
to 8
additive and
toward
subtractive. I know
difference,
that
that's a
doesn't make any sense.
linear. That's a
Yeah.
linear difference. Is not exponential. You know.
Okay. Well, there has to be a way to determine whether or not air pressure differentials are linear or exponentially different.
I would say there are like barriers. You can create a vacuum up to
Are you suggesting that
a
it
certain
could
lower limit,
be linear at
and
one
below
point
that,
and exponential at a different point? Could be it.
oh
Because my
no,
question's really simple. I mean, just because people don't know the answer to it doesn't make it it's a simple question. I feel like it's a really basic question in this field. I just don't know the answer.
I feel to
yeah,
a
that's
certain extent, gospel, to a certain extent, you can have that knowledge, like as in as the pressure decreases, or you get lower and lower to a certain point, which is only achievable by whatever means we can do it with, whatever chamber is being used. At what point you can start measuring to see if it becomes an exponential, like from one marker to the next. So let's say, you know, whatever Tor you're moving at, like, and then to the next one, and then you start seeing how much it jumps from the next to the next. You know what I mean? Like, as it gradually decreases, you can start seeing how much of a decrease you get in those values. Does that make sense? Like, and then that's probably they're inferring in a more of a theoretical way how it gets to that point from negative 17. Like, that's not something that's achievable. They're only saying because it can, what they know now here, and they're taking those values and then kind of like making those educated guesses as to how much further it would go if you could achieve it, if it was possible. I'm thinking that's the answer to that. That's probably what they're using known values and demonstrations,
Right.
you know, attaching it to the theoretical,
So,
in a sense.
a quick little look. I found this. Okay. So I'm not biased one way or another. I just want to know what it is. According to this thing that I just posted, it appears to be answering the question on the basis that it is exponential. So if there's any merit to this statement that I just posted in the chat, if there's any validity to it or merit to it whatsoever, then it stands to reason that it's completely absurd. Trinity and Chad, Chad's not even in the VC. Like, you all are just having your own little conversation. Here, general or chill chat. Here, go somewhere to talk. They're being ridiculous, filling up. Sorry, guys.
Are we defining the word troll, because that was something was brought up earlier, but no one defined it pretty properly yet.
Just because you can't read doesn't mean that nobody did anything that you're saying they didn't do. Okay, just go have the conversation elsewhere. The live stream voice text is for the voice, not for your own entertainment.
I don't know. I just want to get a nice definition of troll.
Go somewhere for that. Okay, I can't help you learn how to read. All right. So what is being shown here is that there seems to be an exponential relationship, which means that every glober or globe zealot, whatever the special, and anti-flat earther, that's specifically the group of people that I'm referring to. They've been in this conversation many times, and I know you would remember this, maybe other people probably remember this too, where they go, the difference between 0.0001 and 0.00001 is so minuscule that it's meaningless. Or 10 to the negative 7 Tor to 10 to the negative 8 Tor, you're only talking about removing a tiny amount, and the difference is just tiny, and it really isn't that big of a deal. Blah 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 blah. Right?
I've heard of the argument that was like about a year and a half to 2 years ago. That argument was on the topic of what a lot of flat earthers and globe earthers were discussing, and it seemed to be like talking about this was something to even mention, which I personally got sucked into the argument, pun intended. Like, it was something like, well, how are you going to say that it's not exponential? But like, where you're coming from, it sounds like if you want to have a standpoint to argue, that you have to know what you're saying is the actual reality. If you're going to say it's exponential, or if it's linear, if you because if you're not making a distinction, if it's minuscule, then you're speaking out of ignorance as well. And then to theorize, it's even worse, because nobody knows, and we're just like going to be shouting till we're blue in the face, and we're not going to get anywhere. Like, I think that's a lot of the issue that was happening with what was the conversation about it. Yeah, they were saying that it was minuscule, that it's not what we're thinking, right? So it didn't make a difference.
Miggy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Words like minuscule don't have any meaning. When you say it's a difference, well, you've got to say, well, have you measured it? Obviously, if they've measured it, then they'll say yes. And what was the what did you do to measure it? And what was the difference? In numbers? You can't just say, oh, it's this, it's tiny, it's small, it's huge. That's why we've got numbers, and that's why we've got like units. There are units of measurement, and if they can't give those units of measurement, then you're just shouting in the woods, aren't you? It's just pointless.
Yeah, they were talking about decimal points, though.
Yes,
Chad.
Exactly.
A decimal point, the unit of what actually, when they say it's you move the decimal point by 1, so it's 10 times less dense, or 10 times more. The vacuum's 10.
Yeah,
times
that's the argument, though. You would seem to be logical in that consistent way to say that, but they are saying that because you're going negatively, that it's not going to affect it as much. So that if you start moving decimal places,
but that may be the case. But what actually is the difference?
And that is the general question that I'm asking, because their claim is that the difference between, let's say, 0.01 and 0.701 is only the 0.0099999999 or something like that. And
let's let Danny Faulkner tell you. Hang on, get 1 second. Let's let Danny Faulkner answer it. Danny Faulkner, go ahead.
You said you wanted an empirical rather than theoretical answer to your question. I'd suggest you talk to a well driller or someone who installs pumps in water wells. Those pumps are generally pushers. They're at the bottom of the well, and they can produce several atmospheres of pressure pushing. But if you're trying to evacuate, the best you can do is zero pressure, which is 1 atmosphere difference from 1 atmosphere. So,
sorry, Danny, can I just interrupt you there? Is it possible to get 0 pressure anywhere ever?
Effectively 0 pressure. You're correct. You can't get 0
not
pressure.
effectively. I'm talking about a very specific question. Is it possible to ever get 0 pressure?
You cannot get 0 pressure, but you can get something arbitrarily close to it. So let's say effectively.
When you say arbitrarily close.
Yes. My point is,
if you ever say how close it is, I can always say something closer, can't I?
Absolutely, you can. I think you're.
So
let me get my point.
So what you're saying is you can never get to 0. So it's pointless even talking about 0 if you can't get there. You're not talking about the real world. Talk about the real world, please.
You can get to like 1/100th of an atmosphere, which is very close to 1 atmosphere
it's not
of difference.
Close. It's no close. It's like saying 100 is closer to infinity than 1. It's not.
May I please get to my point?
Well, I don't know.
Well, if you'll let me speak, if you get something close to 0 pressure, you've got a difference of 1 atmosphere. And that can support at most 10 meters, about 34 feet of water. That's why they put pumps at the bottom of wells. If you've got a well that's, say, 200 feet deep, if you put a pump at the top trying to produce suction, you can lift water up about 34 feet and no higher. But if you put the pump at the bottom, you can push it up every 34 feet for every atmosphere of pressure you produce pushing it. That's why they put pumps at the bottoms of wells and not at the tops of wells. And my point is, if it were an exponential sort of thing, then you would have infinite suction or near infinite suction if you could produce a low enough pressure. But even if you could produce 0 pressure at the top of a column with 1 atmosphere acting on the water, you would at most get 34 feet of lift. You won't get any more than that. And if you think about that for a while, but again, don't trust me, talk to a well driller, somebody who installs pumps on wells, and they'll tell you the same thing I'm telling you.
Yes, but what do you mean? What do you mean by the term 0 pressure?
We're mincing terms here. As I've already said, you cannot get absolute 0 pressure, but you can get something close to that.
How do you
let's
know?
get to 1
How
second,
do you know how close you are?
Gabby, get 1 second. I think Gospel Bear was really trying to get to a point here, but I don't know, Gospel, if you
I hear part of what you're saying, Danny. If you, you know, maybe this is an unanswerable question, but if you had a 200-foot long straw and you were using that straw to drink the water from the bottom of a well that was 200 foot long, are you saying that it's not possible to drink that water?
That's correct.
With the
The
200
water
foot
would go
straw
up a maximum of 34 feet and no higher.
with your mouth?
Yes. I've taken a pressure gauge once years ago, and I tried sucking on it for a while, and I got something very close. It was down to about an inch or two of mercury, which is, 1 atmosphere is 30 inches. I got it down to within 1, 2 or 3 inches. I can't recall now of pressure, which is not a bad vacuum. It's just using your mouth. That's pretty good. But if you could get down close to 0 inches of mercury drawing on it, you would only get a maximum of 34 feet lift out of it. Again, that's why I say they put pumps at the bottom of wells, not at the tops. Pumps generally on wells don't suck; they push.
So it doesn't even need to be 200 feet. What you're claiming is that it's impossible to suck a straw 35 foot or longer.
34 feet, more than 34 feet. Yeah. No matter what, if you use your mouth or you use a vacuum pump, you get 34 feet and no higher than that.
And has anybody? I mean, are there demonstrations of this?
That's why I suggest you talk to somebody who drills wells and installs pumps on wells. They'll tell you. I mean, I don't do that, but there are plenty of people who do.
I mean, I can agree with that as far as like what he's proposing there, because that's practical. That's a practical use for how they would achieve that. That's no mystery, I would say. That's just the way the laws of nature. I mean, you'd achieve that.
Sure.
It's practical, so nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, being practical doesn't mean you actually know and understand the term zero pressure. Which is the problem of vast majority of people. They misunderstand this term.
What is and all this analogous to, Mr. Danny Faulkner? Hello, good morning. My name is Elijah.
Good
Well,
morning.
the question was asked about whether vacuums act exponentially or additively, and my position is that they act additively.
Or linear.
Yeah, linearly. That's probably a better way of putting it.
Yeah.
So if you had the difference in pressure, if it's 0 or near 0 at one end and 1 atmosphere at the other, you get a column of 34 feet of water. If you've got 2 atmospheres at one end and say 1 atmosphere at the other end, you get 34 feet of water. It's the pressure difference in a linear fashion, not in an exponential fashion.
Okay. Okay. Did someone ask you a question about something or something? Like what?
I was
say that to
responding
say what?
I was responding to a question that was raised here, and I decided to jump in with that answer. That's all.
Oh, what was the question?
Elijah, it was my question because over the years I've been hearing the argument between whether or not 10 to the negative 7 torr and 10 to the negative 8 torr are linear in relation to each other or exponential, and I wanted to know a means to establish which it is, and if that can be known. It seems like it certainly can be known. So we were talking about that, and then he came in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, for practical purposes, this has to be known. I mean, obviously, if it's gonna function the way we use, pumps underneath wells. Like, you'd have to know some information that could use it practically, so that would there wouldn't be too much of a struggle to get the water where you need to go. I mean, obviously.
Okay, well, we're talking about pumps and water instead of the entropy of the gas.
But they would and I agree with you, Elijah, and I think that's the thing is they're trying to look at it as in they're both fluids. So
It's not analogous.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm saying that's
That's what
why.
I was trying to figure out. I was like, what?
Yep.
Okay, and I
That's it. That's
understand.
the.
There's nothing to like go, oh no, that's not true. It's like, okay, so you've said something that's true. However, what does that have to do with gas not expanding to fill an available area? Like, there's nothing I can Google about gas that will tell me that it's not going to do that. They don't slow down, they don't lose energy. The only thing that affects gas particles is temperature. Which is admittedly tricky for me because the higher you go up, the colder it gets, right? So it's like it's weird for me.
Well, to a certain point, of course, in their paradigm, it gets hotter again.
Well,
So yeah, there's a but there's it's a lot of mixed ideas of what really happens.
Yeah, temperature has a very strange meaning when you go up. You know, sometimes people say temperature is the movement speed of the atoms or whatever, and so the movement of atoms in a vacuum chamber, or you're going to have water boiling. So you think, well, water boils at 100 degrees. Well, no, it doesn't. Not in a vacuum chamber. So the temperature has a different meaning under different
What did that guy's skin do? You guys remember that demonstration with the guy who was attempting to put himself in a vacuum chamber? His skin started to boil.
LeBlanc and his
LeBlanc?
tongue. Yeah, his tongue boiled, and he could hear. Here's the link. He could hear the air leaking from his body.
Oh hell no! No,
Wouldn't that be scary as hell, though?
That's a definite hell
I was thinking
no.
of the guy who did the high jump before the Red Bull one. It was back in I think in the 60s. He had a spacesuit on, but the spacesuit came off, or something happened anyway, and his hand was exposed just up about 20 miles up. His hand doubled in size. Absolutely incredible, interesting story.
Perhaps it would be better to base this pressurization or depressurization in something in natural science. So, like a tornado would be hot and cold air coming together, and they create a very low vacuum, very powerful or weak vacuum based on this interaction between hot and cold gases. That's why gas comes from the ground, and then we have gas cycles, and gas does all kinds of crazy things here in amongst where we live at, such as hurricanes and tornadoes. But that would be because there's no natural pump pumping water up 34 feet. I don't know if you've seen try to suck through a straw that's longer than 34 feet, like what Danny was saying, that the water boils. So to be analogous with natural science, we would have to bring it back to a natural phenomenon, which would be hot and cold air interacting with each other, having a tornado. And then, supposedly, in a tornado, the water at room temperature boils. But I just want to remind everybody, bring it back to the natural science of it, and we don't have pumps in nature.
That guy inside the chamber as well passed out very fast.
Yeah, he lost consciousness.
And if nothing else, proved that it's not a good idea to put people inside of a vacuum.
Yeah, Gospel, I want to ask you something. If you have two bags, in one bag you have 1 apple, and in the other bag you have 10 apples, which bag contains apples closer to 0?
The bag with 1?
Yeah, correct. Now, if you add another bag, but you take only a tiny bit from an apple, like from the skin of the apple, yeah, and you put that into that bag, you can't call it a bag with apples or with an apple, right?
You're saying you can't call a bag with a piece of apple peeling a bag of
No,
apples?
you call it a bag with a apple peeling, but you can't call it a bag with an apple.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's what happens here when you're asking about this differential. Just because it's below 1, a value below 1, it doesn't mean it's 0, it's nothing, you know? And
Okay. Is there anything
because
mathematically
irrational
flawed?
mathematics,
Hold on.
irrational,
Is there anything mathematically wrong with this? Here, I'll post it again in the chat for copy image. This here. Is there anything about this that's mathematically incorrect or practically incorrect when they're taking the density and using the density of water to do the calculation of what they're claiming to be the hypothetical 0, meaning 14.7? Like, how? In what way is this wrong?
well, it starts with the wrong premise. 0 psi at the top of that picture. That
Okay.
thing is imaginary.
Okay. So for your pleasure, change it from 14.7 to 14.699999999. Okay, and then do the equation. Is there anything wrong with that equation?
Well, you can't say 199 equals 200, right?
Get. That's not the question I'm asking. Let's change it to just 14.6. Okay, with the positive psi, that's greater than 0,
Yeah.
and it makes a 14.6. It means it would be 14.6. Based on whatever pressure that would be. All right. Is there anything wrong with the equation?
Well, they made that equation based on this assumption, the existence of this 0 psi.
Wow, I don't think so. But okay, wow.
I mean, I know we have instruments we can measure gas pressure. Yeah, I don't deny that.
Get. I don't think. I think you're missing the point.
You're talking about the difference between two gas pressure, 14.6 and 14.7.
This is about how to calculate the ability to lift a liquid with the use of gas in a container and removing the gas from the container in order to lift a liquid on the other end of the container, a straw, right? And my question is, is the equation accurate in order to determine that? It appears to be the case.
Well, okay. You have a tank with water. Now you have a tube, 100 meters tall, yeah, inserted in this tank, and at the top you are sucking water through that tube. You create a lower pressure inside that tube, yeah. The water starts lifting up, but the higher the water is being lifted in that tube, um, the water is pulling down. It seeks to go down with the level of the tank. Yeah, so it has weight, water itself. Now, at 50 meters, you will reach probably such a low gas pressure inside that tube, a vacuum, yeah, where the water starts boiling at the surface in that tube, and it will release water vapor, yeah. So you have gas pressure again in this tube. So you can't lift it anymore because you have to again suck the gas out, the water vapors, which behave like a gas.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's no way we can achieve this zero gas pressure. It's impossible. It's a concept. But they say, oh, the lower the pressure, it's almost zero, and it has no properties at all, nothing, it's negligible. But actually, that's not true. There are involved very high forces, energies to create such low pressures. Those super low pressures, they are the result of use of energy.
Okay. So here's the actual answer to the question. Then, I think you have a valid point here because we can turn water, we can make water boil in a vacuum.
Yeah.
So in this hypothetical where we have a container sucking water from a well, however, it doesn't matter how deep it is at this point.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is, this isn't a question of efficiency, because I understand it would probably be incredibly inefficient. But the fact is, you can suck water from the top because you would create the circumstances where it would start to boil. It would turn to a gas, and you would merely extract the gas back into a water, and after a given amount of time, you'd have a good amount of water. But I don't think it'd be very efficient. It'd probably use a lot of energy.
Yeah,
but
it's a
technically,
waste
you
of
can
energy.
get water out of a straw. You just wouldn't have a column of water. The water would be converting to a gas. So back to the meme that I posted, or the little video pictures I posted there. It wasn't a meme. It was just screenshots from the video, which was a physics stack exchange. Somebody made this video. Could Superman suck water out of a 50-foot straw? And their answer was no. But I know it's Superman. It's all pretend. I get it.
Yeah,
But the actual answer is yes, he could. He'd have to be to prevent the water from filling up in his lungs and drowning to death. So as long as he could deal with not drowning to death by sucking water into his lungs.
What about if you use circular breathing?
What?
Instead of when someone plays a trumpet, they do circular breathing. They blow. You can just suck. Just do it instead. Circular breathing. Usually.
Anyway, whatever.
No. Right. Just no.
But in regards to the column of water, I agree with what Elijah said at the very, very beginning, which was, it's not synonymous or relevant to these other questions necessarily. What is the difference from 0.3 psi to 0.2 psi, or what is the difference between 1 psi and 0.1 psi? What is the difference from 0.1 psi to 0.01 psi? And the suggestion is that it's a linear relationship. With that said, certain things start to be, going back to what Get said, and can be demonstrated. Certain things are affected in special ways at very low pressures. That should be taken into consideration because those same things, water, for instance, are not between, I don't know, 14 psi and maybe 3 psi. Maybe water still looks very much the same and isn't impacted. And it's not until you get down to the very low pressures that it starts to do its thing where it's boiling. So the claim that, going back to my original question, the claim that it's irrelevant or minuscule or unimportant, the difference between 0.0001, I was trying to count my zeros, but whatever. The order of magnitudes actually are relevant because of how the materials are affected, materials being whatever substance is within. So anything that can't be demonstrated, by experimentation, though, is a matter of speculation, and I think should be avoided.
I was going to say you'd have to have some really big lungs to inhale the amount of air between the water and the top of the straw.
Well, yeah, but he's not wrong about circular breathing and
Strong
stuff.
lungs.
And it was about Superman or a pump or whatever. But yeah, I mean, if you had a strong pump, then you're extracting the gas, the water vapor. So yeah, it'd be extremely inefficient. More than likely, I assume it would be inefficient, but it would be possible.
Yeah, this only in the case where Superman's diaphragm is
I
actually
don't want to get stuck.
impenetrable.
Yeah, I don't want to get stuck in the weeds with cartoons.
I know, but you see, the difference between a tenth and a millionth is still a million. That's the difference. And it is a huge magnitude of difference.
Yeah, and again, speculating on what that looks like if it can't be demonstrated through experimentation, I think is probably an adventure for futility.
I suggest looking at these high vacuum pumps where vacuum chambers where they claim they achieve about 10 to the minus 6 torr physically. It's something that we can achieve. And look at what happens there, in those vacuum chambers. What those people are testing and, because they do provide information about this low
I wonder
vacuum.
why he left.
Yeah.
Who is free?
I don't know, but he's got the globe earth or the flat earther roll.
Yeah, he's got gold plus. Who are you, free? Free. Hello. You're like super old school. I see who you're friends with. You're friends with a bunch of people that used to be here. I wonder if free is free your mind. I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, Danny left though. What's up with that?
Oh, he's paying attention to our conversations. That much you can be assured of.
I see that.
Yeah, he's always. So he wanted to come and chime in about that because that's what he wanted to contribute to.
Yeah, he likes that topic. All right, what's up, Free?
What's happened to all the people that used to be here? I mean, why are they all gone? What's going down, man?
What does that mean? People come and go.
You said that people used to be here. So what happened to them?
I don't know. Ask the Whammer, Jency. Ask the Whammer why he. I mean, I think I saw him here a couple of weeks ago. I didn't mean to say anything nefarious. Okay, there's some people that just don't hang out here. I'm not saying that all these people that Free is friends with. He's friends with Helio Skeptic. He's friends with Question for Your Life. He's friends with the Whammer. He's friends with Citizen Z. There are people that are here. They're just people that have been here a long time that don't participate. So I look at a list of like mutual friends, and I just go, "Oh, this dude's been around a while because he's friends with these people, and these people used to be really active." Again, I wasn't trying to say anything suggestive. It's just
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you meant they'd gone. That's what when you said they used to be here. I thought they had gone.
Yeah, used to be as in used to be active and stuff.
Well,
Free-minded.
he definitely heard the word family with capital
I
F-E.
think that dude Free. I think he used to call himself free-minded.
Yeah,
He's
that's
pretty old school. Same guy that I'm. Yeah, he's been here for a while. I heard him. He's old school.
Gotcha, Chocolate. You started Robot a little bit, but I got you. Cool. I was just curious because you don't see gold. There's not very many gold pluses that I see that I don't know or recognize. So that's all.
Is that better? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Stupid Wi-Fi.
Oh, hey, we made a call from the moon. We had signal.
Yep, and I'm 20 feet away from my Wi-Fi,
Yeah.
and it's acting retarded. So, technology for you, baby. It's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
And your Wi-Fi is plugged into the power wall socket. They had one on the moon too.
Yeah, I mean, Duracell battery, baby.
Oh no, there were no Duracell, but car batteries. They are lightweight, acid and lead. If I listen to the radio in my car in like 1 hour, the battery is off.
I suppose Danny got the sound bites he was looking for today, and that's why he left. He's always seeking to record us to make another video so that he can pretend to make fun of something somebody says with his smug nonsense.
His exact words are, He is monitoring us.
Yeah.
That is his exact words.
Yeah. He's gross. Very gross.
Who's this guy who's monitoring us?
Danny Faulkner is just a dude.
Well,
He's a hall
we are
monitor?
his enemies. He wants
What?
to keep us as his enemies,
He's
I
a
guess.
hall monitor?
There you go.
What?
These kind of people
What
are
you
very
monitoring for,
dangerous.
bro? What?
His hall monitor status is a higher office than his alleged astrophysicist, or whatever he thinks he is. Degrees, books. The dude wrote a book on flat Earth. Chocolate, you don't know?
Whoa.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's the guy that's got all the answers, right?
All the answers.
All the answers. All the answers. Yeah, yeah. That's weird. I distinctly remember him being asked, "How do you have gas pressure without a container?" I didn't hear any answer. So much for all the answers. It's a little weird.
That's a heretical question.
Yeah. Chocolate, you still there?
Yeah, I was about to leave in 2 seconds, so your time is impeccable.
Amazing. No, just real quick. In August, I'm having a real life face to face encounter with some NASA astronauts. Via a friend of mine that runs a drone camp, and they're going to be coming and talking to all these kids that went through the drone camp and talking about space flight and stuff. Apparently, on to make it a fun experience. Blah blah blah. Anyway, I'm throwing out the fillers, so to speak, and sharing this for planning purposes with everybody, because I'm trying to establish the and plan for the best possible questions I could ask these guys that would expose their silliness. So anyway, if you think anything, just a heads up. I guess I'm not the first. Witsit apparently either already had this opportunity or also is going to, because I remember he was asking the same question basically. So it's going around.
Yeah, sure. So when is that supposed to happen?
August.
August. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure we can come up with some choice questions for them. I don't think that should be a problem.
Yeah.
Can you secretly record it, please?
Yeah, no, I hope to. It kind of depends If I might only do audio, I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Just
I
audio.
wouldn't even
You
play
don't
it
have
off
to
as
record
secret.
it, gospel. Record it. Make a
I
video.
wouldn't even play it off as secret. You're an astronaut. You're a
Yeah.
hero, bro. People consider you a hero.
Yeah,
I'm
you
gonna
should.
get this documented. You kidding
Yeah,
me? Why would you be scared for me to record something from such a great
Oh,
hero
yeah,
as yourself, Mr. Astronaut? Are you
for
serious?
sure, for sure. They're charging, bro.
Shit.
Check it out before you go. They're charging $50,000 to show up for an educational experience for a bunch of
Bloody
children.
hell.
Nah, I'm good, man. See,
$50,000.
see, that shit just makes me want to punch somebody in the face.
I know.
Yeah.
When I found that out, I was like,
Education.
wow, these guys are really special, aren't they? Because I was just thinking, like, musicians won't show up for less than a certain amount of money, too. I get, entertainers, right? Entertainers, they want their money. But,
Yeah, and clowns for children's birthdays, and
Yeah.
magicians for magic
I mean,
shows. Like
mean-
heroes don't charge to be where they are. They're just heroes, right? You
yeah,
just talk to everybody in the world because you're just a hero, right?
yeah, exactly.
You wouldn't charge or something like that.
I mean, when you are an actor, you gotta have the right payment, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But you shouldn't play the dummy role, actually. You should say, like, wow, so you have been to space and you did this and that, and then you're just gonna, like a kid, you're just gonna ask the flat earth questions.
Well, technically, their own man says if it's one of these low level astronauts,
And that's what
meaning
I don't know yet. I don't know who it is yet.
if they've only been in quote unquote low Earth orbit, right?
Uh-huh.
So you're already low level, and even your man Neil deGrasse says, "Well, those guys, that's not space.
Yeah,
that's not space. It's low level."
Didn't they interview the astrophysicist? Well, some guy, and he didn't say he was a flat earther or anything. He's just there to interview her, and then he's just start hitting her with stuff. And, do you guys remember that?
Yeah, that was Wakey Wakey.
You mean Wakey Wakey?
He interviewed
Can
the
somebody post
astrophysicist. I can have a look
I'd
for
like
it.
to see that.
And she
I would
freaks
have
out
to
at the
find
end,
it.
basically.
Yeah, that
See,
interview was
the
great.
thing is, like,
two,
these
3 times in that interview, she was just like, when he placed something on her that didn't work, she was just like, "Yeah, it just changed the model," not realizing,
the thing,
you're talking to a flatty. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
no. Every time a genuine interaction happens like that, where it's not uh premeditated, that happens. It's like you ask them the most basic questions, and they're like, uh, hmm,
Yeah.
well, I can't think of it like that. If you think of it like, yeah, that's the see. That happened a lot. It happened a lot less lately. But again, remember Flat Earth Boxer, he also asked the cosmologist, who's claimed to have done experiments with gravity, what was the independent variable? And he was like, oh, okay, I see where you talking about that stuff that everyone knows that, Michio Kaku said we don't deal with. You talk about independent variables and stuff. I can't tell you any more than I already told you, fam. And it's like, okay, well, like every time one of these people actually get asked a little tiny question, it looks very weird. So instead of that happening all the time, they have us arguing with these. Well, we decide to argue with all these anti-flat earthers and all like, nah, we should just. I wish we could just stop giving them time and only talk to the people with actual credentials and show people that they look stupid as
They're
hell.
the representatives, man. They're the lawyers for the globe model. right? They're not only the used globe salesmen, but they're the lawyers who
And the
have taken it upon
ambassadors.
themselves to defend and protect this model, right? Their priests aren't doing it, right? Why has Neil deGrasse Tyson not come out and just destroyed this in 5 minutes? Why is he allowing all these other minions to run around and do this, right? Because that's what the regular people are next to him, right? Mr. World-renowned astrophysicist. We're just minions. So why hasn't he come out and destroyed this in 5 minutes? No, he allows people to do it for him. Because why? Because he says he doesn't debate objective truth. That's cute. That's really cute. Right? So what else is he gonna do? It's pathetic, actually. Think about it.
Well, the less he speaks, the less that can be held against him. He's just keeping a position where all these anti-flat earthers just make up an excuse, and no one confirms whether it's right or wrong. If Neil deGrasse Tyson put a definitive answer out there, it'd be held against him. So he just doesn't do it.
But it already has, though.
Yeah,
It
I know,
already
yeah, that's
has.
what I mean.
We've had people tell us he's absolutely wrong when he says you can't see the curve from under 20,000 feet. He's wrong when he says you could see the Coriolis from a football in a football stadium. Like he's already under the bus.
Yep. And the more he speaks, the more he goes under, I guess.
You know, like, and I find that the when the Glovers don't realize that, like, they're throwing you're throwing your man under the bus, man. Why are you doing that? That he's on your side. He's the coach. that's the coach right there. Why are you throwing the coach under the bus, bro? That's terrible.
Coach, you mad old, man. Get out of here, yo. We understand the fundamentals and all that, yo. Yeah, let us handle this.
Right. And how do we handle it? We remix the story and argue that story that we just remixed instead of your story, coach, because your story, coach, doesn't work out.
You don't know.
Exactly. Pathetic.
Ridiculous. You going across the street?
Yeah, I'm about to dip out.
Yeah. I'll see you guys later. I'm gonna check out Nathan's.
Yeah. Catch you over there.
Yeah.
Would any one of you give Neil deGrasse Tyson a car ride?
Would? Is that what you're asking?
If you saw Neil deGrasse Tyson on the street, making a signal to pick him up, would you give him a ride?
Yes, sure. Why not?
No, I wouldn't, because
He's a little rapey.
He would fart.
I was gonna
car.
say there's gotta be a line, dude. Like, and you just mentioned what I was thinking. Like, well, if he was also like, if he happened to be a pedo or something, then would you pick him up? It's just like,
Well, he's a little bit rapey. I mean, if it was a dude that looked just like him, but I knew it wasn't him, then sure. But him
Guys,
specifically.
can I interject? We have a new member called Abdullah. Abdullah, welcome to the server.
Hello, Abdullah.
Hello. What's up? How are you doing?
Good.
Good.
Nice name, Abdullah.
Yeah, bro.
How did you find us, Abdullah? How did you find this server?
Google.
Okay. Hey, so what do you think? Earth is a ball? Earth is a globe? Hello? Do you think Earth is a globe, Abdullah?
A ball.
A ball. Okay.
Ball.
Why did you believe that?
Bro, it's not a ball. Bro, it's not a belief. Okay.
So how did you come to the understanding that it is a ball? What empirical evidence do you have?
What's the easiest way to demonstrate that we live on a spinning ball?
Bro, the earth measure curvature in the ground. You can't see it. No.
You can see it.
Okay.
You can't see it. with Your own fucking eyes.
What did we measure?
One second.
It's a distortion, dude.
Distortion, dude. Okay. Have you been here before, Abdullah?
No, bro.
No, bro. Can you stop being a child and use your normal voice? Because I do recognize it.
Allah Basha.
Is that too difficult for you being an adult? That right. Well,
The answer
there he
is
goes.
It's not
evident.
intellectual.
Like, I mean, the sad thing is, he can't even do proper trolling. Like, that was the like, that was actually the worst version of someone trying to recreate someone who was from, I don't know, Islamic country or something like that,
Yeah.
Arabic.
It was one very good argument, like answer to the question, what is your best evidence for living on a spinning globe? And he was like, no, bro.
He was probably already here and got flat smacked, and then his cognitive dissonance went into making him feel very bad, and the only way he can express his childish feelings is to troll.
A very weak person, I would call him.
Yeah, I'm just sorry for him. I mean, he could rather use his time to learn, but
yeah,
because some people don't want to learn anything.
Well, if you learn, then you're not gonna be a blind consumer anymore.
Yeah, if you learn, you need to unlearn, right?
Yeah.
You need to unlearn all the crap that you have been learning all your life almost.
So asking if somebody wants to use his normal voice and act like an adult is gay now. He called me gay.
No surprise, Roger. And nice to hear you, Roger.
Hi. What's up, Gabe?
Good. Thank you. Getting ready for night shift.
That's rough.
Yeah. Oh, it's my favorite shift. Yeah. Work shift. I'm sitting by the sun. Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I'm driving
Yeah.
home now. It's on off, sunny, rainy, sunny, rainy.
Yeah. Well, that's Holland.
Yeah. So I missed the start of Danny's conversation. What was his main point? Did he have a point? Was it no?
I don't remember what he was on about. I catch gospel bearer question. He was asking about the pressure differential, because they say, oh, between 0.1 torr and a millionth of a torr is not that much difference because both of them are near zero. But actually, when you have a millionth part of something, that's not almost equal with that something, It never is. Yeah.
Okay. So without containment and that pressure differential, the gas wouldn't fill that void, that volume.
Yeah.
That was that his claim?
I would say there are certain barriers, it's like the speed of sound barrier is not a barrier which we cannot cross. We actually are capable very easily today to cross this barrier, but things begin to change the way they happen, when you cross these barriers. And when you reach, for example, like 17,000 miles an hour hypersonic speeds, that's also a barrier which is like the propagation of shock waves of the most powerful weapons in the world. And it is a speed limit barrier. If we had a tungsten bullet shooting with that velocity, at that speed, the friction will be so high that it will melt the tungsten. So, yeah, it's a limit speed physically. We can't make airplanes or cars or whatever to travel that fast. The friction with gas particles will be so high that it will melt it. At very high speeds, any anything that will be solid, liquid, gas, particle, whatever, it will take plasma state. It will start catching fire.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Bless you, bless you.
I was not muted.
Gesundheit.
Thank you.
It happens. That's humane. And when a German war colleague sneeze, I say, nicht beißen.
Nicht beißen?
Yeah, don't bite.
Are you working in Germany?
Yeah.
Can I ask what you're working as?
CNC machine milling,
All right.
turning. Yeah.
Forgot. Yeah. You're the guy who does that. That's cool.
Linear encoders and stuff. Yeah.
So you can also
Yeah,
speak a bit of German, right?
yes, I understand it better than I speak it. I've learned German 12 years in school. I was Olympic in my country at German language, but I have like 20 years I haven't used it and I forgot it, you know.
Oh.
And now when I try to speak German, I know that I'm not grammatically correct and it's so annoying. It frustrates me, you know. Yeah.
Right.
Choose between French and German in school, so I dropped French.
Oh.
Even worse.
Mm.
Aber ich kann ein bisschen Deutsch sprechen und verstehen.
This is good. What's the only thing that can float in vacuum? Anyone?
Nein.
What is the only thing that can float in vacuum?
Yeah, tell me.
Belief. I would have said ball, worlds, planets, you know, the world. But it doesn't, because we have to demonstrate it first. But belief allows you to have anything possible, even something to float in a vacuum, if you believe it.
Anybody know?
I used to think the scientists or astrologers, globers, whatever you want to call them, I used to think they had a tiny shred of evidence. And I would talk about predictions. I never realized that they weren't predictions at all, post-dictions. And that was like the last little sliver.
Yeah, their predictions
No
are
predictions being made.
what do they call it? The sidereal calendar. That's their predictions.
Right. I can't think one thing that works on the globe model myself. Like there, to me, I don't think anything. Like sure, there's math, but if you actually contrast it to reality, like nothing in the globe model actually makes any sense at all to me. But
I forgot what he was talking about. Matthew was talking about 2,000 years ago, something. Oh, the different North Star. And I'm thinking like, well, people don't believe in Jesus. Oh, a couple thousand years ago. What are you talking about?
well, you could get them because supposedly the pyramids are built like north to south perfectly, and they haven't changed. And I always say like Polaris doesn't move. Like my house is lined up north to south perfectly with Polaris. Like so, like you can use the Glober claims against them, but you just yeah. But they'll still say it moves.
You gotta know that if the Earth moves and is spherical, then everything else on Earth can move because it's on a spherical surface, and you gotta deal with relativity. So they have explained it all away already.
Yeah, like if Earth is moving in the 8 different vectors, then like Polaris is gonna move. For them to say Polaris doesn't move, it's a concession.
Yeah, but if Polaris doesn't move, the pyramids will angle themselves towards Polaris. It's just how things work. Trust me.
No, I know, but they can see. They're like, no, Polaris doesn't look like it moves. It'll move in like 2,000 years. And I'm like, thanks. Yeah, but
yeah, wait a
but that's because it's on tectonic plates. they move along.
It's a monkey Glober. He's playing the Glober.
Yeah, I'm just trying to help the Globers out there, but
you got the corkscrew solar system that's fake. In the fake Milky Way arms, what was I saying? 26 trillion miles. None of it's even fathomable. It's just ridiculous. If the corkscrew solar system that's fake is happening, then isn't everything else corkscrewing too?
depends on how much wine you drink.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the moon's smiling at me pretty big right now, moving ever so slowly, even though we're just ripping through that cosmos. Look at this, just moving super slow.
Well, if you have a P900 or P1000 or something equivalent of a good telescope, try to set up your tripod and try to keep the moon. Yeah, try to keep the moon in the center. It goes pretty fast.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like that movement it takes, I don't know how many hours, 12 hours or whatever you want to call it, to cross the sky. So it's not that fast.
Well, usually you see the moon once a day, so except for new moon, you'll never see it for those 1 to 3 days. Depending on the clouds and chemtrails.
Sinks down into the North Pole hole, hangs out there for a few days.
Yeah, there's 0 pictures of a new moon. So whether it's hard to spot with a new moon or for some reason it's never been captured, but it continues on its 29-day cycle despite being invisible for those 1 to 3 days.
I heard
Even the moon has to do groceries, man. Just accept it.
He's got taxes to pay.
Yeah.
I heard multiple people say that they're confused about not being able to see all the stars in the sky. You know, it's like, come on, man. How far do you think you can see? How far do you think the light's going to travel?
How long do you think the night would last? Because if you could see all the stars, then the sky would be white.
Yeah. I can't see forever. It's you just gotta check their honesty and be like, "What? You think you can see forever?
Yeah,
Really? How? There's no way. Like,
so weird.
Yeah, there's no way you think it. They'll be like, "Why do you think you can't see forever?" And they'll be like, I'm asking you." No, well, I'm asking you. Like, they Globers always want to be the ones asking questions, especially like the anti-flag.
There's no logic in it. I mean, you drive away from a mountain, and then that large mountain disappears. You get far enough away. It's like, there's no logic in it.
Well,
everybody knows. Yeah, everybody knows.
When you move away from a mountain, the mountain also moves away from you.
Like everybody knows. Yeah, they come here and ask, "Why does stuff shrink at a distance?" Like, when you're growing up, oh, my house disappeared. Like, you know that as you're going away, it's going to shrink in size. You may not know the terms, but you know instinctually.
If your house were to disappear, would you not go looking for it again?
The Glover would be crying, driving away in the car. Is like, my car, a house is down.
Like, I think the argument we can only see so far is kind of weird, because when it's a clear sky, I can follow planes for about 200 nautical miles from horizon to horizon. So that means to one end I can see 100 nautical miles, to the other end I can see 100 nautical miles. So, you know, isn't that like kind of weird? That they say, oh, you can only see for 3 miles, you can only see for 25 miles. But when you see those big white lines across the sky, you can see for hundreds of miles. So, you know, how does that work?
All you have to do is check your local weather my local weather tells me my visibility on the road, highway visibility, and usually it's like 14.6 kilometers. So I'm like, what? I'm 3 feet above the. I'm like 5 feet above the ground, and I can see 14.6 kilometers. You're debunking yourself.
Yeah, it's it's kind of self-evident that A, Globers don't look into it, and B, meteorologists and all, seemingly globe institutions are all working off a flat model. Like, if you go to an airport, or you read your NOTAM, your notice to airmen, you have your visibilities, you have your air pressures, and if you go on a globe, then you should have like your Coriolis deviation of the wind, for example, for airplanes, because the wind is not always the same speed, yet the Earth is moving at the same speed in the globe model. So if the wind is going to change, then you got a Coriolis deviation. So that should be noted for everyone. Where is that?
Yeah, I just posted there, and it says my visibility is
Yeah, that's roughly 10 miles.
Yeah, so I have a 10-mile visibility at a 4-foot height. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, it's in your face, but they don't understand it.
Yeah, you're telling me I could see 16 kilometers from a driver's height. Like, it's right there. Yeah.
Like, I live near the sea, and when I grew up, they always told me, oh, the ships go over the horizon. So, as a kid, you take that as given, because, your uncle is saying it, your nephew is saying it, everyone basically says it who lives on the coast. So, for 40 years, no, a little less than 40 years, that's what you've been imprinted. And then when you actually look at it, it makes no sense. And it's just a convenient hand wave in nice words, like it's not like a dismissal of something. They wrapped it really nice. Like, if you grew up near the sea, then that is what you experience. So it has to be the curve. So it becomes like a second nature just to think it, because everyone is repeating the same mantra, but no one measured it. Like, and when I found out no one measured it, everything fell apart. And it's so easy to measure. Like, especially now with mobile phones and vessel finders and all that crap. All you need is your mobile phone and your eyes.
Yeah, like nobody I know has actually gone and tested anything. Like, I've presented good arguments, but most of them are too busy, or family, or atheist, or whatever. Like, yeah. So it's.
Yeah, the number one thing I hear is my life won't even change.
Well, what I hear, let's say in family circles, and why I stopped trying to get people in family to, actively look for it, is that they fear the consequences. So, in my family, depression is like a serious thing. So everyone shies away because they fear that when they have to accept a new paradigm, they will fall into a depression because everything falls away under their feet. And they don't know if they can handle it. So basically they are globe skeptics, but cannot deal with it on an emotional level because of the fear it brings, because they understand the consequences.
Yeah. Imagine being accountable for every deed and every action.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, like my uncle was a professional photographer, and you know, when I grew up, he had a picture of the Chicago skyline. He from, you know, across the Great Lake. So, and he used that to make art. You know, he was into, like, in the 80s, the first digital Photoshop revolution stuff. And he was kind of like, you know, with the company he worked for, pioneering digital manipulation of images. And we had a kind of like digital painting of that picture in our house. And I asked him, oh, what am I looking at? He said, well, that's the skyline of Chicago from across the Great Lake. And at that time, you know, it doesn't make sense, or it makes sense because, yeah, sure, he's a photographer, he knows what he's talking about. And a few years back, I was reminding him of that picture. And I didn't mention Flat Earth. I probably had my Flat Earth t-shirt on, but, you know, I said, well, you know, remember that picture you made? Yeah, man, I'm just amazed that you did that back then. You know,
hello?
Would you find out, you know, the perspective on it? Like how would the perspective work for this picture? And he looked at me, and then I said, never mind, I'll figure it out for myself. Like, you know, I just had to trigger him to think about the picture he took.
Y'all hear me?
Yep.
All right. What's going on?
Oh, we're just hanging out.
So like,
Yeah, so he was showing you a globe proof inadvertently, or I mean a flat Earth proof inadvertently when you were younger.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, it was a piece of art that he made back then in the 80s. And back in the 80s, you already had that, you know, Joshua Newicki photograph of the Chicago skyline that was already in the circles of the photographers, but they never said anything about globe or flat Earth. They said it's possible to do it because they did it, and it was something that more photographers did back in the 80s.
Yeah, it's still one of my favorite proofs. Like, they can't deny it. They showed it on the news. They lied about it. So, like, I'll post it, and the Global will say, "That's CGI. It's fake." It's you wrecked yourself.
Yeah, but that's the funny thing. My uncle never denied it as being a mirage. He said, no, you can actually see it. And every photographer, like, if you, you know, back in the 80s, the photographers who did that, because that was like a, you know, if you knew about the event, then you, as a photographer, and you were interested in long distance shots, you would go to the Great Lakes to photograph Chicago. That was just one of those, you know.
I would say it's kind of like the Van Allen radiation belts, where like if you don't know it's not a mirage, if you don't know it's a mirage, then it's not a mirage. So like they didn't know to say mirage, so they're saying it's just Chicago. We see it because they didn't.
No, that's the whole point. They were professional photographers. Those were the guys that were working for Hasselblad and all that kind of brands. So they knew the difference between mirage and real, and they said it was real. You could see Chicago.
What does he say now, though?
Yeah, now he's like, because flat Earth has become an issue. Now you see the cogs working, and I dropped it, like, you know, never mind, you know. I want him to think about it. I don't want to push him because, you know, it's family, and you don't want to, you know, jerk family members all around to get a point across. You know, I want them to find out for themselves. Like my mother, who had that picture in the living room, she, you know, she just shuts the blinds and says, "No, I don't want any of this."
What's your rebuttal to the mirage?
If it was a mirage, it would be upside down. It would be mirrored.
No, I mean the common viewpoint around flat Earth is the curvature, but that was debunked from the mirage photos, or not the photos, but the heat bending light.
If you want to know what mirages are, go to a military airport like Nellis when red flag is there. You will see a few French mirages, but besides those mirages, which are actually something tangible, if you look through the exhaust plume of a fighter jet prior to taking off, you will see the hot air excite in the surroundings, and looking through that plume, that is called a mirage.
Yeah, I understand, but
and it doesn't bend up, down, left, right. No, it goes like, in generality, all in all directions, but equal in all directions. So you just get a slightly enlarged, blurry image.
yeah, that's raising the curvature and perceived through the eye.
I don't know if you can raise the curvature, because it would the light waves would be blocked by the curve in front of it.
Well, no, I mean it's perceived. I mean, because of course it'll look like it's the backside that's raised up, but it's really the front.
Are you able to repeat this effect in any way and post the video?
Well, I'm no expert in this field, but I can try to find one.
No, I want you to repeat this thing.
Repeat what? This experiment? What? That'd take time.
You'd have to show me that we can see around a corner.
No, you can't. Heat doesn't bend through the corner. It'll make it look before the corner enters. It's when the
You're saying that we can see around the corner.
I didn't say that. I said the perceived through the perceived eye. It looks like it's sort of an illusion that the slope, the curvature has risen, but it's.
I'm saying I see Chicago right there in the picture. You're saying we can see around the curve of the Earth and we can see around the corner.
No, Mod Monkey was understanding what I was saying, but he didn't respond. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this because it's just a rebuttal. So, like, what's up with the backstory with Flat Earth? Is there like are you guys like investigating there's some journalistic thing going on?
Most of us were truthers researching the government and their corruption, and then somebody suggested that we research flat Earth, and we're like, "Whoa, shit! Earth is flat. There's no curvature, no Earth spin, no proof of gravity."
Oh,
What's your backstory?
I just I was invited in here from a friend a while ago, and then I just hop in here when I'm bored.
You must be a bored person.
Well, it's like 12, and there's nothing else to do. I'm not tired. Can't sleep.
Yeah, some topics are off limits, but yeah, I don't know how much. Yeah, I prayed a long time, but
No, I'm just curious about this flat Earth thing, because like usually when somebody says flat Earth, people just look at him like he's retarded or something.
and then then I debate them, and they get destroyed in 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, you have a lot of viewpoints readily available. Usually they just blindly come in here underestimating everybody.
100% of Globers do not know their own model, so.
Well, I'm sure a physicist could like handle a debate in here, but a lot of people.
No, like a physicist deals with physics.
Well, okay.
Globe.
Well, a physicist who's researched biomes within their.
Yeah, but the globe is a geometry. You don't settle geometry with physics. You settle geometry with direct measurements of the elements of the geometry.
But physics stems to well, you could say physics between physics and environmental science, I guess. Sort of correlated with each other.
Well,
environmental science.
You research movements of tectonic plates and other things like that.
No, those things have no relation.
The math does, and the slopes certainly do.
No, they don't. Because they like earthquakes, any geological event, flat earthers and globe earthers both experience. So that doesn't matter for the geometry of Earth.
Well, you have to understand, physics doesn't only stem from just applied math. It's a lot of it has astrophysics involved too.
And those things all depend on the radius of Earth, which they never observed and documented in any research paper to verify the value that they use for the radius of Earth, which is a requirement to call their work science, because every value they use has to be measured before they can use it within a calculation. And that measurement comes from a observation which is well documented and repeatable for everyone else to do, so you can do science, aka repeat what the other has done to verify if he's correct. Not one globe scientist has ever measured curve on the Earth or radius. They take the values as given from assumptive calculations. Not one observation is documented of the curve of the Earth or radius. So thereby they have failed to meet the scientific requirements.
Well,
and therefore they cannot claim themselves to be scientists, because their baseline is not based on measured observations.
Well, NASA has published many of this stuff, but I mean, you reject anything NASA says, so
no, I don't, because I have NASA papers which state that the Earth is flat.
Yeah. Well, you could always twist anything to say what you want.
No, the point is that if NASA says it's flat, and I got papers for it, and on the other hand they say it's a globe, and other people got papers for that, then you have one institution speaking two different things. That means you got to figure out what is true and what is not. And the only way you can do that is to measure the Earth for yourself. And that's pure geometry.
Yeah. If you're gonna be agnostic about science, then why not be agnostic about globe? Why do you have to just flat out deny a globe and just conceal it to flat Earth? I mean, I don't see the logic here. You could just be agnostic. You don't have to go out because a real scientist is agnostic. They don't just flat out deny globe.
My thing is not about boo the globe or boo politics. My point is boo stupid human that believes in things that you can measure for yourself. No one has to believe a globe or flat Earth.
Okay.
Anyone can go out and measure it for yourself. That's why I'm here. I can help you do that. I can help you explain the method. But I'm not going to tell you, oh, you got to believe in the flat Earth because the globe sucks. No.
Any method that's derived from the party who wants you to believe their idea, of course, the methods will be arranged to whatever supports their idea. I mean, these methods to measure if the Earth is flat should be based on their own knowledge, not this knowledge coming from here, because it's bias. You don't want bias in research.
If you don't want bias in research, then you have to handwave everything they tell you about the globe.
No, you have to enlist in a controlled study of every single factor and do a long and tedious.
I already explained that to you. If I want to repeat a scientific study of astrophysics or astronomy or physics that involves a value of R for Earth, and I dig down into the sciences where they got their radius value, I find out that they never measured it, it has never been observed, and thus everything dependent on that radius value is therefore nullified, because you need direct measurement of the values used. Otherwise you cannot claim the value to be true. And that is pure scientific method.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
I want to be free.
Gyroscopes, like I said at the beginning, I'll repeat myself. I don't mind being a broken record.
Okay, so you don't. So it's an assumption that you're moving.
Yes.
Affirming the consequence.
Yeah, that's a logical fallacy.
Can I just get in here as well? Just quickly, do you have a demonstration of this?
Demonstration?
Yeah.
Let me get yourself off this fucking push to talk.
Language, bro. Chill.
No need to get angry.
Relax.
There. Now I'm off push to talk and I have to keep pressing keys.
Is that better?
But how do I measure it? I just use my gyroscopes. You can actually measure their drift. You can
Wasn't what I asked.
I don't know how to explain it to you. I'm not a scientist.
I'm not asking for an explanation.
Whatever.
I was asking for a demonstration. You either have one or you don't.
So if we, do you guys feel like you want to take a question from chat?
I was wondering if you could actually answer my question because I don't feel like we've finished that yet.
I'd like to finish this guy.
God 420, because you've made a claim there. I was wondering if you have a demonstration for that.
Well, I can set up and do some video streaming and show some gyroscopes in operation, but you're not going to see much except for a change in angle over the course of an hour. You'll see a drift of 15 degrees.
But that is the claim that you've made that I'm asking for a demonstration of.
I am.
You understand?
I will do that if I have to, but we'll be here 1 hour to watch it drift.
Sounds good. If you don't have it, I'm not going to judge you. I'm not like saying if you don't have it, then you're wrong. I'm not saying
he doesn't have it. Listen, he doesn't have it.
I know he doesn't, but
okay, so
I'm asking
let me,
for it anyway.
let me tell you why he doesn't have it, and this is easy to demonstrate. Because you would only measure a 15-degree drift at one of the poles. Are you at the North or South Pole?
Wrong.
You're going to measure 15 degrees, and you're going to measure okay, listen. You want me to tell you the formula? Because you're not going to measure a 15-degree per hour drift unless you're at one of the poles. You would need a 3-axis gyro, and you would measure a cumulative. If you summed all 3 axes, then you would measure a 15-degree per hour drift. But you said you had a regular gyro, regular mechanical gyro.
I also have the aeronautic gyros that they use for aircraft.
Yeah, and those are single-axis gyros.
No.
Yeah.
It's for the ones on the main.
They use multiple gyros. They use multiple gyros in the aircraft.
Yes.
And in fact, they're called an attitude indicator.
No, I'm not talking about the indicator. I'm looking at the gyro.
The attitude indicator is the gyro, and the gyro isn't the purpose of it. Nuh-uh is not a reputation. Nuh-uh. Do you want me to just pull up a PDF that has all this, that has the schematic for the attitude indicator for an aircraft? Do I really have to do this?
I don't care about the attitude indicator.
The attitude indicator is what has the gyro, dude.
Ignore me then. Talk over me.
The attitude indicator is your reputation is nuh-uh. Okay? That is what your nuh-uh. Listen, the fact is, the attitude indicator is a device in the airplane which has the gyro, and the purpose of the gyro is to damp the sway of the device.
Wrong.
Okay?
Nuh-uh. I know exactly where it is. It is down in the belly of the plane.
So who cares?
In the control room.
So may I try to move this discussion into more productive direction?
Listen, I'd like a concession. I'd like a concession that he never actually did this test, because to measure 15 degrees per hour on a single axis, you would have to be at a pole. This is not debatable. This is objectively true.
Agreed.
Objectively true. You can.
So if you're at 40, listen. If you're at 45 latitude, you're going to measure a 15 degree. Listen, so if you're at 45 latitude, you're going to measure a 15 degree per hour drift on a single axis.
Do you realize how equatorial telescope mounts work?
Yes.
Okay. You can measure the drift throughout the entire surface of this planet, including the equators and the poles.
Do you have to correct for latitude? Yes or no? You have to program it for latitude.
Oh my God! Talk over me. Fuck it. Talk to someone else.
Answer the question. Yes or no question.
Listen.
May I
You guys are both trying to lie, and that's why I'm acting like this, because you're both trying to lie.
It is
like I've been doing this for 4 years, dude. I know how all these devices
like
work.
your argument. That is
no,
retarded.
because you're
Stop
lying.
Yeah, well, listen. I mean, God 420 can't get to the demonstration, which he would then have to beg the question of. So yeah, I think we can probably move on.
Okay, so
we will see. I will get the display set up, and we're going to sit for 1 hour, and you can watch the machine physically fucking drift.
Yeah,
You won't do shit. You won't do shit.
So listen, don't move the goalpost. You said 15 degree per hour drift is what you already measured.
Right. So we'll set for 1 hour, and you can watch it drift 15 degrees. Okay,
let's do this.
Camera if we have to.
Yeah, okay, go
Let's
for
do
it.
this.
Set it up, God. Right, set it up.
Let's do this, dude. Listen, I'm gonna laugh, dude. When you measure 7.3 degree drift because you're at something like 43 latitude, I'm gonna laugh at you.
Wrong.
May I please interject for
some more?
Guys, let's let Corvo get in here.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
I mean, we can at later time do a live stream with God 420 if we get interested.
How about I post citations? Would that suffice, and we can just end this? I'll just post citations.
We can both post citations. So I think I have a question by King of Kings, who have a question for the flat earthers. If the curvature of the globe is 8 inches per mile of distance, wouldn't the difference be...
Can I stop you right there? Per mile is a slope. No one is claiming to live on a slope, are they?
Well, hold on. Let me finish the question.
Yeah, but the question is already wrong, so it needs to be correct.
So let me finish it. I'm just reading it. Yeah, the guy isn't talking.
Okay, but the question is already wrong. That's the point.
Yeah, we'll correct him and say it's 8 inches per mile squared, not 8 inches per mile.
That's a parabola.
Okay, 8 inches per mile squared. Wouldn't the difference be difficult to detect with just your eyes? To me, it's like trying to spot a ruler a mile away and be able to see it move 8 inches to demonstrate the difference in position.
Yeah, but then over 10 miles, they tell us that would add up to around 67 feet of drop, which is measurable. So someone in human history would have measured this physical drop. We're not saying that you should just eyeball it and then make your decision. This is why people are doing point-to-point tests over a distance and comparing it to the rate that the globe model does predict. God, I know you're upset. I know you're upset. I know you're upset, but you're just gonna have to chill. We gave you your chance, and you were gonna go and set up your gyroscope that you were then gonna say, "I'm claiming that's Earth's rotation," and we were gonna say, "Okay, how do you link that?" And you'd say, "Well, just because we know." Right. So let's not do that, God. You can just chill.
Of course, they won't even accept the balloon photographs from Dr. Bob, or not Dr. Bob, but Bob. What's his name?
So just to the new people as well. This is the type of person. Sensible. This is the type of person that you get
program,
who's been arguing this for years, but still hasn't found any measurements of curvature. So they just argue the same redundant points again and again. This isn't a new person to the topic, by the way. This is a diehard who's been emotionally wounded by the flat Earth. So just to point that out to the new people.
Fuck.
I would just like to. Can I just bring it back?
Please don't laugh. It's actually
Can I just bring it back to something I said about 15 minutes ago? I asked for a demonstration. A demonstration was not provided. If God 420 goes back and provides a demonstration, then we can talk. I feel like there's no point talking about it because he made a claim, he hasn't demonstrated it. I feel like it's moot. So let's just move on.
I feel like speaking to him is moot.
But that's kind of what I'm saying is like, if anyone else wants to discuss this, all good. But he's made a claim that he hasn't demonstrated, and I personally think can't demonstrate. So I think everyone listening already knows what kind of person God 420 is.
10-4.
With regards to the, what was it, the question before about inches per mile, to do with eyeballing it. I mean, I know, Cyclone, you already kind of went ahead with an answer. I would say this is something, when I said squared, someone else said that's a parabola. All good, but he didn't seem to have a problem with the Earth being a slope 30 seconds before. This is the problem with a lot of these debates, is that when we try and get into the actual details, like the meat of the issue, people only oppose it when it's flat Earth. Yeah, if Earth's a slope, not a problem. If it's a parabola, then they're opposing it. So you start to realize that a lot of people are very emotional about this subject. They don't actually want to discuss it.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening. hear Yellow Weasel. Do you want to open your microphone and talk to us? I just unmuted you.
Hello. Oh, yeah. So, no, a friend of mine said, like, he got into Flat Earth and he said I should check it out. But I'm not really that convinced yet.
Yeah, well, to be honest, we're not here to convince you. We're just, let's, before we get into all that, how did you find this, sir? You said a friend invited you. Have they been here before?
No, he said he sometimes watches your live stream on YouTube.
Okay, cool.
And he said, like, maybe if I have questions, I could come here and see what you have to say.
Okay, cool. So do you have any questions to ask us about Flat Earth?
Yeah, I'm just a bit confused in the sense of that I hear of so many different models and versions. So, for example, it's like my friend. He's like he believes that the moon is a hologram, but then also I've heard of other people who believe that it's a flat surface, and then like other people say it like crumples up when it gets like half moon and stuff, and I'm just a bit confused to like what exactly I should
hold on.
look into.
We all see the moon the same way. We experience the phases. Now, what and where and how that works, we have no idea. That's a really good question because the moon is very mysterious. I mean, it's still mysterious to us. I mean, in the astronomers' ideas, right? They are like, well, it's a rock and it's affected by Earth's gravity. We're the third rock from the sun, and it's traversing the sun or traversing Earth. Held by Earth's gravity, and the reason you see the moon phases is because of the way that the sun shines and the different times of the month and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean that's a standard story. We all.
Well, yeah, I don't know. It kind of makes sense to me. I don't know.
Sure, it can, but it's not the only explanation for what the moon is. You know what I mean? Because you can explain it another way. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you.
Yeah, but like I guess you also don't believe that we went to the moon.
Well, I've never been to the moon, but I don't think anybody else went there either. Yeah, you're correct on that.
Yeah. Yeah, you see, because this is something that when I was younger, I investigated a lot. Because that started like with all this. It started with 9/11, and the conspiracies surrounding that. So I would say I was a 9/11 conspiracist. And then like I got like sucked in a bit into the moon landing conspiracies. But I don't know, like from what I researched, I deducted that the moon landings happened. And so then that sounds like if I'm correct with that, and so we would know a lot about that. I looked into the moon landing, yeah.
Well, you looked into 9/11, but you said you were like, you came to the conclusion that the way that the official story of 9/11 is true or not true, or there's some question.
I'm not completely sure, but I would say it's more likely to be true, because the problem with the official story is that if they were looking for a reason to go into Iraq, they would have made Iraq the culprit for 9/11.
Yeah.
And that just like sounds like very weird to me, and also like the way that the buildings collapsed is sounds expected. Looks expected.
Sounds like you've done your work on that one. But you were questioning moon landing, and then you came to the conclusion, yeah, they probably did go.
I'm really
after
sure
looking
that
at
they
some
did
of the
go.
9/11. Well, cool.
Yeah. I'm just saying so that, because that is like when it comes to, for example, the different ways that people think that the moon is, then that doesn't really compute with, like, I don't know, like if I'm quite sure, I would say like 99.9% that the U.S. landed a few astronauts on the moon multiple times. That
Okay, what makes you 100% sure about that?
I said I'm not 100. I said 99.9.
That's pretty close to 100. Come
But
on.
that's pretty close. You're completely right.
The closest you can get to 100.
Right.
Yeah, so
The thing is that at the time it would have been more difficult to fake the moon landing than to actually do it.
Oh, really? What makes you say that?
So the kind of cameras you would need, the kind of, how you would call it, slow motion cameras didn't exist yet. The problem is you would have with the live
Slow motion
transmissions.
cameras. Yeah, we didn't have slow motion cameras, but after you shot a video, you can replay it at a slower feed.
But not with you, and if you shoot this thing, if you replay it with a lower feed, you can see it in the video that the feed rate has been lowered, because it's only been shot
How can you see that?
You can measure the difference between each picture, the time difference, and that means like how many pictures you have per. You can measure the amount of pictures you see per minute, per second.
Wait. To establish that, you need the original video, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering which pictures you're talking about specifically.
Can you point me to the original film? Yeah, it was a roller. Yeah, with physical film rolled on it. Can you show me the original one?
I don't have it in my possession now.
Yeah, NASA officially is saying that the original doesn't exist.
Yeah, they don't have it.
I think they said some of it was lost. That's
they destroyed.
that I heard.
No, it wasn't lost. They destroyed it.
Well, that was the technology to go, but as far as the pictures and images, I mean, you can go on NASA's website right now and look up the moon landing pictures from they had like chest cameras. They had a camera on the capsule, and these were certain types of cameras. But are you familiar with how they captured this footage?
It was all analog film, and this is also the interesting part, is that if you look at that's the thing, I'm going by the difference in live transmission versus captured video that was recorded, and captured pictures. And if you look at the live transmission, there's not a single speck of dust, not a single weird blip, not a crack in the film like on it. And then when you look at the captured images, the original ones, then you see that you have influence of the radiation, you have dust on there, you have like standard analog picture problems. That means that the live transmission couldn't have been recorded. The live transmission couldn't have been recorded beforehand. That with the technology of the time, it would have been nearly impossible. I would even argue impossible to have this.
Or are you talking for yourself?
I'm talking from myself.
Sounds like you're reading a script.
No, that's cool. I mean, check this out. Here's something to think about. Maybe something you haven't considered.
Go ahead.
Check this out. I mean, we're, in the globe idea, we're in the solar system, third rock from the sun, right? The only reason that we're not burnt to a crisp on Earth is because of the atmosphere, right? In the heliocentric model.
No, it's the magnetosphere, actually.
Say that?
That does most of the work. The magnetosphere.
Okay, well,
you know that the Earth, like that, when you have a compass, it can.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Go ahead and explain that. So the magnetosphere, instead of the atmosphere, actually prevents most of the UV rays from frying.
No, most of the high energy particles, which would over time destroy the atmosphere. So like look at Mars, for example. Doesn't have an atmosphere. Why? Because it doesn't have.
Are we looking at Mars? I'm talking about Earth, bro.
How do you know Mars?
Okay. Yeah, because of the measurements we've done with space probes we send out. But if you
Well,
don't
they
believe that
sent
we
a
send out
drone and
anything,
it's
if that's all
flying in a
fake, then of
vacuum.
course.
Are you telling me that drones can fly in vacuum?
Well, what do you mean with drone?
Yeah. Can a drone fly in a vacuum?
What is a drone from your point of view? You mean like propeller powered, or what do you mean?
Those bullshit drones, yeah, with propeller powered, yeah, drone.
Oh,
Don't you know what a
that
drone
can't fly
is?
in a
You know,
vacuum.
Matter if they have
the drone
propellers
to
or
fly it
propulsion
with a
engines,
remote control.
you still have to have atmosphere for anything to fly.
No,
No,
but
but
he said if you look,
a rocket
man,
motor
you
doesn't
said
need an atmosphere.
and you said if you look Mars, I'm looking Mars, and I cannot realize if his atmosphere there and if he's not. How you realize that?
Oh, that's actually also something you can do with a telescope yourself.
With the telescope. With the telescope.
See the atmosphere of Mars with a telescope.
Are you saying that you can see the Mars and you can see the atmosphere, or not see the atmosphere of the Mars, or you can see birds or whatever? You can see the rock passing, or whatever.
No, but you
what's
can.
really
Okay, so
cool? I saw Venus, Saturn, and Mars in the sky tonight. They were like right next to each other, like Venus, Saturn, and Mars. I didn't pull out a telescope, but I'm pretty sure if I did, still wouldn't see the atmosphere of any of them.
Yeah. And
well, you
actually,
can see the atmosphere of Saturn.
Wait.
Man,
at the
how
beginning,
you can see?
Sasha, let me finish. Sasha, I didn't finish explaining.
Sorry.
I started this argument with him. I need to clarify and end it.
Yeah, go ahead.
His claim was, he said that there's no atmosphere on Mars, but NASA showing us that they are sending a drone and it's flying. Yeah, but you were saying earlier that Mars has no atmosphere. You said it.
I said it slowly rips away the atmosphere, which is what's happening to Mars. And I'm saying it's not. I never said it doesn't have an
the
atmosphere.
live stream because you said Mars has no atmosphere. Unlike
No,
Earth.
I don't think I've said that.
Let's say that you
Anyway,
you
if
said
it came out that way, I didn't
change
mean
idea
it.
because he doesn't mean that now.
Yeah. Anyway, I didn't. It came out that way. I don't mean it.
So what do you mean then?
But you mean that we can with telescope see what is going on Mars?
All right. So if you want to find out what gases are somewhere, you can see of the light.
Or if you want to find out what gas is doing, look into and find me where we can have gas pressure without container, and then we will speak about Mars and everything.
Okay, so the thing with gas pressure without container is, like, to me, like, for example, look at the ocean. You see, like, there's at the bottom of the ocean, you have a lot of pressure.
Ocean is not a gas.
Water is not a gas. Water's not a gas.
Okay, so if if it doesn't work with gas, then
what?
Well, if you don't believe in atmosphere, if you don't believe in gravity,
I don't believe in anything. I don't believe. Listen, this. I don't believe in anything. I don't believe in atmosphere. That's for sure. Do you believe in atmosphere?
I know it takes guts for some. Hey, listen, you probably. It sounds like you've. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. It sounds like he's familiar with our arguments. So let's, like,
No, I'm familiar with my friends' arguments, but they don't, like, to me it doesn't sound that right. And he said I should come here because you guys can explain it better than him.
We also don't need to bombard you and
Question: do you believe in atmosphere?
Like in that we have an atmosphere around me now, or like that there is no atmosphere in space?
Do you think that what we call what is around us it's atmosphere?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. How gas taking the shape of the sphere? Can you tell me? Because
it is pulled to the sphere by the force of gravity.
What can you provide the academic citation that the gas is pulled by gravity?
Hold on, guys.
Yeah.
Both of the people that are talking to you now, hold on. Everybody here used to think. Hold on. Everybody used to think gravity was the thing before. So don't just try to piss at him because he thinks gravity's real.
Yeah,
Come on.
I'm not I'm not
All right,
angry
come
at
on,
him.
man.
Actually, yeah,
Explain
Helio,
how we found out that
I
this
want to
cannot possibly be
explain
true.
all the arguments. Yeah, I want to get with him through all the
I hate when
arguments,
people do that shit.
the
When new people come in
pseudoscientific
and
and
just like,
everything. Yeah, yeah.
and just like, oh, you think gravity? Then just fucking jump down their
Yeah.
throat about gravity. I mean, it's like we all used to think that shit was real too.
Yeah, first thing first, I need to explain is, I welcome to this server. I want you to know that you don't know about the stuff that we know. You think we have beliefs and things like this, but actually we are extremists. We do not accept stories for explaining reality. When we deal with reality, we stick with science and its scientific method. And if something is not, if a story is not a scientific theory, has no experiment to back it up, then we will not accept to blindly believe that story because just someone thought of himself to say this nice story.
I'm completely on board with you. Yeah, I want to believe as much true stuff as there is.
Yeah,
and there's the least false stuff. So
yeah, the globe model has a ton of positive claims, but none of them have been demonstrated or
none of them?
empirically proven. Yeah, yeah.
But
yeah.
like, for example, when we want to come back to gravity, let's say, okay? Because like...
Yeah, okay. Gravity. Let's take it from the start. The first theory of gravity is Newtonian gravity, mass attracting mass. So
yeah, let's stick with Newtonian. I'm completely fine with that.
And this includes also Newton's laws of motion. So, do you think they are real?
Do I think what is real? Sorry.
Do you think that theory of gravity, the Newtonian theory of gravity, is actually functional? It is real.
It is functional, yeah. Until you get into like the high velocity stuff where you need to go with special relativity.
Well, that's the problem, actually, because Newton's theory of gravity has been debunked and superseded, meaning it has been replaced
exactly.
by
I completely agree with you.
Yeah, by Einsteinian relativistic gravity.
And I can also show you when you look at the... Yeah?
Wait, yeah. Which, for Einstein's gravity, you cannot demonstrate to me empirically the bending of space-time. So when I'm waiting the train in the train station 5 minutes, show me how you're gonna be bending my waiting for the train. How are you gonna bend that?
No, but this is not what bending space-time would even mean. I mean, so I can... You can... So, for example, look at... you don't believe on that. Okay, wait.
The train station is
let him answer, man.
In space.
Let him answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
Give him his rope.
Right. So, let's say if... So, you're waiting for the train on the station, and you're just standing there. You're not really moving relative to, let's say, the guy next to you.
No, I am moving. I'm smoking a cigarette while waiting.
Okay, then you're...
Yeah.
Are you like spying on me? Get? Because that's like exactly what I'm doing right now. I'm at the train station.
So let's say if Earth was 20 times as heavy, like the gravity pulling you towards Earth
you have
was
to
a lot
bring
stronger.
Imaginary concepts.
Well, the problem is that
without
in order to see,
can you show me a Earth 20 times heavier than the Earth that we live on?
No, I can't. So okay, let's stick with something else then. No problem. No problem. Let's take a clock.
Hold on. I'll ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
When you say gravity, you mean the cause of the effect? You mean the cause of the effect? Is gravity the cause or the effect?
Since gravity is just the effect of a formed, no, how do you say, of curved space-time, because it's not really a force in that sense, if you want to go technical with it, but it makes sense to look at it from as a force when you do like small Newtonian physics, in the same way as it makes sense to think of the, what is it called? When you spin something around you in a, like, I don't know, you take a hammer and you spin around. It feels like the hammer exerts a force out from you, right? But this force also doesn't really exist in that sense. It's just the hammer wanting to go on in a straight line all the time, but you're pulling it in.
Acceleration.
Well, there's a reason I asked you whether it was a cause or the effect, because just that one question alone demonstrates that it's not actually a scientific theory. Because the causal mechanism for, say, things falling can't be demonstrated by experiment.
Yeah.
You'll have to
What do
say,
you
like,
mean?
I can't. Okay, so an experiment that has cause and effect has independent variables. Manipulate the independent variable and measure an effect on the dependent variable, right?
Yeah.
The independent variable is the cause. Dependent variable is the effect.
Exactly.
Right? So what causes things to fall?
You have mass deforming space-time, which then leads to other objects paths seeming to curve, although they still go on in a straight line.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, I was talking about that's what we're talking about. That's the story, right? So where's the experiment?
Okay, I can give you an experiment. You take a very, very, very heavy sphere. I don't know, let's take a 30 centimeter diameter lead sphere, and then you take a smaller sphere or like another object, let's say a 1 centimeter diameter lead object, and if you place them in a low friction environment, you will see that they will over time move closer to each other until they touch without other forces put on them.
Yeah,
in a
good
vacuum.
example. Indio, I want to ask him a question.
You actually have that experiment that you can show us. You can have that.
I've done it. Yeah, at my university.
You've done it. What exactly?
What?
Yeah. What exactly did you? Are you talking about the Cavendish? Is that what you're talking about?
It's the Cavendish. Yeah, it's the Cavendish.
So I asked you what falls. There's nothing falling in the Cavendish experiment.
Yes, there is. You have the small ball falling towards the big ball in the same way as the big ball is falling towards the small ball.
Falling sideways.
Well, it's all just a point of. I mean, it depends on the point of reference, doesn't it? If you, if you think of yourself as the small ball, you would say I'm falling towards the big ball, wouldn't you? I don't know, like, what do you mean?
Yeah, so we'll get into that. I think and I imagine. That's where I jump ship, because we don't want to think and we don't want to imagine.
Yeah, the problem is we're using words like fall, which don't even make that much sense.
Fall means fall towards the earth. Fall means go the acceleration 9.8 meters per second squared towards the earth.
So are you falling right now?
Not yet.
But you're accelerated against the earth at all time.
Yeah, really awesome. But I asked you for the experiment which demonstrates the cause of that. I didn't ask you for an experiment that demonstrates
and I gave you the Cavendish experiment that shows you that mass attracts mass.
Hold on. Here's I want to break down what he said. So you're accelerating against the Earth. It sounds like his English is not his native language, right?
No, it's not. No.
accelerating against the Earth? Accelerating
towards, like you're at all times, the Earth is
yeah,
pulling,
man, sure.
like you're being pulled
Earth
towards
is
the Earth.
not pulling anyone. What are you
And
talking about?
I don't even think you did the
Well,
Cavendish
not even
experiment
really.
because
But
you
I
didn't
did
actually
it.
describe. Well, you didn't.
You take two balls and you have you take two big balls, two small balls. You have the small balls
Hey,
in a low friction
everybody let
environment. You have
Indio do this, please.
Okay,
Yeah.
you have a laser, and you point it over a long distance, and you can see the movement until even both of the two balls touch each other.
And that's actually not what happens. So you're actually describing it wrong. So what happens is the big ball, and small balls go towards each other, and then they oscillate, and then you measure the speed of the oscillation, and then you infer big G from that. So you're not even describing the experiment right.
They oscillate. What do you mean by
They
oscillate?
oscillate because they're on a torsion. They're on a torsion wire, so they bounce back and forth.
There's. I'm getting weird noises.
Torsion wire has a
India's got some background noise, but yeah, I mean, he's talking about a horizontal. Well, actually, what you're talking about is you're both talking about a horizontal attraction, not a vertical attraction.
Well, the problem is that that we can't turn off gravity for these two.
What the hell is gravity, bro?
No, I mean you cannot turn off. Like as long as we're in Earth's gravitational field.
Yeah, Weasel, you claim that you've been to a university and that's where you came across this Cavendish so-called. Do you know this experiment like in depth? Have you studied it?
Well, no, but we've at the end, like not anymore. At the time, we've done the calculations on it.
You mentioned
we measured
that
the gravitational constant.
Listen, you mentioned that you are using lead balls. Lead is a metal, correct?
Yeah, but that's not
but that doesn't work because.
No, I need to know what do you know about lead metal?
What do you mean? What I know about lead metal? At the beginning of the experiment, you let both of them touch each other in order to equalize the electric
I'm talking
forces.
about your knowledge about the lead metal.
Well, I studied two semesters of metallurgy, and I can tell you.
Okay.
Like, what do you mean? Like, it's what do you mean the properties?
Well,
in that
the lead. Yeah, it has properties, electroconductivity, magnetic properties.
It doesn't have. Lead doesn't have magnetic properties.
Oh, let's get
what
to
do
the
you mean it doesn't have magnetic properties?
Listen, base of
lead itself. Lead is not ferromagnetic. You cannot magnetically polarize lead.
So lead, the metal, is paramagnetic, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not ferromagnetic, but it's paramagnetic if you have movement.
No, I didn't say it's ferromagnetic. Stop.
Okay. Yeah.
Don't do that.
Ahead.
Don't gallop. This is the claim. The lead metal is paramagnetic. I know very well what paramagnetism is. So you don't need to explain it to me like a kindergarten. But I'm assuming that you also know. Now,
yes.
About the atom, what are the magnetic properties of the lead atom?
What are the properties of the lead atom?
Yeah, the magnetic properties of lead atom.
None.
Not true. The lead atom is diamagnetic. And when it forms a crystal, a metal, when you have more lead atoms, they crystallize into a metal, and that's when they are paramagnetic. This element, now
wait, lead
has
lead
opposite magnetic properties in the same time, and because of these opposite magnetic properties, the lead is always attracted to itself, to lead metal. So when you have tiny pieces of lead metal, they are attracted together. They conglomerate always.
No, they will get attracted to a other magnetic field, but not to itself, because that's why they are paramagnetic.
No. Have you ever seen these gold diggers? They use this ladder, where you pour water, and sand, and the gold deposits on the bottom, and the water washes all the dirt and sand away, but the gold remains because it's heavier. When you do this with lead metals, when you do this with lead, you will find that lead not only deposits itself into those crevices, but it also conglomerates itself into one place, one blob, one pile together, because the lead metal is attracted to itself slightly, magnetically is slightly attracted to itself. So these are very well known magnetic properties of lead metal.
If you say so, I'm certainly searching for information on that, because I'm not as well versed in that as you think.
These are the most expert physicians.
Look in the
of
Livestream
world,
voice text channel.
The biggest physicians.
Excuse me?
Dude, we post everything in the Livestream voice text channel. It's the text channel right above the voice channel.
Oh, I've never seen that one before. I think because before I wasn't allowed to talk, I couldn't see the text channel.
Yeah, are you VC verified now? You got
I
the
have
role?
no fucking idea. Wait, let me check.
I'll
VC
give it to
verified.
you.
I'm verified. I can see.
Yeah, you can't see that channel unless you're VC verified, because people will come in and try to spam and porn and.
I see. Because is that the channel you can see in the live stream?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'll look into it.
Anyway, let's not beat gravity to death, because the whole point is that, I mean, even mainstream science admits that there's problems with the theory of gravity. It's not one of the fundamental forces, right? In the standard model of particle physics, it's admitted that there's a bunch of problems with it. People come in here like, hey,
of course, yeah. I mean, there are like problems with everything, like more or less, like there is nothing concrete.
No, not
per
with
se
everything.
in science.
There's no problem with boiling water.
Well, there actually is. There is a lot of stuff that goes into how, when, and where water will boil differently.
Listen, when you put water in a container and you add heat to it, it will boil. You will reach the boiling point by adding heat. So you have the cause and effect, 100 Celsius. The boiling
not everywhere.
point
Not
of water.
I lived at a place where water boiled before that.
In vacuum, the boiling point drops. Yes, we know.
Exactly. So it's not. It's not always.
I told you from the beginning, there is no problems in boiling water. Like there are problems about gravity, and you said
there's a bunch of variables.
Yeah,
boiling water is a bunch of variables, but we know all the variables, right?
Yeah.
So we know the cause.
We know. I don't like. I don't know. I haven't researched into boiling water.
Pressure, temperature, salinity.
Yeah.
Number of air bubbles are in it. There's a whole bunch of variables to determine its boiling point. Typically, we only deal with pressure and temperature.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Like I wouldn't be able to tell you that there isn't another thing that I don't know about that also influences it a little way. Like I don't know. I wouldn't know about that.
Well,
I can tell you.
So let me tell you. Let me just go. I want to go back to the kind of. So our point is, we base our view on experimentation, not things scientists say, not stories, not anything like that.
I don't give a shit what someone else says. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I don't if you read a scientific paper, it'll have an abstract, it'll have the experiment, and it'll have their conclusion I don't even care about their like the abstract and the conclusion. I only care about what the experimental results. So we know that we cannot we don't have a viable independent variable for determining the causal mechanism for things falling. Because if I take, in the example you used, if I take a 100,000 kilogram lead ball and a 1 kilogram lead ball and I drop them, the so-called cause, right? The mass has changed, but they're both falling at the same rate. So according to the scientific method,
if you don't have a difference, a difference in aerodynamic forces of the balls, yes.
Yeah, so no error.
Right, like everything
right?
stays the same, just
rate.
the mass is different. Right.
Yeah,
but
that's the claim. That's the claimed causal mechanism for things falling. Mass attracting mass, right? That's the cause. But there's no experiment that demonstrates that. That's the problem. But I mean, a lot of people come in here with gravity. They think that Newtonian gravity predicts a bunch of particles will form a ball, but that's actually not even a prediction of the theory. So they've run this in simulation, and they can't get an ensemble of particles to actually form into a ball. So it's a common thing that people just say, oh, gravity, so gravity's as a consequence of gravity, things will form into a ball. That's not even true.
Yeah.
Can you link me? Because that would be interesting evidence. Can you?
I'll post in the live stream voice text. So what they did is this is an astronomical journal. Tried to simulate like formation of asteroids. So they used Newtonian gravity. They couldn't get the shit to stop moving around. So then they added like what they call a stickiness factor, right? So basically, when the things would, it was like almost like a glue. When they would hit each other, when the particles would hit each other, they would partially stick and then bounce. And eventually formed into something. It wasn't a ball. It was a freaking egg. And this is cheating. Even with cheating, they couldn't get it to happen. But I'll post that in live stream voice text.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Because I didn't know about that.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's funny. It's just like something that they teach you in school, right? Right? Because it sounds good, right? Sounds good. Gravity will form things into balls. But no, who actually did the math to test that out? Is that a prediction of the theory? And it turns out it's not.
Well, then,
yeah, give me like 5 seconds.
I think the so if you look at objects, let's say in the asteroid belt, but if you don't believe that there's an asteroid belt, then that doesn't count as evidence. So that doesn't work.
Well, I can look at the sky, at night sky, and make a fortune telling. That will be the same with looking at your hand and predicting your future. Yeah.
Above bullshit, exactly.
Well, we'd have to look up there and speculate as to what's going on. And there's a bunch of different theories competing for speculative power, quote unquote, gravity, pulling stuff to a ball, electromagnetism, which I would go with, and other stuff like that. So it just depends on which theory you want to speculate with. But do we see this gravity thing pulling things into balls for a ball shape, say? Not really. We just look up there and infer and assume that that's what's going on.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
That's right. Discord.flatearthgg. I don't even know the address. Hello.
/Flat Earth.
/Flat Earth. Yo.
Yes.
Gotta wait for all the synapses to get online, so.
You just woke up?
Seems to be. Well, no, I've been awake for probably 5 hours. No, actually, I slept in a little bit. Yeah, I've been awake for 3 hours.
All right. I noticed that guy from yesterday was on here for 12 hours or something.
Which guy?
The new guy from yesterday.
Yeah.
With his wife.
Oh, wait a minute. So.
Yeah, I went to sleep, woke up, and he was still talking.
I think it was the same one that we were talking to earlier before I went out. I went out
probably.
For bike rides. I came back in at like 11 p.m. And then I just went to sleep. But before that, I think it was the same guy.
Yeah. He
His name's 2022 or something.
Oz, 42 Oz.
42.
OZ. Yeah, 42 OZ.
42. We'll just have to give him a nickname, man, because that guy was pretty cool. He's like, go ahead, give me all the information, right? He was like, yeah, like we got to this point where I'm like, I know this guy's going to flip out in a second once he sees it, but he already saw enough at that point that I'm like, there's really no going back. If you're able to listen to it as far as we went through, like the Black Swan and all the other things we discussed with him, right?
Yeah, I thought I thought as well, but apparently he got banned from the server.
Oh, he got banned eventually last night?
Yeah.
Oh,
well, towards the end, yeah. His last hour. I don't know.
So
I wasn't here, but he apparently broke some rules or whatever.
So he might have flipped out.
Yeah, he flipped eventually.
So, like, see, that's the thing. He's like, give me all the information, but they don't understand what they're going into. It's like us took years of like digestion, right? Mm-hmm. To digest the information. We've had years to assimilate this information within ourselves so that it's not unbalancing us from what was before and what's now. Now we're come online with now, and these people are still in, who knows, Neverland. And so they don't know what's going to happen. So I that's curious. I'd like to go back and listen to that to see what happened, because this is just it's almost becoming predictable for us. Would you say that's true as far as reactions? Because they only have a few choices. And if they go with I'm stuck on this one thing and I can't get off of it after they've heard everything we've told them, Earth is obviously measurably flat, stationary, and level.
Yeah.
So if they like, that is never going to go away, because like we always talk about in here, right? That's our base axiom. So that's what you experience. So if you ignore that for too long after you've gotten the information, there's going to be a crack happening, like a schism in your psyche. What do you think?
Yeah, possibly. But I don't understand why he was hanging out. I mean, I guess he was just hanging out to have fun, I guess. I don't know. I don't see the other reason. And then flip in the end, then just to trigger the members here to get banned. I don't know.
Interesting. No, that's funny when people come in and go, okay, great. And then they get flat smacked, and then shit starts getting really real.
Yeah.
When they realize it's real and it's not a joke. And they've already heard that much information. So I don't care if he stays stuck or whatever happened, or he started talking about something he wasn't supposed to, or demanded to. I don't know. But the reason I'm going through this is because I want to write a book about this behavior.
Yeah. There's tons and tons of material you can probably scoop up and make something out of it.
And not only have I looked into my own mind, there's always things we are never going to know, even about our own minds, but when you look at this kind of behavior, going into this kind of discussion with this types of behavior that comes out of it, these reactions, the responses, I have to look at myself when I do that and go, am I doing the same thing? To try to identify the illogical parts, because they're still operating within us, whether we like it or not. We could say, oh no, I don't have an illogical bone in my body. Bullshit. We all do. And they're hidden in the dark crevices of our minds. Yeah.
Yeah. Probably a lot of things you can dig into, I guess, from people's.
Yeah. Well, the thing about this is when we're talking about minds and how people act and react and how people behave based on their internal dialogue. I know this sounds familiar, but that's it's all, a lot of it is very speculative. So it's not going to be something you can pinpoint, because how much have they pinpointed about how the human mind operates? It's not much. Not much. How can you pinpoint it? Look at all the variations in human thought and behavior. Anyway, I'll get off of my high horse there. It's just very interesting topic to me. It's become one of the most interesting, like in this discussion, like, why are these people acting this way?
Yeah, I think partially that could be the reason that makes the whole thing also interesting in a way, to keep us here, and the other part is to help those new ones, to enlighten them and spread spread the truth and share information, and hopefully they wake up by their own will.
Yeah, that's the most important thing, is just sharing the information. And it's taken me a long while to get my own ego, and I still have bouts with the ego. I guess that's never going to go away, right? But to try to just give the information without being triggered myself.
Yeah, I mean, we're not perfect, so yeah, it's understandable. But as long as we're trying to work on it, work on ourselves in some way.
Yeah, well, you have to have a goal. And if the goal is to be more efficient and more effective speaker, then now I know what I have to work on. So I have to set these goals for myself. Okay, well, how can I learn to make progress with that every day? So that's the good news.
Yeah, I think, but yet not. Like you said, you can get heated sometimes when certain people come in here and trigger us in a way. Depends who's talking and what the person is bringing up, and the way he's responding and so forth. Just, I guess, coming with an objective mind and just don't take it personal, or it's not any of your concern to care about that person in that way, that you should be taking care of him. You know what I mean? It's not your problem. Yeah, I know.
I know, that's really crazy to do that. Even these younger ones that came in yesterday sometime, and he kept just repeating the same thing over, and I just saw it as really childish. And I stood back at it and remember when I had children that were being unreasonable. I go, So I just stand fast, and they just sit there and can be unreasonable with themselves, because it takes two to tango. And if I'm not dancing, then they're dancing by themselves. That's so funny, man. So I saw that one yesterday. It's like, show me an effective, what do you say? An effective map. Show me a map that corresponds with some, I don't know what he was saying, but he just kept saying it. He never could get to the point for us to even explain. He's the one with the positive claim. Comes in here galloping, doesn't even know what the context is yet. So I thought, it was like, wow, this guy's really childish. Just acting like a child. Okay.
Yeah. Even though if he were presented with a map, he would understand it, how to use it anyway. Most likely, so it didn't matter. I mean, if he doesn't grasp the basic understanding of his own model, like what it's based on, geometry and numbers, basically, the circumference and all that crap. Yeah.
And
what would you need a map?
So many of them don't know, even that basic thing. So they're coming in here totally unprepared for the conversation at all. You'd think they'd do just a little bit of cursory looking around to see, okay, what is flat Earth? What do they think? Okay, could they, if they're smart enough, they'll figure out Flat Earth Society's bullshit. And then they end up here if they're open-minded enough to go well, what do flat earthers really think? And we actually have a lot of people that do that, don't we?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. They see the hypocrisy. They see stuff just don't make sense from some of these stories in the first 100 pages of YouTube when you do a search. You don't get the same thing I got in 2017 when there was a plethora of everything out there, the really good information that I captured and mirrored on my channel.
Yeah. I mean, you know those moments when you ask them, when has the Earth been measured? You know what I'm thinking, what's going through their minds, that flashing image. It's like they're thinking about the whole ball itself on the surface of the ball. You know what I mean? Like from space, like that surface.
Yeah. They can't get the space thing out of their mind because when they say something about Earth, they automatically switch over to that, as if they're looking at the distance of this alleged blue marble.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to imagine what it looks like in space. So that's why they can't get past that, because if they don't get switched off of that, look, we're not in space. Maybe go to gas pressure first for some of these people. It's hard to figure out which one will capture them, but that I might try doing the 3 points in reverse. Just go gas pressure first.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, gas pressure is a good argument. But yet again, I've noticed that most of them having a hard time understanding what it means to have a gas pressure, even though, you know, in reality.
So what if you went in the conversation, you went gas pressure first and then the sextant? That would just bludgeon it to death, man. Because
well, in that order, I think that might be maybe a bit confusing for new people or whatever.
I don't know. It depends if they could weed through it. So if you went gas pressure, then let's say gas pressure, black swan, sextant, because they reinforce each other. Okay, first of all, get it in the idea you're contained, so you're not going outside. No one's ever seen this thing. Like the pictures from the distances they're saying up there with these CGI cartoon balls. No one has ever seen Earth from that. So you're never going to go out there and see that ever. Yeah. No one is. It's never been seen. It doesn't matter how many pictures you see on cartoons. So if you get that out of your mind, you're never going out into space. So you won't do it. So now we're on a flat stationary plane. So we're going to reinforce this. So black swan, we see too far. The magnitudes of error in your model is kaput. It's over. You can see that far anytime. It's done, especially if you can see those distances repeatedly. So now you go on to how this flat stationary water, or the flat water, horizontal level water all over the oceans, how that excuse me, how it's actually practically used by navigators, all right? Yeah. With the elevation angles and the horizontal datum, that it has to be a horizontal datum. Those three circles of equal elevation have to be equal elevation. You can't have a curved surface, have one part of a circle on a curved surface be equal elevations with the other. It's going to all be different elevations on a circle, on a curved surface. That's what nobody understands, that this ball has to be curving away in all directions. So they're also stuck on this paper towel roll idea also. Well, you can see ships going over this curve. It's supposed to be physical curvature, but there's no left or right curvature that should be there also. Both of those are measurable.
Yeah, and then you have the contradiction of piles of contradiction upon each other. Is it the boat over horizon? Is it the the high altitude ISS? No, it's not, and so forth. So it's like contradictions upon themselves.
And
yeah.
So the difficulty with this, then it starts becoming then they start talking about the properties of light. And that is a fully in the weeds thing, pretty much, because we know from all the experts that have written about any kind of refraction, it doesn't affect the horizon line at all. Only what's above it and below it.
Yeah,
you got the mirror effect. So see, the glowers coming here, they don't know that we've looked at the mirror effect that happens on water.
Yeah, the looming. It looks like the horizon is kind of see-through, if you know what I mean. Like it's raised up, but yeah, that's the only part that's might be maybe a bit confusing for them.
But see, like when you look at that mirroring effect, if you zoom into it, like if you do the analyzation of these boats going over with the zoom and stuff like that, you can see where the delineation between the mirror effect, where you can see the reflection of the boat on the water, and part of the boat is mirrored on the water surface coming to your eye. Then above, you do have distortion directly above the horizon, but it doesn't affect the position of the horizon. It hasn't changed at all, because when you're looking at it with perspective,
it looks like it's floating in the sky. Basically.
You're still seeing further out. This is the very simple part that Globers can't get their mind around, that if you're looking at something on a flat plane, it appears to ramp up. Now, think of that as a flat board you're looking on, right? So now if you're looking at this board, now what it appears to do is when it goes outward further, everything on that board looks like it's tilted up. So, because the way our eyes work, like at point A, which is the first point, let's say a certain distance out from your eye, the next point outward on a straight line is going to be higher up in your visual area, higher up and further out and higher up. So now when we look at like battleships at a distance or anything like that out in a distance, every ship that's further out looking along a line of sight is higher up in your vision. So further away means higher up. Now on a ball at any given, there would never be a further out, higher up. It would be a further out and lower down. Right? That's how perspective works. If you even look at something on a ball, if you had a big ball, like a 20-foot diameter ball, you could do this. Like you could see that easily. You could do it as smaller, but that's difficult to stabilize a sphere. But yeah, they have to get a couple things out of their mind. They don't understand how light works, and they don't understand how zoom optics work. So you have to get it past, because if they think that a zoom lens is zooming around a curve, they're going to be lost. As long as they have that in their mind, they'll never get this at all. They can't understand it. It's beyond their scope.
Yeah, that's for sure. When you come to that part and they still don't understand, then you can use the buildings as an example, a physical object, something in front of you. Can you zoom past it or curving around it to see something behind it or what?
And
that's
recently,
one way of describing it.
What I'm noticing is the most simple parts of the argument that they can be dashed to pieces, because refraction is basically telling us that their horizon that they're claiming can be in front of an object or behind. So that is just like, if they don't see the logical fallacy in that kind of thinking, how could this physical thing that's supposed to be there all the time in one place move behind and then some days before?
Yeah, the black swan argument has always baffled me with those people, like the way they think.
We're telling you, look at this, and they go, and then we say, do you see that? And they're like, yes. Okay, so what about these distances? Oh, you can't see that. That's like what they're saying. They just said saw it and saw the distances and know the height, and they like, maybe they don't understand fully the triangulation that is happening on their ball, because they haven't looked at it that closely. So they don't know the math as well as we do. They just have to look at that. But as long as they understand that, they're still going like two-faced. Oh yeah, I see that. And even being told that's impossible to see on the ball, they're missing something still. I don't know what it is, man. That's just astonishing. I see it, but no, you can't see that. Right? They have to. They have to say you can't see that, because their ball wouldn't allow us to see that. But we're seeing it nonetheless. So right there is the schism. where they have this disconnect between reality and what's in their mind, and they can't get out of it. That would be a horrible place to be, and not even know it. You know, and then the ones that are so cocky and are like, la 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 la, I know more than you flat earthers do, and they're walking around with these logical fallacies pasted all over their face, you know, and they don't even understand what has happened. It's sad.
Yeah, I think maybe showing boats going over horizon to create that image in their head. Yeah, is that what you claim the boats going horizon is the curve? Okay, if the person says yes, fine. Then you can jump over to the Black Swan and say, according to the geometric premise of it, like the radius and everything is, you know, calculated and everything. You have a formula for it. The 8 square inch per 8 miles per square inch, and so forth. So establish this is a geometric basically geometric question in the sense. So doesn't require any high level education to figure that out by itself and present information the way it should be. And this is from them themselves, the Globers. They have given us the numbers, and Black Swan is perfect to destroy that illusion.
Right.
From math that's abstract to a reality of operation, landmarks, distances, known distances, and so forth. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of mostly like weeding through. They have these difficulties with conceptions about what's really going on because
could be their mind just trying to save their own illusion in some way. You know what I mean? Like,
I think so.
It's like no, it can't be. There has to be something else. No, this is what it is. You have to accept it or concede.
Yeah, it's just reality. It's okay. It's the same place you've always lived.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like things are working exactly the way they are, that you've always known them to. It's not like we're saying anything's different than what you experience. That's exactly what we're saying. It's exactly what you experience.
Mm-hmm.
And so you should get to the point where you have a sigh of relief. You have a weight lifted off your shoulders of like, holy shit, I thought aliens were going to attack and asteroids were going to hit and, all kinds of things that are fear-based. I don't know. See, a lot of people want to stay in there, though. That's the really hard part. They just fight for it. They fight for the fantasy. So, I don't know, man. Some of those just get bludgeoned in here. But I think some of them come back. I know some of them do, actually. In the last 2 years, there have been some that were really rude assholes. And they got enough information, they end up becoming back a flat earther.
Yeah. It all comes back to the person itself, the will of actually looking into it with an open, critical mind and being honest with themselves as well, and not trying to make up things that doesn't exist in their mind.
Yeah. Hey, rookie.
What's up, bro?
Hey, not much. Good morning, man.
Morning.
How are you today?
I'm all right.
All right. It's been cold weather lately.
Ultrasound down her pituitary.
Oh, sorry.
Rookie roboting.
No. It's actually been nice.
Oh, it's been nice? It's been cool down here.
Yeah, I got a bad signal.
You got bad signal. Yeah, cool. Hey, Flatty. Are you there
bad
too?
Connection. Flatty.
Saw Flatty come in. Yeah.
We have a guy in this checking, but he's deafened for some reason.
Well, who is that?
He's been talking in the visa check-in as well.
In the voice text.
Oh yeah, the visa check-in voice text.
Let's see what he has to say.
Oh, he's typing now. That was probably me. All right, so he seems to be back. Undeafened as well. If you wanna, I don't know, drag him down here or hop up there to bet him, whatever.
Move to. I can move him to Livestream 2, but I can't put him in Livestream 1 for some reason.
Oh, he needs the role then, I guess, for you to be able to drag him in here. I guess.
Let me go
I don't know.
talk. Let me go talk to him.
That pronounced Quetzalcoatl.
Hey, Lumpy. What's up?
Yeah. Oh man, I'm good. It's a nice summer up here.
Yeah.
Northern Minnesota.
Very sunny day. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Warm and nice.
Really, really. Yeah, it's really nice out.
Yeah, for sure.
Any globe proofs yet? Anybody come with anything?
No, nothing yet.
Man.
But we have a guy in the visa check-in. He's from Geo server, known as Anti-Flat Earther. So might be interesting conversation with him once he comes down here.
Yeah, the guy yesterday, wasn't he persistent with his no claiming?
The guy with the wife? What's it called? 42 hours?
Yeah, 42 ounce or whatever.
He got banned.
He was an interesting one.
He was triggered. He triggered the members here.
Well, yeah, he was the longest. Well, except for Matt Learns, but Matt don't usually last that long. He lasted a long time, and his wife was cool.
Yeah, Matthew always comes back. He's been doing
that's what I mean.
It's nothing new.
For years.
I'll talk about the 42 hours guy. He stayed a long time, and in the end, he flipped and started triggering the members.
I see.
Breaking rules and so forth. So he got server banned temporarily. So we'll see.
Yeah, that usually has to happen. They have to have their spin out.
Yeah, it wasn't nice of him to do that. That was completely off track. Yeah.
But it's all on record. If we were to do the spin out session, you could do like a compilation of all the different people and make them really look like jerks, because you could have like 15 minutes of people spinning out.
Helio does that. You can probably ask him to make some.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, it's just
from
anything to reach people. That's the thing. It's anything that points out the hypocrisy, the double speak, the double think, the no claim, falsify claims. Oh, it's just so. It wears me down listening here, and that's not to be derogatory. I mean, you guys have more patience than I do. I have a hard time. I get angry easy. And then I need to just shut off my microphone and just sit there.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I got a globe proof for you. About 9-10 days ago, there was this round thing that covered up the moon from 238,000 miles away, and that's my globe proof. So, I win. What do I get?
What do you mean a round thing? What's that thing?
There was some circular shadow that covered the moon slowly, and then it covered it all, and then it went off the other side, and it was round. So hey, I win, you lose. I
mean, are you kidding?
Absolutely.
You can't see it.
Okay.
Yeah, you can hear the sarcasm in his voice.
I know. It was there. I didn't want to start, jumping on it. I'm not seeing who's talking, so.
Oh, it's Jim.
Jim, yeah.
Oh, Jim 777. Yep. Yeah.
Hey, I wanna become a professor and have my own YouTube channel. Has anybody ever done that before without being a professor?
You want to profess your own belief? That's what you mean?
Well, I don't want to go get a master's and actually become a professor, but I want to become Professor Jim on YouTube. Has anybody ever done that?
No.
Yeah, Professor Dave.
I mean,
he's not an actual professor, am I right? I mean, there's a number of them, isn't there?
Well,
He's confessed he's not a professor now.
No, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
So if Professor Dave has 1 million subscribers, I can become Professor Jim and try to build my base without being a professor, can I?
Yeah,
sure.
but
I mean, anyone can do it. If he can do it, you can do it.
Yeah, these numbers, man. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of
Yeah.
like the polls and stuff. All these numbers.
Actually, I've seen a guy. I've seen people. I mean, selling subscribers and other stuff for YouTube. I've seen. So it's not impossible that one person can buy up to a certain amount to make it look like you're popular.
Or just promote the narrative. I think there's a narrative selection happening. Yeah. So,
but
and then it kind of keeps the idea that the bias for the group think.
For sure.
So some people are that basic. I'm learning.
Considering the amount of followership he has, subscribers, and when he had that interview with the other Dave.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, interview, what I call it, whatever. I mean, that's not even a % of his own subscribers that showed up, if any at all. If a couple of them.
That's what I'm saying.
So that's scratching the head, like, well, what's going on? He would be promoting the hell out of that and show how the other Dave is wrong and quote unquote stupid and so forth, as the way he deemed him engaged in those weird argumentative ways. But yeah, so I mean, I don't know. It seems to me he's buying his. Someone is buying him for, I don't know, his subscribers, and the guys.
I mean, you would anticipate
like same guys that's making new accounts as well, typing.
At least 1% of the 1 million would be active on that and commenting on the live chat, and that didn't seem to be the it wasn't a scrolling chat. I've seen scrolling chats before that are busy, you know what I mean, with like 10,000 viewers and people commenting. And people would want to comment too. They can't help themselves. You know what I mean? All of a sudden, all these claims about lights and stuff.
Yeah. No, he's clearly a fraud. It's pretty easy to figure it out if you do some research on him and his channel.
I think Discord should pick a flat earther every day, and it doesn't matter if they have a high school or college degree, and have them be an honorary professor on Discord, for that day, and just if somebody's name's Bob, we'll call him Professor Bob. If her name is Jane, we'll call her Professor Jane, and we'll just hand that out to any flat earther. It'd be great. It'd be awesome.
Right? Yeah. Oh, we'd be called misleading though. It would be some more doublespeak or claim the narrative in one case, but not consistent. It would be some weird stuff we'd get. It's crazy. It's always weird stuff, right?
I want to be Professor Jim without having to earn the title. Now, come on, give me a break.
I had a girlfriend that wanted to be a reverend doctor or something else.
Dr. Jim without having to go to medical school. That's cool.
Right?
So the YouTube channel knows, that's recording this. We were just having fun. We were joking.
Well, it's kind of relevant because, I mean, even if we were to do it, I mean, there's already people actively making these false assertions that there's some kind of professor, And yeah, I wouldn't. I don't even know. My name is just trying to get people to think. That's all my name is purposed to do. I first heard it on Quantum Eraser's channel. They were talking about how silly it was that gas planets would exist, and Quantum Eraser says, yeah, they believe lumpy gas in a vacuum. And I said, oh my God, I got to make my name that. Yeah, that's where it came from. I was Jerry's kid prior to that, but anyway, yeah, I mean, yeah, this is some of the best entertainment I've ever run into in one respect, in the pulling apart the argument that the Globe promoters try to bring, or whatever it is. It's not really an argument, even. Almost always, it's never really an argument. It's more just like, I don't even know what to call it.
Okay, how are you guys doing?
Good. Just chilling and waiting.
Okay, so I VC verified a guy named Extensio. He's sort of at work and stuff, but he has time from time to time, and I had a great discussion with him. He is a Glober-oriented person. He's listened to people like QE, and then if he's listened to QE, he's been on GeoServer, right? And then probably Nathan. So sounds like he's been around for a little while. He's Glober. And I just want everybody to welcome. Seems like a real nice guy when he does come in.
Well, if you can hear us, welcome, guy. You're in the right place to learn about what Earth is. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm. He said he found us because he noticed that there was a lot of activity here. And he's right. We do have a lot of activity. We have a lot of information. And there's things going on here in the Flat Earth 24/7 server.
Yeah, this is a wonderful. Sorry, I thought you were done. Yeah, this is a wonderful place to come. There's just like loads of information. If you can scroll through and select whatever topic you wanted to learn about. All the people here on this are typically patient to really high standard. And anyway, yeah, welcome.
Oh, I don't think he joined the live stream yet, did he?
No, not yet. He's
he's not here next.
Like I said, he's at work, so he said he'll from time to time come in. He said he mostly prefers to like listen and use the text. But yeah, it's okay. We'll see when he comes in.
Yeah, we'll see them. Seems like he's been debating a lot in text in the other server. He knows all the arguments.
It's hard to be a Glober if you know the arguments. That's my opinion.
Should be. Yeah, one should expect that of a person, I guess.
Yeah, really. I mean, really, like, I don't get it.
Geometric horizon is completely irrelevant. That's assuming a perfect sphere with no atmosphere. All right.
No, well, not only that, but they don't have a measurement of one geometric horizon that is. And
well, it's not a perfect sphere. It's a lumpy ball.
Yeah, right. It's like in a 14-mile hump in the middle, which is silly as shit. I mean, it's little, and then the one I really liked, I commented a lot all over the place, is it's chubby on the bottom, which is so dumb because I mean, like, the Earth wouldn't really be oriented as having well, maybe because of the axial spin, it would have a kind of a top and a bottom if it was happening. I'm not saying it, but I don't know, chubby on the bottom. It just makes me think that it's oriented based on the viewer. Basically, is what that statement makes me knee-jerk reaction say in my brain.
Mm-hmm.
Like bottom side on a ball. You know what I mean?
Inside of a ball?
Yeah, I mean, like you would have to delineate. I don't know. Never mind. Yeah, the globe is so dumb now. It's like hard to figure out how dumb it is what they're playing. The things they say do make you wonder, like how they came up with being able to claim that.
Oh Lord, McToo.
Yeah. Yesterday's wife though was reasonable, like cordial and polite, and
yeah,
answering
from what I heard, yeah,
relative. Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah.
If that was genuine of her, the way she, presented, she presented herself like that in that way. I don't get the guy though.
how she put. Well, yeah, and how reasonable she was, and then like that's the way she's listening to her husband act. Like, doesn't that come through? Like, if you were hearing that just the one side of the conversation, wouldn't you be able to be like my husband's being really rude to people right now who are just trying to share their truth? Wouldn't you take it like that? Like if it was your wife, wouldn't that be like a downplay on their like character or something in your mind? It would be in mine. I'd have a tough time with it. Like I've had girlfriends that lie to their parents about stuff, and I never think very highly of it because you know what I mean. The character quality. Yeah. I can't conjure people's thoughts, but it's kind of how I operate.
I have no idea.
Well, as reasonable as she was being, though, as a a measure of where she's at, she was at least answering honestly and with thought that was relevant to what was being talked about. He was like always going to left field, dragging the conversation to the point he wanted, which was always an irrelevant, not even a claim when you asked for it. It was bizarre.
Yeah, that was a complete 180 when she spoke.
Yeah,
a lot more sensible than him.
Way more. I couldn't understand her overhearing him and not like being like you're being ridiculous. Why don't you at least try to talk or have a? I don't know. She would maybe have to hear our side as well. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I think he was at times being facetious. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Am I pronouncing it right? Facetious. I don't think I can pronounce it. Yeah, my tongue is. Yeah, sometimes he was being that. Well, the way we were trying to, the guys were trying to explain how things work with the linear aircraft models, where they don't have to account for the the drop. You don't feel the nose dipping. You should be able to feel those changes in motion, like that's called acceleration. Like when you're doing the dipping speed, like you should be able to feel those changes.
You know what I think should be
when you go down to land.
Right. Yeah, I hear you. Any kind of like turbulence or any of that is felt like any kind of nose downing, nose wings doing anything. But the one I'd like to have brought up, kind of like automatically, is like ask them if they've ever felt the plane turn, and then try to get them to differentiate in their mind angular momentum to linear momentum, because they're always trying to say that linear momentum is evidence that we don't feel Earth spinning, which are two different types of momentum, and we always feel angular momentum or rotation. Linear, there's some gray area there. If you're in a perfect situation where there's no turbulence whatsoever, and there's no rate in speed change or anything different, from periodically from time to time on a flight, it will feel pretty much like you're sitting still, but not really for very long at all. Even it's only these moments, and then there will be something that rocks or something that, you know what I mean? You'd feel any dipping or anything, any turbulence that ever happens but back to, they're trying to draw a parallel to linear momentum to angular, and there is definitely a difference to be admitted to. It should be admitted to. It should be brought to that, in my opinion, that they acknowledge there's a difference between linear and angular momentum. I wish that was forced a little more.
Yeah, I mean, there should be. If you're flying over a curved surface, like, where else are you going to be ending up in?
Well,
if you think that way.
Any turning of the plane, like, say, from straight line of path to not even the curve of the Earth, which isn't happening. That's not my point. But they're trying to say that the Earth's spinning and we don't feel it. And I'm saying that angular momentum is felt. That's what I'm saying. I can feel when I'm spit, like on a roundabout or anything, like a highway exit. That turn. Yeah.
Any change of the turn of the path you're going, you're gonna feel it definitely.
Yeah,
in the car, in the train,
exactly. Or around the curve of the Earth, you would feel that too. Any angular momentum, linear momentum and angular momentum are different. They're not similar enough to be compared when detecting movement.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a dishonest
claim otherwise. That's kind of funny. Yeah, they don't experience that, what they claim.
Yeah, that's another thing they don't experience. Exactly.
Claim one thing, but experience the opposite. It's ridiculous in my opinion. Like, anybody from young age starts to feel like those kind of emotions when they've been in a car ride, train, a bus, whatever the traveling means you have gone through. So I don't get it. But the idea is coming from, they don't feel any emotion. So yeah.
Yeah, and defend it like it's normal. Like, but I used to believe in the globe. So I mean, like, I had to be told these things. But once I was told them, I was definitely open to saying, yeah, you know what? I don't feel like you're spinning. That sort of thing. You know what I mean? And the first time I saw it,
same here. I was told the same way as you, like, a ball.
Yeah.
Like, okay. I go out, I don't experience it. I don't experience that, motion or whatever.
The bucket of water over the head. You know what I mean?
The water is
and then
flat.
spin around, the water stays.
Any signs of curved whatsoever.
No.
So for me, it was okay. They tell me this. I was like, okay, fine, whatever. I just, it was on my, in my bag, basically. I didn't care about it that much because I didn't experience it. So what I'm going to use it? It was useless for me. But that's what I've been told. So I don't know. I didn't know any better at that time. So.
Yeah, I didn't know better. I was in second, third grade, fourth grade.
If you're not presented with the any contradicting information, of course.
Never.
Sounds more sensible and can be explained as well.
Or critical on any level. It's always just the fact and then repeat the fact for the test. Whatever that fact is, like distance to the sun, this or that, what are galaxies? Why are nebulas this or that? Or all the just facts, and then say yes or no, or choose the right one or write it down right. But just always everything. It's not facts. I'm not saying they're facts, actually. But it's presented to us in such manner, and that it's been, scientifically verified, and we're not really given academic level means of identifying, begging the question fallacies that are injected, because they're there, but I didn't recognize them. And I definitely wasn't trained to recognize them, like, say, Quantum Eraser has done to help us. Academic level. Yeah. In fact, he's live right now. I might go there because I always pick up nuggets from him, and it's valuable because one of my biggest things in life is telling people that the earth is flat, and having these nuggets are, I wasn't able, from like Flat Earth Banjo and Jeranism and Taboo Conspiracy, and going back to like there was a lot of things that were like made the globe questionable, but after you guys, Nathan Oakley and Quantum Eraser, I've been able to go public with it because I have determinable ways of, like the Black Swan argument, like these things that have developed.
Yeah, definitely.
Since I've run into all you guys.
Watching those videos sparked an interest. Yeah.
It confirmed. I've been around Flat Earth for a while.
Yeah,
but
it
I
resonated,
didn't have,
basically. Yeah, basically resonated with what I've been experiencing through life, and the way it was explained in layman terms. Some of the videos here and there, and then hopping into this Discord and finding out more stuff. It was amazing.
The ways to think and the ways to argue the claims of the globe, it totally made it so I'm able to be in the community and bring it up, because anything that's brought up, I can pull apart for anybody who's able to follow the conversation without getting too emotional. And because if people get emotional, they stop being able to think. I think that might be part of it. I had to get a lawnmower. I have one of them push ones, but I don't like it. It mows nice though. One of them, them ones that are, there's no motor, but they just run when you walk.
Yeah, manual. Yeah.
Yeah, I have one of them.
Oh, those are cool. Why not?
it cuts it really nice. They are pretty cool.
Old-fashioned way, let's put in some effort into it.
Yeah, I only have a little spot here in front of my house.
Yeah,
I love Minnesota right this time of year, man. It is nice. I'm like in 70 degrees with like 40% humidity, with these puffy clouds over me and a totally blue sky with a warm sun and a breeze. I love it. I love Minnesota. We don't get it like this all the time, though, but when we do, it's nice.
And now, you know what? Now I have several Flat Earth friends in Minnesota, so I don't know. Things kind of are converging. I'm going to have to come up there. That does sound beautiful.
Hey, man, I got a boat, Sonny. We can go fishing. You can come crash if you need to.
I'm telling you, you know what? When you're telling me about that fishing, I started drooling.
Yeah, dude. Oh, dude. Yeah, dude. There's big pike up here, dude. They're